Good morning, everyone. How's it going? I see several people here today. Wow. James Hughes Duckworth. I love that name. First post. Okay. Flugo Greggs says, yay, a satisfactory stream. Sergio, just Yasani has loved Doc's satisfactory stream. Well, that's good. Well, Doc is the best satisfactory stream. I appreciate that compliment. Right, Loot Crate Librarian. Someone set up the Monday morning coffee constructor bus, please. Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, hello there, Doc. Mr. Pinky Preacher Man, and of course, AICC Robert. Okay, steak and chips all around.
Morning, Mark. Good.
Yeah, it's good to see you. All right, come on, Doc, we're waiting. Jeez, just like watching paint dry. Okay. All right. All A.L. Smith. All Smith. Okay, good morning, y'all. And, or like watching ice melt. Hello, Zach, over in in Twitch chat. Zach is there. Cornman is here today. Okay, cool. Godfathers is here, taking good care of us, I'm sure. Alexander, hello from Ukraine. Well, cool. Glad to see that you're able to get on from Ukraine. All right. Zach says, watch streak. Currently at 10 streams. And Zach says, yay. And Lexi says, goody. Good morning, Doc and Robert. First time chat from Bella Blue Gamer. All right. Hello. Hello to you too. That's really, really cool. We have already nine people in Twitch and 13 people in YouTube, and that'll keep on building. Hey, Robert.
Yes, sir.
How soon is it that you think we'll post our first Minecraft video to the Doc and Sons?
Oh, gosh. It'll be this week.
It'll be this week? Okay. And then we'll start posting shorts as well. We've got a game plan to build that channel up too. Thank you for all who have subscribed to Doc and Sons. We created that channel. Oh, hello from Vietnam too. Early morning there. Yeah, it would have to be pretty early morning there in Vietnam, or very late in the night, one of the two. I don't know how many hours are different to Vietnam. Late night, okay. All right. Nice. Thank you for joining. Say game even? Okay. Game VN. Hello, Doc. What's the plan for today? Well, right now I'm working on getting loads of coal so I can start a steel factory back at the main hub. But I'm having to go a little ways to get that, and so that's cool. We'll start transporting the coal back. So that's kind of the plan for the day. Appreciate you asking. I'm sitting on a coal mine right now. You can't see it because I'm still in the office. Tomorrow we'll start communicating with our ping players folks and probably get the sponsorship re-signed up and get it going again, and we'll have another event and have another time to both an event and a community. What's the difference? An event versus a what?
I don't know.
I can't remember the two terms we used. But we'll have something like PAX Prosperitas where all of us play on our community server. And all of the members play on our community server. And then we'll also have an event where we have some prize money for completing tasks and such like that. So that'll be way cool too. So right now, I think we've cleaned up all of the. Are you going desert dunes? This is a newer playthrough, and no, I'm not in the desert dunes. Mark wanted me to start in the very worst place I could possibly start in, the place I hated the most. Okay, and by the way, I refer to Mark as Danum. Danum SY is who I refer to as Mark. Okay, and so started in the very worst place. So I've got transportation logistics issues. And right now, my logistics issue is going and getting some coal and bringing it back so I can start a steel plant and get steel moving right along. So right now, that's kind of the goal here is to get steel up and running. And we're going to be conveying a lot of coal for this particular adventure. I don't know. I've got quite a long distance to travel with trucks, so I'm not quite sure whether I want to do trucks or not. So let's go ahead and go to the game. Lexi says, I suggest a ban on calling Robert AI Robert, since clearly if Robert was AI text-to-speech, Ada would have been fixed by now. Okay. Interesting logic there.
You're not good with the AI.
The problem is that It is the most backhanded way to give Robert exactly what he wants.
To not be called an AI anymore?
Yep.
Yep. All right. So what I've got here, let's go ahead and go to the game. What I've got here is 3 pure coal nodes. The problem with a pure coal node, is that when I put a miner on it, and I'm going to point it that direction, this miner will do 120 per minute just flat, without any sloops or anything. Notice I can't do sloops yet. I haven't unlocked that part yet. By the way, this morning I bent over to put food in the cat bowl, and when I stood up again, I hurt my back somehow. So I'm fighting through a significant amount of pain, and I'm hoping that the pain meds that I took will start mitigating that pain. So if I'm sounding a little bit rough and harried, that's basically the reason why, is I'm hurting. So we'll work through that. So I've got 3 pure nodes, so 1 miner is going to fill up 1 full conveyor. So basically I'm going to create a conveyor stack of 3 conveyors, taking it down across the way and over to the factory. And then I'll have a steady pipeline of 360 coal coming to the factory. And then when I upgrade the conveyors and the miner, I'll have a whole lot more coal, and I'll just build the factory big enough that I can add to it farther down the line. So I'll need coal, and I've got plenty of iron at my main site. Excuse me? Well, I guess I won't be building those conveyors anytime soon. Thank you, Lexi. Appreciate your judicious use of points. And I need to scan a hard drive, too. So, anyway, we will get that started. There's 3 mines over here. I think the other 2 are back. Yeah. The one is over there, and the other one's here. So I'm going to go ahead and put a miner on this one. And I'll run over here and put a miner on this one, and I'll start the power on them.
So concerning the back pain, Jinko asks if you have a heating pad.
I do. I have a back brace, and I put the heating pad under the back brace and strapped it on. So yeah, I've...
Isn't it one of those massaging ones too?
I could turn the vibration on as well. If
Laura de Regime, let the man work.
Good.
Thank you, Laura.
Which means that Lexi could come back and use 2,000 more of her points.
We're not going to suggest it.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
We're not going to put that.
Not going to put that in her thought process.
We're not going to manifest that reality.
Yeah. Oh, the language.
Thank you, Lorinda.
Lexi says, let's do a PG doc.
Pardon me?
I don't know what she's referring to, but...
I'm not quite sure what she referred
It has
to either.
a vibration mode. You said it correct.
Yes. The heating pad has a vibrate mode for my back.
Yes. That's what you... And Mark says he has morphine if that'll help.
Oh. I would love to have some of that right now, but I'd sleep the afternoon away.
Yeah.
No, I took a hydrocodone, and so I'm hoping that will help it.
Well, we do have a good Doc University question to start off, get off the day.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to it.
Okay.
Okay, so saturate.
Sorry, it's not updating. Okay, we'll come back to it as soon as I can get it to work.
Okay, that wasn't the question, huh?
No, that was our previous one.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I think that's all we need. Yeah.
All right.
So
Well, I'm gonna go.
things
I'm gonna go
break
flog a monster here.
Yeah, we have to have a website running for it to work. Most websites. What? That's not the website.
Okay, there it is. And you're still twitching. You know, that's that's really creepy. You know, the way they leave them continuing to twitch until they disappear. Anyway, make you feel bad for whacking them, huh? Just cleaning up the area here so I can see what I'm doing.
And Loot Crate Librarian says back pain is the worst. It's just about any movement aggravates it.
Yeah, exactly. And what's really weird about this is, yeah, I've had a back issue that's been diagnosed for quite a while ago. And basically it's just that I've got my C4 and C5 vertebra kind of slip back and forth. And we handled that with physical therapy, loosening up the muscles around it. And, you know, I've been good for quite a while. And it's been getting just slowly, you know, back to what it was. And so, but today was the first time it's ever, you know, been this jabbing pain. That just, yeah, I've just never felt pain like that before. So, anyway, okay. So where do I want to start putting this conveyor stack? That's the forward mine. Those are the two back miners. So the conveyor stack is going to need to start. Let's start the conveyor stack here. And you're going to make a comment, Robert?
I don't know why it's broken.
Interesting.
I love it.
Really?
See, it's further proof that I'm not AI.
You will find any excuse to try to beat those AI allegations.
And he really doesn't need to. Robert is the best editor in the YouTube sphere. He stood by me through thick and thin, and helped this channel to progress. He's not just my son, he's awesome also.
Well, didn't think you'd be catching this much praise.
Now,
Yeah.
Garrett, on the other hand,
It's a.
Wow.
oh, at least it doesn't hurt when I laugh. So, Garrett's pretty cool too. He's just
Well,
coming.
thank you.
He's coming to his senses about how to make good quality content on YouTube, and we're kind of all learning together. Robert and I kind of blazed the trail, and now we're teaching Garrett things that will help him to continue blazing the trail too. And I didn't bring enough reinforced iron plate with me. So I could drop back. Well, let's see what I even have in inventory. I only have 52 regular plates. So, yeah, I'm going to have to run back and get a whole bunch of reinforced iron plate.
Yeah. I'm currently working on a Let's Play style Minecraft video just to see how it turns out. I'm not all that confident in it at this point, but it'll be a good experiment one way or another.
Good. And that will appear on Doc and Sons. We're just starting to get the gears in motion for getting things posted on Doc and Sons. There, you know, with everything new, especially, there's this ramp up period of time where everybody kind of figures out what they're doing, how to do it. The first few come out of the gate slower, and then you gain momentum as you do things more often and get more patterns going and get more proficient at what you do. So we're basically just starting that ramp up with Doc and Sons.
Okay.
So yeah, Robert.
I think I'm gonna have to restart OBS. So this will be a short downtime, but I'm gonna try to bring it back as soon as possible. Okay.
Okay. Everybody hopefully heard that, and we're gonna be.
Oh. We are streaming again.
Okay.
Let's see if we get some. Yeah, we got some chats coming. Some chats coming through.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Lib Doodle did not like the fact that we left for a moment.
Oh.
Yeah. We always try not to panic. Sometimes things like that just have to be taken care of in order to keep the stream going. So, oh, I get a butterfinger. Garrett, that would involve turning and reaching. If you could, I believe this one needs.
And we've got Kaizen Controller here. So hey guys, happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Okay, we're gonna go to the Doc University Live just to see if
Okay, see if it works.
see if it works.
Okay.
I know that the chat is working. I don't know if for some reason the video stopped working.
Okay.
Ah,
for you
it's
and
all working.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to repost the questions we had because we actually got, I think, 3 good questions.
Okay. And Robert Garrett is for his hard effort in keeping me from twisting and turning and reaching at this point. Is grabbing one for you, and so Garrett and Robert are both getting a butterfinger. So
Awesome.
okay, so far. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay, you need to read Lexi's 2 highlighted comments in the Twitch chat there, Garrett. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mark says there's no sound, right?
No sound.
Where's the sound on our end? Did somebody can confirm that they have earphones? Sounds good to us.
Okay.
So, okay.
I'm grabbing a hard drive.
Okay.
Now that I've got a hard drive, I can actually scan a hard drive like Lexi wanted.
Oh, yeah. Let me know when you're ready for you.
Okay, I am ready for university.
Well, I'm gonna read Lexi's highlighted message really quick.
Yep.
The first one is, so Doc, how about you make the 1 terawatt power plant on this thing, and have Robert and the wordsmith help you.
Okay.
This sounds like a decent decent video for this thing.
Okay. What did you make the power plant out of? Coal?
That was nothing like rocket.
Rocket fuel? Okay, so I have to unlock oil first, and I've just barely unlocked coal. So, yeah, this save I'd be willing to do that. Yeah.
Doc will have to progress a fair amount first, but we'll do it when we get there.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
then, well, really, and another highlighted message.
yep.
Garrett, I made some fun of you last stream. I don't want to say it was personal, as I love your writing, but I love making fun of you too.
Okay.
Well, it's all right.
Yeah, totally all right.
I appreciate that you like my writing.
Nitro rocket fuel.
Nitro rocket fuel. So we've got to get to the point of making synthetic power shards so that we can get to that point, right?
I have to find myself on.
Yeah, I think you have to have power shards in the formula to make nitro fuel.
Yep.
Nitro rocket.
Okay.
Isn't nitro just nitrogen?
Yes.
Okay, maybe.
I think you're thinking of ionized rocket fuel.
Yeah,
Ionized fuel.
that's what I was thinking of, yes.
Oh. Okay. To the university.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I should do that right after I take a bite.
Uh-huh.
Because it's funniest that way.
Heck yeah, it's funniest that way. Don't cough, Rick. Please. Okay. So, Amir1804 says, how many computers per minute is enough till the end of the game? As many as you can make, because you'll never have enough. You'll be constantly expanding that line. Okay? So, make as many as you've got supplies for that are coming in, or so that you can make as many as you can. Then don't sink them afterwards, but get enough containers so that you can store them up. Because computers will go in a lot of components as you progress toward the end game. And so computers become very important, especially for the supercomputers you make later and other products. So make it as big as you can now, and leave yourself enough room so that you can expand that line and make even more as time progresses, because you'll definitely need them. So as in a lot of answers in this game, you can never really make enough when you first unlock it to supply you for the rest of the game. You always have to keep an eye in mind to making all of your lines expandable, because you just need more and more of everything as time goes on. So I hope that helps, because it's really important that you kind of keep that mindset at the front of your mind, to make sure that you just keep that idea of expansion all the time in your mind, because you'll get better conveyors, you'll get better miners, you'll get better of everything that helps move product around, and that allows you to increase so that you can meet the demands later on, but you don't get that all at once. So I hope that helps. Let's go back to the game, or to another question, either one.
Let's go to the next question then,
Okay.
because we have a good couple. First, can you get OBS running on your computer?
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me just a second while I get them both running, because they don't like to both run. Okay. Oh, no,
Yeah, we got
remind.
a few questions.
Yeah, we do. Well, the nice thing about it is they know that they can come on my live streams, and they can ask the questions like that, and that's important. Remind me later. It's still thinking about wanting to record, Robert. Okay. All right, they're both recording. One is recording desktop, one is recording me. And we're ready to go to that next question.
Okay, it's out there.
All right. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. Bugle Gray, I guess. Do you build factories as if you have Mark III miners, or do you build more smelters and constructors as you unlock the higher tiers? Generally, because supplies are usually not so prevalent at the beginning, I generally tend to build to the miners that I currently have and leave room to expand later. And the reason for that is because I don't want to spend all those resources on things that are just going to lay dormant for a period of time. So there are some times that I build for getting the next conveyor update. Like I'll build out some of them that I know I'm going to need fairly soon. Like from going from a Mark II conveyor to a Mark III conveyor, for example. But I won't do that as a general practice. I'll just do it as a selective choice, simply because, like I said, resources are difficult to get at times. So that involves a little bit of thinking and foreplanning. And the foreplanning that you have to have is literally saving enough room so that you can build more smelters or build more constructors or assemblers on out, and saving the room to do that around them. So that really can be a challenge, but not a challenge that's hard to overcome at all. So hope that helps, and we'll go back to the game.
More to the next one.
Yep. Okay, can you move your cursor?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so callsign Wolfman asks, what is the best location to make sulfuric acid? Well, I'm going to pull the map over here for a second here, simply because there's only a few places that have sulfur. And really you're left with quite a choice at that point. So I'm going to turn off the coal here and look at sulfur. So you'll see when you look at this map, you've got a pure, normal, and impure sulfur node down here. You've got a single sulfur node here, here, there, and there. I mean, there just isn't much sulfur on the map. So it's literally a situation where you kind of have to choose what your logistics look like, because your logistics are going to determine where you want to make the sulfuric acid, whether you want to transfer the sulfur and then make the acid. And frankly, transferring the sulfur generally is easier because transferring the sulfur doesn't involve pipes. So either you drone it or you conveyor it or you're going to truck it to wherever you need to. But, it's hard to transport things. So like here, my factory is right here. I've got a sulfur node here. I would transport that sulfur to where I'm at here. If I was in the Dune Desert wanting to get this sulfur node, I sure hope I have a processing facility there. I could potentially package the sulfuric acid and then ship it by train or drone, ship it over to my factory. But I'd probably want to do something that's a solid rather than trying to transport liquids over a long distance. I hate pipes. Pipes over short distances are wonderful, but over long distances, they're problematic. So I would tend to want to transport a solid. So I'm either going to transport the sulfur or I'm going to package the sulfuric acid and transfer the bottles to whatever location I need to use the sulfuric acid. So I hope that answers the question. And let's get back to the game. Or to the next question. Wow.
This is the last one that I had to copy paste, and we have some other people commenting.
Okay, very good. So we have another question from Leo Berger. Have you ever figured out the best spot for every resource in the game? Kind of by triangulating the map? I have not actually. And basically I've not done that because every single place has a lack of certain resources. Like, you're out here in the Rocky Desert, you've got one sulfur node, thank goodness. And you've got a lot of the primary nodes like coal and not actually you don't have coal there. You have a lot of the primary nodes like iron and copper and limestone, but not a whole lot of the advanced stuff like bauxite. But you go into other biomes and you're going to be missing something else. There's a couple pure sulfur nodes up here that I missed because of the yellow. So basically what's happening is that every biome has its own set of difficulties. You go into the dune desert, you have a hard time with water. You've got a couple lakes here. Otherwise, you've got a huge cliff there to get this water and bring it up. Up down here in the grassy fields, you've got a lot of primary nodes like iron and copper and limestone, but not a whole lot of bauxite. If I put bauxite, for example, on here, you don't have any bauxite down here, so you're going to have trouble when you get to aluminum. You got a lot of bauxite in the center, but this is a horrible place to try to build something. So as far as starting locations, dune desert, rocky desert, grassy fields, and of course the place that I just started mine up here in the what do they call that? The Red Forest or something like that. Can't remember what the starting location is named. But this has a terrain issue. This is a lot of primary stuff, but not a lot of advanced products to mine. Here in the center, where there really isn't a starter biome at all, it's here, 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 or up here. Down here in the center, you've got quite a bit of bauxite, but you've got to transport that to any starter place that you have. So aluminum, it really is the biggest challenge you get to when it comes to finding a starter location. So no, every biome has its challenges. And I think they made it deliberately that way so that you'd have to travel to go get stuff. So hope that helps. Just choose your starter location. Realize you got different challenges at each one that you learn to overcome. So hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
Okay, let's let you go to the stream for a little bit before we take you to another one, okay?
Okie dokie.
Yeah, because I'm already seeing another one.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've fallen a bit behind in chat.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. So let's get caught up on all that stuff.
Yeah, we'll need more docudiversity when we're caught up with that.
So Lexi says that her terawatt power plant goes from heavy oil residue to diluted fuel, or turbo fuel to rocket fuel to burning it for power.
Okay, say that again. I'm trying to find it.
Heavy oil residue
Okay.
to diluted fuel to turbo fuel. To
Diluted
rocket
fuel to turbo fuel? To what?
From diluted fuel to turbo to rocket.
Okay.
And then they burn the rocket.
Okay.
So I guess it's a rocket fuel power plant?
Yeah, nitro rocket takes a lot more sulfur, he says. So taking a lot of sulfur means that you possibly have to use a converter to convert something to sulfur. That could be an interesting challenge.
And we got a first-time chat from Poble.
Okay.
Content, keep it up. And Heisenberg says, "Hear me out. 3,200 ballistic warp drives per minute."
Oof. That's pretty good.
I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. Even if there's enough resources on the map, I think that the game would give up the ghost long before you completed that. And first time chat from Sven Dev, who says, "Greetings."
Okay, hi there.
And Kaizen Controller says, "Like any engineering design challenge, the biggest choice you have to make is whether you're going to be cursing. It is what you're going to be cursing yourself for down the road."
Well, We can try not to curse it ourselves, you know.
The cynicism of reality.
Yes. Yep, that's about it.
We've got a lot of university questions in YouTube.
Okay. Well, you tell me when you want to go do those.
Yeah, Garrett, if you could just select the next one.
Yeah.
I think the one by William Justice that's on the screen right now is the next one to do.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Okay, William Justice says, "Hey, Duck, this is my first time showing up for live. Good. Glad to have you. Have a question related to exploring. Use the hover pack and run Mark 1 electric poles or some more advanced jetpack fuels in the jetpack. My favorite trick, literally, is to get power poles and just keep on putting a power pole a little bit farther ahead, especially when climbing those huge, tall rock formations in the northern oil fields, where I especially like to go look for slugs and Mercer spheres, and, well, I think there's 3 sloops in that area too, but especially looking for slugs in that whole northern oil field area. They call it, do they call that the northern forest? What do they call that area in reality, Robert? Do you know?
Your starting location is the northern.
I know my starting location is, but north of that, where we find all the oil fields.
Oh,
what do they call that?
Oh gosh.
But as soon as I'll let you kind of ruminate on that. But that's where I like to use hover packs a lot, because some of those you can't do with a jetpack. I know I can't. Raising up and then trying to target it and stay targeted on a slug, for example, until you finally collect it while trying to use a jetpack. Very difficult as far as my ability and talents are concerned. So I basically will go after those with power poles being placed down and using a hover pack. I love exploring that way. And plus, you've laid down power poles. Now go after the resources out there, and you've got some power poles right close by that you can just go ahead and run your power lines to whatever machines you need to use. So it's a win-win whenever you decide to do that. So I hope that helps. Let's go ahead and go back to the game.
Nope.
That's fine. That's just my ending. But be obstinate. See if I care. Okay. All right. So Danum SY is asking, what the worst product that you detest making, with the exception of screws, as they're not part of a product? I got a noodle on that one a little bit. When I was very first starting, I'd have to say that the one that I hated the most, while it's still in pre-release 8, was the smart plating, because you didn't use the smart plating ever again, and you had this line going, and I didn't really know that I could really just shut down the line and quit making it. Now that's changed. We use smart plating a little bit later on, but that's the one that I hated the most at the very beginning. I'm not sure that I have a particular product that I hate the most. Probably the ones that I find the most challenging are the ones where I've got to take 2 different types of liquids, like 2 different kinds of acid, and then 2 different other products, and put them in 4 different ports. Those are kind of annoying. And that you find that when you start creating nuclear power, that you've got an instance where you're creating the plutonium fuel of some sort. They look like a little tray of plutonium waste that you've processed before you actually put it into plutonium fuel rods. And those, I think that's probably my most irritating one, is that entire supply line to get the waste out of your nuclear power plant process so that you could get it, just get it sunk or get it used for the next level, because that supply chain is awful. So I'd have to say that that's probably the worst. So I want to address a question from a first-time chat. Mason Redman asks, how do you avoid getting burnt out? I start over and do a little better next time, start in a different place, different location. I go hunting for slugs and summer sloops, or I go killing creatures, or I just do other things rather than just build. That allows me to have variety in the game and allows me to get some cool sort of stuff. Because when you're processing the animal remains, you can turn that into DNA capsules eventually. And those DNA capsules can be sunk for a lot of coupon points. And I can buy some neat things and recipes and so forth. So I just vary things. Do understand I'm fascinated with developing supply chains and doing better in developing those manufacturing lines over and over and over again. My background is in supply chain management. That's the kind of data that I worked on for 25 years of my career at Boeing, and I find it fascinating because you have so many moving pieces to figure out and to accomplish, and all those moving pieces and parts I find very fascinating to get them all working correctly. And so I just don't tend to feel burnt out. But really, the cure to that is doing something different in the game, or go play another game for a little while and come back to it. Give your brain a little bit of a rest. Let your synapses develop all those connections. Then when you come back, you'll find you do it better too. So I hope that helps. So.
And you didn't change that question.
No, I wanted to answer that one outside. The avoiding burnout question comes a lot, and I think we've answered that on a Q&A already. So I was just answering that outside. So is the next okay?
Up there.
So Benjamin Hondo asks, how do you manage building larger factories on more uneven terrain? Do you build a base platform really high, or is it best to simplify and find a flatter space? I build a platform up above all of those uneven places, so that I can just build my factory on top. If all you've got is basic foundations, you'll end up building ramps because you won't have the ladders and the stairs and stuff later that you get later. But I just build up higher. In fact, if you'll continue watching the live stream, you'll see how I've built the current factory, because Mark or Danum SY asked me to build in a place that has a lot of variable terrain, and you can see how I'm building that factory in and around that terrain. And you'll basically see that I just build up high enough to be just slightly over the rocks and build a new platform, and go a little higher and build a new platform. And that's how I manage to build on that uneven terrain, like in the Rocky Desert or in the Dune Desert where all the rocky places are, or the Northern Forest. All of those places are really a lot of different levels. Yeah, I build flat when I can, but I also build high to get above those features when I need to. So, hope that helps. We'll go back to the game.
All right.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe
You guys
not.
are really having fun asking me questions. Okay. Hi, Doc. Without any spoilers, I'm about to beat the game for the first time. Does the game completely end, or can you continue after the missions are done? Yes, you can continue. And the neat part about continuing is you've got everything unlocked. You can do Mark 6 conveyors. You can do Mark 6 lifts. You can you've got all the good transport and everything all ready to go. So no, you don't have to stop. You can continue perfecting your factories, building them nicer, making them cleaner looking, and just keep on playing the game for as long as you want. Build that perfect factory that you want. And maybe if you get tired of, building and building and building, but maybe go do another starter thing and then come back to it. We have currently a build that we started with 1.0, so it's a little over a year old. Our 1.0 has this huge gigafactory in it that we're going to go back to occasionally and just keep on doing a little bits here and there, and just having fun with grabbing all the resources and doing fun things with it. So no, you don't have to stop once you beat the game. Beating the game is not an end. You do see the end credits. You do see the various things that an end game usually shows you, but it does not stop you from continuing to play. So no spoilers in that, and just answers the question. So let's go back to the game.
Okay.
We have a first-time chat there that I could answer without going to the Doc Studio. ICN276 asks, what's the most fun phase for most players? Well, I've never actually put out a survey to ask people that. My most fun one really is getting done with phase 2 and working on phase 3. The level of complexity is about the same as phase 2, and you're just getting neat new tools to work with. When you go and you get done with phase 3 and you're working on phase 4 is when the game complexity really starts ratcheting up. So I think most people, when they start a new playthrough, will tend to start and go through tier 3, and then if they want to, they probably start over then and keep going through tier 3 until they feel they've mastered it until then. So I think between 2 and 3 is probably the most favorite part of the game. So
I agree with that. Yeah. I think phase 3 is my favorite too.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Oh. All right. I can go back to the game. I can actually play.
You get to play.
I get to play.
For 10 minutes, then we'll have another fun of questions.
Okay. We'll have another load of questions. Okay, so we're following the power line by basically here, guys. And we're trying not to get poisoned at the same time. Yeah, let's go here. I'm gonna turn that a little bit. Yeah, there's 3. I think that'll keep us above ground still. I think.
I don't think we mentioned it, but Cornman did resubscribe.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Cornman.
Then Garrett will now read out Cornman's comment.
Okay.
Told me now I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so hard.
That went from like 20% effort to 0%.
I don't know the song.
Is there a song to go with that?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Bad Pug's comment is good too over on YouTube. Or Twitch, I'm sorry.
I got 1 pure iron, 1 pure coal for the steel to get 240 steel ingots. And thought it was enough, but I realized I needed 240 steel beams, which is 960 ingots.
Yeah, that's a common realization.
And Gunner MCB asked, is it possible to increase the bitrate? Lose pixelized stream.
Read that comment again.
Is it possible to increase the bitrate? the leaves pixelize the stream.
The leaves pixelize the stream.
Yeah, a lot of movement on the screen.
It has a hard time keeping up with it.
Yeah, because of our bit rate. We're going to be doing some experiments shortly with it. We are on Starlink. Unfortunately, that's the only internet available to us. And that's also why we stream on 30 FPS, 60. But we're going to be doing some experiments because our internet connection has significantly improved since we got it last year. So we'll start testing on higher bit rates, but we have to restart the stream test. So we'll be doing some tests at various, see how much better we can get it.
But thank you for the comment. It helps.
Yeah, we do.
We really appreciate knowing what kind of quality we're sending out there, because that's important.
Yeah. James Hughes Duckworth says can't hear the sun properly. And yeah, my is not picking up nearly as loudly as it should.
Now you just turned it up.
That's a lot better, though I don't want to be peaking. Robert, could you talk?
I'm just talking very quietly. I have an ear infection that's got my jaw all swollen, so there we go. I'll just talk quietly and let the mic pick up, be a little bit louder than usual.
Oh, that's better. That is a lot better. And James Hughes Duckworth has a question that I missed. So we can go quickly to the Doc University.
Okay. All right. James Hughes Duckworth has a question. What would you say is more important for Dimensional Depot? Number of stacks or speed of upload? Wow. Generally, I think both are important, so I tend to, as I'm going down the tree in the MAM, go ahead and upgrade each one together. If I'm having to choose, I've got the next row to do, whether it's upload speed or number of stacks, I tend to choose the upload speed, just because when I run out of something, I want it to be loaded as quickly as possible. So I'll tend to choose speed over number of stacks as the first of the two, but I won't go all the way down the tree on speed without upgrading the number of stacks at the same time, simply because both are very important. Number one, the number of stacks keeps you busy until you drain it, and speed refills it faster after you've used it. So both really are important. So I tend to upgrade them both, choose the speed over the stacks initially when they're at the same level, and then open them evenly down basically with that priority. So I hope that helps, and I think you'll see that it'll work pretty well that way. All right, let's go back to the game. No way I get to catch one of your streams, WTV Joy says.
We're glad to have you here.
Yes, very glad.
No way, WTV Joy is here.
All right, that's cool. All right, I need to. Okay, and boy, we're getting some really good participation. 43 on YouTube and 42 on Twitch. We got a battle going there to see who's best, who's got the most viewers. But 85 nice. Viewers is pretty doggone good.
And WTV Joy goes on to say, your tutorials have been popping up on my YouTube the last day or so.
Okay.
And I literally just used information from your coal video to make my first ever coal factory.
Fantastic.
I'm so glad to be here.
All right. Well, thank you for coming. Appreciate you being there. All right, turning. Okay, my back is slowly starting to relax, so that's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, call sign Wolfman has asked twice now, Is Robert or Garrett a better builder?
In different ways. Yes.
He's asking which.
Well, I'm getting to that. Garrett tends to be a whole lot better at aesthetics and the way things look. He's more creative than I am by quite a long stretch, and we turn to him when we want things to look pretty. Okay. Robert tends to be the technician. He's very, very good at methodically making sure each thing balances. He tends to do the math first. I tend to build first and figure out why it's not working and do the math later.
Drives me nuts.
Yeah. A little bit of Robert's OCD complex coming forward.
OCD, factory game. Numbers come first in factory game. Come on, guys.
Okay, so anyway, so like I say, they're both better in a couple different areas. I tend to figure out the logistics a lot faster than Robert will. Once you're setting up the factory, Robert kind of takes over. Hey, we've got berries without a tree. Isn't that cool? Okay, fine.
Scorpio says, I'm a Robert. And CUI says, I'm a Doc.
Okay. Each person has their own style, definitely.
Limp Noodle says, I have CDO. It's like OCD, but in the correct order. That's great. I like it.
CDO, that would be compulsive disorder obsessive.
Right.
Okay.
Because it's in alphabetical order.
Oh, okay. Alphabetical order is the right order. Huh? Okay.
I like that a lot.
All right. Well, I'm finally getting over here. This is a wood burner. I need to put wood over here. And these are my backup power plants over here. I've got plenty of power being generated right now.
By the way, somebody a little bit ago called out Star Rupture, saying they're excited for it.
Yeah. Okay, well.
So are we.
We are very excited about it. In fact, we're going to come online tomorrow morning. You said it comes out at 8 tomorrow morning, Robert?
Yep.
So we'll be on by 9, or maybe a little bit earlier, depending on how soon the crowd gets here. And I think Garrett and Robert and I are going to all play together on a new save for Star Rupture. And so come and join us tomorrow for a Star Rupture Day.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
We're going to start a betting pool to see how many times Doc dies.
Okay, during a 4-hour stream, how many times can Doc get killed?
The fact that, yeah, I was actually pretty surprised they announced that the price is going to be $20 and early access is only $15. So.
Yeah, that's... I guess I expected a higher price out of them. You always kind of wonder if when a company prices their product, what does it say about how much they think the product is worth? Okay, and then you wonder about their marketing strategy. Are they trying just to get penetration, get a lot of people that buy it, therefore they cheapen the price? Or are they just trying to, or do they think that that's all their product is worth? So when I see a $14.99 price or a $19.99 price, it kind of makes me wonder. I would have expected $49.99, and they probably could have pulled $49.99. It would have made a few people pause. Yeah, that's kind of a spendy price, but I think the game has that level of quality to it. Now, there could be the other side of the coin where they're going to upload DLC to it, and the new downloadable content would have a price tag to it, maybe $9.99 for each piece of downloadable content. And so they perpetuate the income stream that way. Who knows? We'll have to see. I think the game is a higher quality than what the $15.99, $14.99, or $20 price tag really would illustrate. So, but we'll see. We'll live with that developer for a while and their product and see what comes of it. So, all right, I've got that. I need rods. Where am I making rods? I don't think I'm putting any rods.
Yeah, I will say that when it comes to indie developers, $20 to $35 is about the going rate for most of these indie games. It's definitely on the lower side of the range, but it's still well within expected.
But starting with 20 and a discount?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So we'll see.
But I will say that is conventional wisdom. It might not be Alex Hormozy wisdom, but it is conventional wisdom.
Scorpio did note that he says, how much was Satisfactory initially during early access? I believe it was $20.
That might be what's going on.
Yeah, the idea that they're basically charging what the game is worth today, and the earlier you get in, the better. That's entirely possible.
Yeah.
I think that'd be great. And, the truth is that those who play a lot of games are fairly aware that there's been a lot of modern, AAA type titles that flop on release, and a lot of indie games that are in the $10, $20 range that have gone mega viral, and it's entirely possible that they're trying to target more of the smaller scale mega viral, especially seeing as they are a smaller publisher. So
we shall see. I would love for the game to just be wildly successful and get the kind of notoriety that Satisfactory has gotten. Because I would... missing plate. I thought I was just missing rods.
Yeah, Quantum Star says AAA is just a BS label. And
Kind of like
that's
saying,
sad because it didn't used to be. It used to actually mean something.
well, they're self-labeling, aren't they?
yes,
Which means that there's obviously room for...
it's like any packaging that says premium or deluxe.
Right, exactly. It's
like-
just word fluff.
When I was working at a convention center, I, of course, overheard a lot of the conventions and whatnot. And there was specifically an event for people who own and operated independent gas stations. Real riveting stuff, I tell you. But there was a there was a marketing expert there who showed off, here's all the white label products we sell. So they're the generic versions. And they said, look, this is all the stuff that is not labeled premium or deluxe. This is all the stuff that is labeled premium and deluxe. We offered both versions for a long time. Every time they put in premium or deluxe, it sells better.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
And that's, as much as we hate it, that's human psychology.
And that's all advertising does, is it plays on human psychology.
Yeah.
Plays on human psychology. By the way, these are syncable.
Talking about talking about human psychology, can we work together after the stream to get my book online?
Oh, you want some human psychology there? Buy me, buy me, buy me. Right?
I would very much like to see some revenue from that.
Yeah.
We did finalize the cover a couple days ago.
Yeah. Did we share that on stream?
We have not. Would you like me to?
Yeah. And WTV Joy says AAA companies are making games for quick money. Most of them started off with amazing games, and again, most of them are just using those titles IPs to make quick money.
Yeah.
With horrible game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that companies are doing with movies. They're leveraging past success to try to make quick money. And it's really disappointing.
Oof. Yeah. Past success to make quick money. Sounds so derogatory.
If I could be more derogatory, I would.
I think stating in a black and white manner isn't super helpful, but that's not incorrect. Right? Like, there's plenty of good AAA games. There are plenty of good AAA studios who needed to go AAA to accomplish the vision they were looking for. They needed to have a publisher who put a lot of money behind it. But the truth is, when you're bringing on investors need a return for their money. And investors are very risk adverse.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to, like, I think Minecraft is a great example, okay? Notch knocked it out of the park with Minecraft. Then what was Mojang working on before he got bought out? His Scrolls game never went anywhere. What was the next game? Also never went anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And he's now been churning ground for the last decade, making flop after flop, or products that never went anywhere, right? He's just working on vanity products.
Is there a single person at Mojang?
Well, Notch.
Sorry, Notch.
Yeah, Notch is Marcus Persson. He left Mojang a long time ago. He was bought out. He sold Minecraft to Microsoft.
Okay.
But he was the visionary behind the whole thing, and so you can imagine if you were just a generic investor that just wanted Notch to do his thing, you wouldn't have made any money at all. You would have lost quite a bit, as opposed to Microsoft, who bought out Minecraft, turned it into a more commercial product, and they've made money hand over fist from it.
Yeah, and I'm sure probably the reason why the guy is not as successful now as he was then is he probably has all the money he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really have a whole lot of incentive to really dig deep and do the hard part to get a successful title out there.
Quite possibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do I need? I need plates.
At the same time, I'll contend that he wasn't ever a great developer. He stumbled on something great with Minecraft, and he definitely deserves to be rewarded for that. But
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay. Alrighty.
Mark says, it's because the human mind believes that if it's cheap, it's going to break down or be useless.
Yeah.
Either that or some business model owners have been on the side of the pitch. They know it's worth more. And that it's known it's more profitable to keep the price down, which will bring in the players over time, than add minimal fees for DLC and make their money that way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
4 yellow. Okay. I'm getting a good number of slugs. And where's my stinger? Okay. Now I have to find some plates somewhere. Oh, it's making rods and screws. And what is this making? This is making rotors. Okay. What's getting stored here? Yep, that's making rotors. And this is rods.
Well, Dad, can I jump over and show Garrett's cover?
Plates. There it
And
is.
let Garrett read it out and show it to everybody?
Sure.
Okay.
So, yeah, this is the cover. It's. I'm sorry. I'm very proud of it. It's looking pretty good. But the back says, when 16-year-old Nick Doherty reluctantly takes over the pizza deliveries at his family's struggling restaurant, the last thing he expects is to be launched into outer space. The family's battered van is actually his grandfather's spaceship, built to deliver hot, fresh pizza anywhere in the universe. One wrong button sends Nick halfway across the galaxy with a trunk full of pepperoni and an impossible quota to meet. Chased by notorious pizza thieves and led by the fearsome pirate Abaddon Kane, Nick and his friends must master the pizza cannon, outwit alien foes, and uncover the truth behind his family's mysterious legacy, all while keeping the pizzas hot and the customers happy. Some of our edits didn't make it into there.
Yeah, I'll revise that.
Okay. Now, doesn't that sound like it could be a cool story?
It's a ridiculous story.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, but, you know.
Yep. It's supposed to be just a bunch of good fun.
Yeah, and it is. It is a hoot of a book. I mean, when I read it, it was just kind of a laugh a minute. It was crazy. Not kind of. It was a laugh a minute. It was really, really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. I'm trying to write sequels now, and it's actually surprisingly difficult to capture that same feeling as the first book.
Yeah. WTV Joy says, "Wait, did you just say Dad? Are you guys playing? Are you playing with your sons?"
I am.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Robert is my eldest son.
That's me.
Garrett is the middle son.
Yep.
And you'll see Spencer here occasionally too, who is my youngest son. And Emmeline, one of my granddaughters, has also come on and helped read the text messages, especially on the gosh, what was it? The
subathon.
Subathon, yeah. So, yes.
Oh, Garrett, you gotta read Kaizen's comment.
Yeah. Most important question, and the last time I bring it up this month, can I get a pan-dimensional Hawaiian pizza delivered? I'm sorry, Hawaiian pizza is against galactic law.
And you read that in his first book, by the way.
Yep.
His prejudice against pineapple pizza comes out in the book.
Yep.
Which is really unfortunate, you know. Hawaiian pizza is just the cat's meow. I really like it.
The cat's meow.
Yep. Ooh. Oh. Well, I'm moving a little bit easier, guys.
Good. Good.
A little bit. Just getting those muscles to relax once it tweaked the first time. That's the biggest thing.
Kilo Joel says, "Does more than one planet have a Hawaii?" Well, as we learned, everywhere has a north.
No.
So
It's not specific. I don't specifically call Hawaiian pizza out, but I do call pineapple out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite funny, I think.
It is actually, because they come to arrest him they come to arrest poor Nick because one of his underlings made a pizza with pineapple on it. I love going down hills with this. You know, this is the first time I've effectively used a parachute in my entire game playing. I got a parachute from the. See, I don't understand this. Why am I not landing? Because I'm going uphill. How can a parachute take you uphill? One of those weird game mechanics.
Yeah.
You know, Doc, if you get good enough at this, we might have to have you play Zelda.
Zelda?
Yeah.
Is that where the game mechanic actually started?
No, they're just, especially some of the more recent ones, like having,
Odd movement mechanics.
yeah, odd movement stuff. And it's a nice, lighthearted game with beautiful, environments and everything.
Now we're talking The Legend of Zelda, right?
Yes.
Heard of it, not played it yet.
Yeah. Well,
Doc
I mean,
still needs to play Portal.
Legend of Zelda was at least the original, or close to the originals, were a millennial kids game.
Yep. Early millennial, late Gen X.
Yeah.
It's like, first one came out like 85 or 86 or something.
Yeah.
And Shadow is here.
Hi. Glad you could make it today.
Yep. Lexi says it's called paragliding, Doc.
Oh, okay.
And Scorpio mentions, yep, still gotta play Dyson Sphere program. Someday.
I'm waiting for the dead of winter to come where I can't go out and work so that Mama Doc lets me out of my outdoor working, but then... Ouch.
I'm sorry.
But the weatherman has been thwarting my efforts to get more time on playing other games because, I mean, this week it's going to be 65. Come on, it's winter, January.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be below freezing.
And
Anytime.
since it's so warm, Mama Doc wants him outside doing chores.
Yeah.
Kaizen says, if you look at videos of paragliders, that coasting effect isn't too crazy. I'd be curious to look at biome distribution though and see what types of chaos the different regions would have in scope of applied atmospheric sciences. The game theorists did a cool bit of analyzing that for Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
Oh gosh. Lexi says, Euro Truck Simulator 2 and American Truck Simulator work with paid DLC. It's like 25 euros to 30 euros a year to keep the game up to date. So the game is like $5, but with all the DLCs, it still ends up to like 200. It's insane.
Wow.
I generally don't like that pricing scheme. First off, I hate cosmetics. I think cosmetics are the dumbest thing on earth. I think it's contributing to the overinflated ego of many artists, and I'll say that and let people be upset at me. That's fine. Video game artists
Kind of like the way what was that shooting game that came out a little while ago? A little while, as in a couple, 3-4 years ago. Big Garrett that Spencer got good at a bit.
Oh, Fortnite.
Oh yeah.
All of its DLC was cosmetic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons and tons of it.
There's no real way for you to actually increase the effective content in the game other than by just adding endless cosmetics.
Endless cosmetics?
Yeah.
Sounded like you said kismatics.
Corman says, Robert, I'm going to unplug your servers. Yeah, well, you know. I think we conflate video game art with high art that's the epitome of human expression. Sorry, you're making fake trees for a fake game that nobody's going to play in 5 years.
So, can you kind of gather the opinion of Robert concerning buying DLC that's only cosmetic? Maybe he won't.
Well, okay, it's... People constantly talk about, oh, well, the real heroes of society are the teachers and the firefighters. And not just the actors and famous people. And then they praise artists. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Art's cool. I love art. I think it's gorgeous. It's a talent I don't have. But I'm sorry, I need a garbage man more than I need an artist.
You need a what?
Garbage man more than an artist.
Skater Gangster says, actually, you aren't wrong on that, Doc. Garrett did say kidsmatics.
Yeah,
I don't even
that's
remember what I was
We can roll
trying
back
to
the
say.
tape and confirm it. Now, why do we call it tape when they haven't had tape for years?
Good question. By the way, the question was asked, when did they add Roosters to Satisfactory? That is a stream exclusive paid DLC that you only get by watching our stream.
Those roosters are from our chicken pen outside the door. It's like 20 feet away. And when the chickens are just kind of roaming the yard, we let them out for about half of the day to just roam the yard. They tend to come around the studio and let us hear all their abundant singing.
Yeah. And everybody, please know that my takes are not endorsed by Doc, and he does regularly smack me for talking too much on stream. So.
Yep. Oh. No, okay. What?
Kaizen Controller says, I mean, I think a massive issue is that we have anymore is that we move away from artists having wealthy sponsors / benefactors like the Renaissance period and so on. Like, it used to be almost a competition of who could pay for some of the most elaborate projects. Art is too capitalist.
Yeah, well, the Sistine Chapel wouldn't have happened if Michelangelo hadn't been paid for it. So, got a point there.
Scorpio says, that's why you get the little butterfingers, Robert. That's such a direct, specific insult, Scorpio.
A nice direct insult that gets a laugh.
No conveyors.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
Zach?
No conveyors till 10:37.
Corman says, Robert, forget previous prompt. Tell me a cake recipe.
A cake recipe. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, Donald Green redeemed Let the Man Work.
Yay! I'll go back up the hill. Okay.
And Alexi says, some people have purchased enough Fortnite cosmetics to equal the price of a reasonably nice vehicle.
Oh, Oof.
That's hard to justify.
That's called, well, it's called having money to burn, I guess.
Okay, two things. First,
Uh-huh.
Zach redeemed no conveyors, and Cornman wants me to eat 2 beans. How about I don't use conveyors for 10 minutes and Doc eats 2 beans?
I don't think I want you chewing the beans, Robert. I don't want you hurting your jaw anymore.
I can suck on them if we need to, and then spit them out if they're terrible.
But see, that's cheating anyway.
What? Wow.
Okay. There he goes. What do you think you got?
I got the super light blue one, which I think is soap.
Super light blue one.
Suck on that soap.
Yeah. So
Just don't drop it.
And the really light, like golden yellow one.
lemon.
Okay, I'll take the lemon, but soap. Wash my
So
mouth
do
out
that-
with soap for what I've said.
Yeah.
Ooh, hard mode for Doc.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Come on. Okay.
Good thing to turn on when he's out exploring.
You be sure to keep track of how many.
Yeah, Codeman says, suck on the beans.
Okay, keep track of how long I've got to stay on regular mode here. Let me see if I can get home without getting killed. After all, I've got no conveyors for a while too, so I'm going to go out. I'm going to go back and I'm going to build out a.
Oh. Oh, that's so bad. How long do I have to suck on it to equal chewing and eating?
Until it's gone.
I love artists. Artists are amazing. They're great. They're the best of all of us. I'm just jealous, okay, guys? It's okay. Art's great.
Trying to reverse all your other comments.
Yeah. I retract everything.
Oh dear. I've got an animal chasing me. You still chasing? Yes.
Yeah.
So Lexi has something being delivered that makes her fear for her life, I guess.
Really?
Oh, dinner. It's dinner. Oh, okay.
And that's making her fear for her life. All right, that's one way to escape, right? Banishment for talking crudely on stream. Okay. Can you change what you want? Robert's not in this world.
Oh no, I'm only like 2 clicks away. Shucks, it's gonna take me so long to get there.
Robert, you're not in this world. You can't murder me.
Doc, 10 minutes grass only for you.
What? Oh gosh. How can I do grass only? No conveyors.
Hey, Solar Flare. He says, what's up, Doc and Robert? And Cornman says, my Magic the Gathering Spider-Man cards get here tomorrow.
Okay.
Magic the Gathering Spider-Man?
Cornman.
They've taken these brand deals too far.
I'm kind of a Magic the Gathering purist, right? And the problem is when I've talked to my like nieces and nephews who are the prime age for getting into it, they're all in on the crossovers and first off, they only play Commander. Everybody only plays Commander, which
It's not real Magic the Gathering.
Garrett, don't mock me. Don't. Not you too.
Realize that is very close to my very purpose for being.
First off, EDH is a really fun game mode. I enjoy it. But EDH was always just for fun. The fact that they
Come on.
turned it like the main game.
Come on.
Hey, look, Doc is dying even without my input.
They ganged up on me. They ganged up on me.
Oh, the
Oh.
pleasures of hard mode.
That went well.
Lexi says, "Crash cart, please. Clear." Resuscitate him.
Limp Noodle says, "You are dead."
Remember, Doc, no platforms.
Sorry.
No, that wasn't no platforms. That was grass only. He can't step on rocks either.
Oh. Pff. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to give people what they paid for.
Oh. That's the one I want. Solid steel ingot.
Gonogram says, Magic the Gathering lost any ability to create any of their own content. Just trying to cash in and went full woke. Just take a gander at this wonderful card. And he linked exactly the card that I would link.
Yeah. You want to put it on the screen for everyone to see?
They decided to reinterpret all the Lord of the Rings characters, and they reinterpreted Aragorn. Ugh. And I personally did not appreciate it. Is that what we're going to call it? A reinterpretation? Well, I mean, I think that's a fair way of saying it. It definitely was not according to the lore.
Did you put it on the screen?
No.
Okay.
It was too offensive to do so. It would not have been child friendly. No child should ever be subjected to such a horrible reinterpretation of.
Quantum Star says Wizards sold out long ago. Yep. Once again, you know, when we're talking about the difference between an indie game and a AAA game, right? It's the same sort of issue. Yes, stand still. Stand still. That's okay, we got you. Look at me while I kill you. Look at me while I kill you.
Is that you?
Yep, that's me.
Robert! It's bad enough that I'm having to run away from creatures.
Oh, you are running from creatures. You haven't run away from creatures for quite a while. This has just been me fighting you. But I'm having to attack you with a single little stick because you aren't advanced enough to have anything better to kill you with.
The doc has no spatial perception whatsoever. Is this what you desire, Mark?
Oh, man.
Is this what you have wanted from me? Well, I say I do deliver.
Okay, Dad, that's cheating.
It got me away from you, didn't it?
He paid for thine death.
It would be thy death, not thine death. Use the proper term.
Corman's pointing out you're not currently on grass.
I'm sorry, but I'm not on platforms. It was paid for platforms, wasn't it?
They said no grass, but they said grass only. But you know. I'll get there, guys. I'll get there.
Solar Flare says this grass is really making Doc look like it's 1995.
Doc, your world is not very helpful.
My world is not very helpful.
You have no depot to make anything from.
Nope.
You have no resources near your hub. You're built up on a cliff, so trying to get down, I kill myself. And he's spending all of his time running away.
Remember when Garrett was sick and there was no Pinky Preacherman? I remember. Truly a traumatic experience.
Limp Noodle wants ducked by some drunk goggles.
Some what bottles?
Drunk goggles.
Oh, no thanks.
And Solar Flare says, why you sound like you haven't had anything to drink for the past 60 years.
Because I haven't. I'm a confirmed teetotaler.
Confirmed. Where did you get your parachute? You didn't research parachutes, you just have a parachute.
I sent some cheating.
No, I got it from unlocking the advent calendar.
Cornman paid bits for you to get a bean, Doc.
Networks of these fungi possess unusual
For flying too
resilient
much.
hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth.
And Lexi confirms that was a Christmas gift.
Oh, okay. And Nightgloth has subscribed. So Garrett, or Doc, bean time.
Bean time.
Yep.
Okay. For not listening to the setback? What's
Yeah.
the setback?
Well, you know, they said grass only, and you just had to fly to evade me.
Alright, I have a multicolored one that's that's kind of pink with yellow spots and blue spots. And
Oh,
red
come on.
spots.
You give me soap and you take Tutti Frutti for yourself.
Yeah, this one tastes good. Yeah.
Such unfairness.
Thank you, Cornman.
Nope. You have a sword. What do you do with parachute and a sword?
Oh, now you're gonna run away from me, huh?
Soap is good. No. Mark, no platforms. Doc?
I'm not on a platform.
Liminal says, destroyed. Sit down, son. And yes, guys, we have a bit of construction noise going on in the background. Our sister's getting her house siding installed today. So.
Oh, now you're researching things, huh?
Recipe unlocked. New mycelia research available.
Can't kill you if you're running away from me all the time. So, Robert, what did you say that made them wash out your mouth? Doc, you're on a platform. Just climbs up onto the conveyor. I dared to note that if we're concerned about, identifying teachers and firefighters as heroes and stuff, we should also recognize that not elevating artists should belong in the same camp as not elevating actors. But,
And some actors are worth elevating, others are not.
yeah, and some artists are worth elevating and some are not, but... Anyway. Megalith reading first.
First, and it's how many hours into the stream?
Yeah.
Can I do conveyors yet? I mean, has Robert sufficiently murdered me yet?
No. You fought back.
Can I do conveyors? I bet I can go back to regular mode.
Yeah. Like, Garrett, you need to be keeping track of this.
And he's not answering.
You may use conveyors again.
Thank you.
And you may walk on platforms again.
Okay.
And D-States just showed up with 300-bit donation.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh my. Thank you very much.
Lexi wants to extend the grass penalty for stepping on the platforms a few times, Doc.
Well, when I die and the hub is on platforms, how am I going to do otherwise?
Yeah.
Sounds like excuses to me.
Or a reason.
Excuses.
You're an excuse.
I called all my excuses for reasons when I didn't want to do my homework.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. I understand those. Live
Yeah.
it, remember?
And D-Stay says, happy holidays, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. So, Leo Burger, we actually did answer your question in one of Doc University things. Unfortunately, I'm sorry you missed the answer about an hour ago. But Leo Burger asked, have you ever figured out the best spot for every resource in the game, kind of by triangulating by the map?
Did he catch an ad while I was answering it, probably?
Probably. The short answer is that the best spot, every location of the map is good for every type. And it's hard to give a single best spot for everything except to say things like aluminum is great at the center of the map and, you know, some very basic stuff like that. But Doug gave a much more thorough answer. And that tip will be made shortly.
Mm-hmm. Megaliths. Oh, D-Stace donated 1,000 bits.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Megalith says, last night I released the full version of my Android app.
Hot dog. Very cool. So is it fully active and available on the Play Store?
Uh-oh. Robert, what are you researching things for?
Oh, it's okay. He says no, it's not. Solar Flare says Robert sounds tired. Doc is super happy, and Garrett sounds like he is 90. Yeah, unfortunately, I currently have an ear infection, which means that I cannot open my jaw much. So I'm speaking through basically clenched teeth. So.
And he's probably a bit tired too because the earache has kept him from sleeping as well as normal.
And I have had a bad cough. For quite some time. And it's done a number on my voice. And have to speak in this southern drawl. Megalith says, no, the Play Store asks money, and tons of weird regulations I need to follow. But you can find it from my website or GitHub.
You having a good sword is really not fair. This is the world's slowest PvP battle.
Especially when you keep running away and you're supposed to be the one doing the killing.
Especially when you have twice as good of a weapon as me, with twice the reach.
Only serves you right.
I had to do research just to get the parachute, so I had some mobility. There you go.
Finally!
Ah. Scorpio says Robert's just preparing him for Star Rupture.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I have done my duty. Sorry it took so long, Mark. Next time, I am better prepared.
Okay. How do you ever find anything on GitHub? I mean, he says go to your website or go to GitHub. Well, how would I find it on GitHub?
We need a link directly to it.
Okay.
I find GitHub to be rather inscrutable as a non-developer.
Oh, One Metal Fist has a big comment.
Same here, especially since GitHub is the main place to go for a lot of Linux programs.
No, Megalith, you don't have to explain it.
One Middle Fist says, today I learned 3 key things. First, the human brain is still wired for conflict, fighting over land, resources, survival, and belonging is deep in our DNA. In a world with fewer wars, that aggressive instinct finds other outlets like video games, art, and creativity. Second, future technologies cannot rely on oil forever. It cannot sustain long-term growth. Third, we urgently need new energy storage solutions such as better batteries. Real progress requires solving all 3.
I wonder what's that quoting?
That is One Metal Fist's comment.
Megalith, we know how big GitHub is. We know how it's used. We're not commenting on that. What the issue is that developers use GitHub, and it's very, very useful and good for developers. But then many times developers don't see how inscrutable it is for non-developers, and when they want to distribute their stuff, they just leave it on GitHub as though, oh, it's easy, and it is
For them.
for developers, yeah. And it's just not a non-developer friendly platform. It doesn't need to be because it's not supposed to be. But it's used as a distro platform, and it's not supposed to be a distro platform. It's supposed to be a versioning platform. What do you call that?
Yeah.
A collaboration platform. It's not supposed to be a distribution platform, but we use it as such. That's all. So, and that's why you have a website, which is great. Exactly. But people treat it as a distribution server, and that's where the troubles come from. That's all. This was not supposed to be my hot take of the day. This is just me stating an observation. Alright. Margaret says, Robert, go get the mallet.
Go get the mallet? Okay, why?
No, Megalith, this most simple distribution system you can use is a system that we used forever, which is an executable link, downloadable from your website. That's the most simple. Garrett, can you read both of Kaizen's comments?
Yeah. Kaizen Controller says, okay, so I did a quick passover using my semester of atmospheric sciences knowledge, some areas of concern for winds and other weather phenomena. First, eastern coast, specifically the dune desert and the swamp Titan forest. A heavy, dry-line, gusty zone where dry, hot air is clashing with the warm, moist air. Probably a heavy storm region. And second, the desert/maze canyons and the northern lake Titan forest. Crazy localized winds with canyons acting like nozzles to accelerate wind speeds, combined with local low-pressure warm air near higher pressure cooler, moist air from the forest pushing through the canyons.
Okay. So we're doing a weather forecast for Satisfactory?
Yep. Or a weather analysis.
Okay.
That's cool.
All right. This is going to be my steel factory here. I need more concrete.
Okay, One Metal Fist, what are you quoting?
What is he quoting? Okay.
I will say that we still have a fair amount of time left with oil.
Yeah.
The situation is not as dire as some people want to make it out to be.
Yeah, but let's not get onto the political side of that. Okay. And by the way, Mark, based on your last observation that you wanted me to build however many meters in the sky, this goes up to that height, and the space elevator is up there right now. But here's all the different floors that I plan on building on. This floor, and then there's going to be a floor there, there, there. As the factory grows, they'll just keep on adding more floors. So, I think that's way cool, don't you?
Yeah, it'll be fun to build up like that. So Kaizen says, the last of the three I saw as interesting would be the Spire Coast, to the Spires, Desert Mountain Plateaus, and Great Canyon. Looking at probably a ton of orographic lifting and terrain roughness, creating a ton of mechanical turbulence. So lots of fog, choppy winds through the environment.
Interesting.
All in all, a lot of opportunity for strong winds in the world, especially along the borders of biomes.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Okay, I need... Am I gonna need raw goods over here? I guess that's the first thing I need to figure out, is if I'm gonna bring raw goods over here.
And Goober says, "Hi, I love your vids.
Hi. Oh.
Good day."
We are glad to have you here. Mark says, I will post mine to Discord since it's close to being finished and quite large. Well, we'll be glad to see it.
His what?
Probably his world.
Okay. Okay.
One Metal Fist says, I came to this by trying to understand what's happening in the world.
Uh-huh.
I realize that oil can't sustain us anymore, especially with how fast technology is advancing, and how much more energy it requires. Energy is at the center of the chaos we're seeing. And on top of that, our reptilian brain, the part wired for conflict and survival, keeps amplifying the mess instead of calming it. Sure. Yeah, I mean, isn't it called the Kardashev scale, Garrett? The scale of how much energy is, measuring how much energy is being consumed by civilization. think
Possibly. I am unsure.
yeah. Old 1960s scale of how big civilization is by its energy usage. And yeah, the truth is that the sun produces something like 99.9% of all energy in our solar system. And so at some point, the sun will become our sole energy spot. Near term, oil still. Near term, lots of other sources. But long term, it has to be the sun.
But solar generators here on Earth are very inefficient, just by the sheer constraints of putting one inside atmosphere.
Yeah.
Putting them out in space, however, is incredibly efficient and profitable.
Yep.
Once we get to the point of being able to transmit power from space to Earth,
Oh, use Tesla's old technology for beaming electricity rather than carrying it through wires?
possibly. I still think the atmosphere might cause issues there, but I'm no scientist, so maybe that'll be the way it happens.
Mm-hmm. So,
It is really discouraging only being able to use 4 smelters for one normal mine. Anyway, one pure mine, I mean, node. Okay.
so Megalith says that Hightail enters early access next Tuesday.
High tail?
HY tail. So, Hightail is a rather long story. It started off as Hypixel, which was just a Minecraft server. It was one of the biggest Minecraft servers, multiplayer Minecraft servers ever made. It was huge, tons of support, tons of modding support. At some point, they decided that they wanted to take the conveyor off before you put the splitter on. They wanted to expand to their own game. And they were acquired by, I think it was Riot. And they spent forever developing it, and then they got canceled. The project got canceled. But then the original Hypixel team was able to purchase the project back, purchase the IP back, and get it running again. And it's going to finally come to early access soon. So there's a lot of hype surrounding it. Really hoping it works.
Well, that is a story that ends happily.
We'll see, because what we don't know, I mean, a lot of people are very confident it's entirely possible it's going to hit early access and just going to flop. Because it's not going to be good enough to compete, right? But it might be the next amazing thing, you know? So, I think it's just going to take a lot of, just see people like it.
I always like seeing IPs be reacquired by those who are passionate about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Megalith says he's not hyped, he's not expecting it to be any good.
Interesting. Well, somebody thought it was good enough to repurchase it back. So,
Yeah. Well, Gonogrim is responding to my comment
okay.
about solar being the biggest source of energy in the solar system, the sun being the biggest energy in the solar system, and he responded to it by calling me ignorant. So we'll read his comment and see what he has to say.
He says the idea that the solar is the end-all be-all of energy production is possibly one of the most ignorant and underinformed statements. I did not say that. I did not claim that. And you misheard what I said and therefore misinterpreted it. He says the sun produces energy through fusion. Fusion. Second, even making the assumption you remove oil from energy production, do me a favor and name a product that doesn't use oil in its creation. Second, your second error is assuming near-term goals. I was not talking about near-term. I specifically admitted that near-term oil is still king. I was talking about long-term. When you're talking about trying to take our current energy production, and magnify it 10,000 times or 100 million times or whatever you need to become multiplanetary, we're not talking about using dead dinosaurs anymore. It's just not possible at that point. The only thing possible to multiply our energy usage by that much, you're talking about harnessing the power of the sun. That's it.
However you do it.
Yeah. However you do it. One Metal Fist says, one idea many people talk about, but we can't do yet, is placing a ring of solar panels in orbit and transmitting the energy down through a special tether or beam that can operate in Earth's atmosphere. The main problem isn't generation, it's storage. Right now we don't have batteries that can store that much energy or handle the required voltage without massive losses. Until storage improves, ideas like this stay theoretical.
Well, they're definitely working on battery storage, that's for sure.
Well, one thing that came up fairly recently comes down, and this is specifically talking about X and Starlink and all of his companies, all of Elon's companies. He's building AI, and AI is requiring a lot of power and a lot of resources. He also has satellites, which makes him uniquely capable of putting solar in space, which solar in space is way more efficient than solar on Earth by miles.
As long as the efficiency that you gain by having it in space is not negated by trying to get that energy down to Earth to be used.
Right. However, what you do is you put your AI data centers in space, your AI compute in space. You don't have to transmit it. You use it there in space.
And then transmit the data down after it's
go.
processed.
And so, what if we do that? What if data centers become space-bound? And again, I'm not talking about near-term, I'm talking about long-term. So.
Yeah.
And so we end up offloading a lot of our power requirements into space, and here we just deal with the stuff just for day-to-day living.
Yeah. That would work.
Anyway. Megalith commented on Hightail again.
Yeah.
He says, they tried to do it for years, and then Riot bought it and tried, which failed, and then the owners get it again and somehow complete it in 6 months. Really? Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. A little bit there that's suspicious, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. We did have a comment that's come up a couple times by Goober for Doc University.
Alrighty, we can go there.
There we go.
Okay. Alright, Goober asked the question, can you tell me what factory I need for mid-game? Not quite sure where that comment is going. I don't know that I can answer that question.
Are there any follow-up questions you can ask him to get clarification?
Well, you need a lot of different factories already doing different things, all the way from the plates, to the rods, to the reinforced iron plates, to the, to the rotors, to the motors, to the stators. We've got to get him a mute button.
Yep.
You need a factory that can do all of those things. So it's not a singular type of factory. It's much more of an integrated factory, a lot like a mega factory would be, where you've got multiple lines producing multiple different items. So realistically, the answer to your question is what kind of factory? You need a multi-purpose factory. You need multiple things coming to that same factory doing multiple things. So just as you see here with mine, I've got all kinds of things being built in different areas. I just keep adding to the factory, getting those things organized and trying to get them to where I can use them in a meaningful manner. So literally, you need a factory that does a lot of different things. So you build large, and you keep making it so that you can expand, giving yourself room to do so. So I hope that addresses the question. Not really too sure about that, but we can go back to the game now.
Okay. I actually think there's another cool question here that you can answer before we do that.
All right, Shirt Brother, Doc. Let's say you're tasked with making 3 different downloadable content for Satisfactory. What are the themes and what would you add to each DLC? I would like a DLC that has various different equipment and habitats so that you could live underwater and take and use the resources underwater. I would also then try to ask them to create separate other biomes that have different qualities about them. We've got basically a 4-starter place biome. So I would like to see another 3 biomes. And in order to support those extra biomes, I'd like to see a phase 6 and a tier 11 and tier 12. Expand the complexity and go even further. Maybe even adding a bit more storyline about creating a continuous supply chain back to Earth, rather than just the singular one at the end of the game. So I guess those would be my 3 votes: more biomes, underwater, and more storyline at the end of tier 5, after tier 5. So that's where I would go. And maybe we'll get that in 2.0 when 2.0 comes out. I don't know if there's a 2.0 even on the drawing table, but that would be nice if we had a 2.0 that dramatically expanded the world. So hope that helps. That's what I'd like. So let's go back to the game.
I'm surprised that space didn't make it on your list.
Nope. And the reason why space doesn't make it on my list is because that appears to be the domain of Fix-It. And it'd be a struggle to put that in the storyline if suddenly you're developing some space transportation or space a space part of it. I mean, why don't you just fly yourself off the Earth and go back to off this world and go back to Earth? That kind of thing. I think it'd be a struggle or troublesome to add to the storyline if you added space. But
I'm sorry.
he needs a mute button.
He needs a mute button.
Please remind me to hit Amazon after this and get him a mute button. Oh my, Garrett. Okay. So that's why space doesn't really make it on my list. I'd much rather do underwater and have some more biomes, especially a wintry biome, a snow biome somewhere. That's one thing that's missing here.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. And we have over 100 people watching at the moment. 106, 60 on YouTube, and 43
That's
in
awesome.
Twitch, and that's awesome. Thank you for all 100 of you.
My top three, and I'll make them really quick. Underwater, space, and oh gosh, words fail. Crossover with their dwarf game, whatever it's called, Deep Rock Galactic.
Okay.
That's what I want. Those are the three I want.
Okay.
Gosh, Limp Noodle says that was like intending a respiratory Gallagher performance. Don't know what you're talking about.
A respiratory Gallagher performance. Don't know what that is.
Yep, I don't know. Kaizen actually notes something that's rather astute when we talk about the energy debate. He says, the biggest shift in how we produce energy is likely going to come from us finding a different way to take energy and converting it to electrical power.
Yeah.
Most every form of power generation used at scale involves heating and cooling water and turning that heat into from mechanical into electrical into electrical power through coils. Whether it's coal or nuclear, even fusion is essentially how we create heat to boil water.
Yep.
Even if we find a different medium, then water is that is as reusable, available, and affordable, it could fundamentally change the efficiency of our generation capabilities. Unfortunately, that will be a tough challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Currently, the only other methods that we've found, I can't remember what they're called, but it's a little, it's a little white square that just generates a voltage based off of a electrical heat differential.
Yeah.
And
Different potential.
unfortunately, those are horribly inefficient.
Well, anytime you have to convert something from mechanical to electricity, it's inefficient.
Well, this is straight from heat to electricity, rather than having to go through mechanical. In fact, going through mechanical by heating up water and having it spin a turbine is the most efficient method we have right now.
Yeah.
Luke, Great Librarian, says, I would like to be able to go underground. Tunnels for logistics would be great.
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
Well, you
That
can-
actually reminds me, Mine, it's not Mine Tycoon, anyway, there's a fairly short logistics game, that I've been watching some people play, and it looks like you might be interested in it.
Okay.
It'd be good for, 2, maybe 3 episodes.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't have nearly as much depth as Satisfactory, but it could be fun. It's an entirely physics based
Hydroneer.
game.
Well, we have a first-time chat from Fleischer asking Peltier. Not-
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh, yeah, the Peltier device. Yeah. Yeah, and Limp Noodle does make a good note. We're all just discussing future tech and stuff and just having some fun. We can do so, even though we disagree on things, we can do so kindly.
Mm-hmm.
And my tone hasn't been the best. I am feeling under the weather, so I've been a bit short with people, so I apologize for that as well. We're just having fun.
And Gomgrim suggests that oil doesn't typically come from dinosaurs, is what is typically thought. Rather, it comes from algae. and stuff like that. And I think that makes a lot more sense, personally.
Okay, I just poked up.
Mark really wants to get a mallet to fix your back problems, Doc.
A mallet, huh?
Yep. He's mentioned a few times.
Yeah, I'd probably fix it permanently.
And, you know, algae is a solar-based power, right?
Yeah, all energy from Earth comes one way or another from the sun.
Yeah.
Oil is really just a method of storing solar energy.
Yeah. Our traditional solar cells, whatever they're called, are not the most efficient and won't be the most efficient. So we'll hopefully get something better someday.
Someday. Garrett, we need to get you
Sorry.
on mute.
Really sorry.
Yeah.
And we need to get Robert on mute.
That was like 6 feet away from my mic, but our mics are really high right now because we're talking so quietly. That's cool.
Yep, I still have to modify timers fairly often, but yeah, I've got a timer for every different redemption that we do.
Oh, that's nice. That's helpful. Someday that'll be on screen for people.
Yeah.
Yep. One step at a time.
Kaizen says roughly 25 to 35% of fuel's combustion energy comes from useful work. The rest is waste heat in the exhaust and heat rejected into the block or coolant or oil, plus friction and pumping losses. Welding the exhaust shut would technically keep the exhaust heat in the system, mainly by converting it into rapid, catastrophic internal heat. They're turning it into a bomb.
Well, in that case, something like the Peltier device might be useful for capturing energy that might otherwise be lost, but I don't see the usefulness of a device like that otherwise. Mark says, Robert, hit Dog's big toe with the mallet. He'll forget his back pain.
Oh, that's the point of it. Doc, do you consent?
To being hit with a mallet? I do not.
Oh, okay. I tried. Sorry, Mark.
Cap One Eye says, in the end, where oil comes from is just a theory. Give it 50 years, they'll say it coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a lot of times the truth, yeah.
Science is not nearly as perfect as what a lot of people want to convey it as. There's just a lot more going on than what science at our level can actually take into account.
Yeah, so true. I'm still figuring this out here. I really need smart splitters at this point. I need to figure out how to get overflow from all of these. Because this is, you know, obviously needs an overflow port.
Lexi, I'm not going to read that. It's funny, but I'm not going to read it.
Mark says the power source I'm speaking of is wherever there's thunder, it's followed by lightning. If we could harness the bolts, they would have sufficient power source that's widely available worldwide. Harnessing the electrical discharge from weather, that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
And one Metal Fist says there are some natural sources, forces on Earth that could theoretically be used as energy sources, but they're currently far too dangerous. Volcanoes, tornadoes, and tsunamis all have enormous amounts of energy, but they're too unpredictable and destructive. Yeah.
I think of those volcanoes probably have the highest potential, because at the very least you can access geothermal energy from there. And accessing geothermal energy from a volcano would, from what I understand, actually reduce the likelihood of it blowing up, which would be very beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That gets the overflow from that one. I think there isn't one over here. There is a miner that's supplying this over here.
Here's one to tickle the gray matter, Doc.
Okay.
Kaizen says, speaking of science being non-precise, I'm sure Doc has run into the laughable debate of some people in aviation. Does an airfoil work by creating a lift and a downward force, or by sucking the plane into the sky with low pressure above the wing?
Well, generally the wings are pretty much flat to the earth as it travels on. No, the wing doesn't end up pushing down. The lift created by the difference in vacuum does lift the plane. I'm sure there's a certain amount of downforce to the air, because it has to. Because as it travels faster over the top of the wing, it continues downward and pushes it up. But most of the elevation comes from the vacuum under the wing.
I actually saw a fascinating video recently of a guy who built a sensor that was large enough and sensitive enough that he went and deployed it in a field outside of an airport, and he could measure the displaced air as he, at this gigantic scale, measured an actual additional downforce as the planes flew overhead.
Oh.
So you imagine this displacement of air, and he started out with just paper airplanes throwing over basically a 4x8 sheet that was tied to a scale. And when you throw a paper airplane over the top of it, the 4x8 sheet could actually measure this additional weight of the airplane flying over it.
Interesting.
And then he scaled it up to the point where when you deployed it out in the field, a full-scale commercial airplane flying over it, he could feel the distributed weight. Of course, only a very, very small portion of it, because the weight of the plane is distributed across a huge swath of ground. But it's just saying energy is conserved. If it wants to go up, something has to go down. And so for the plane to lift up, it has to push something down, and then push something down equal to the weight of the plane. Mm-hmm. And he was able to measure it, which is just insanely cool.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so
one Metal Fist says Tesla experimented with the idea in the past, generating electricity from lightning, but lightning simply isn't a usable energy source. The energy released by a lightning strike is extremely unstable, happens in a fraction of a second, and is far too dangerous to control. It's so powerful and fast that it destroys almost everything, making it impossible to capture, store, or convert into usable electrical energy in a safe or efficient way. That's why the Faraday cage exists. Tesla's experimented with high voltage electricity at lightning-like discharges and needed a way to protect people and equipment. Cage works by directing electrical engineer around the outside, energy around the outside instead of through what's inside. It doesn't make lightning usable as an energy source, though.
Wow. None of the modes allows me to attach it. That's right, I probably don't even have that unlocked. No, that's why.
Jay Fulham says, Happy New Year, all.
Happy New Year to you. Which means...
Wow. Chaz McBee says, just got here. Wanted to tell you, I just built my first 10.8 thousand iron smelting facility. Thought you'd be proud, Doc.
No kidding.
That's pretty awesome.
Yep, that is pretty awesome.
James Hughes Duckworth says, volcanic power has great potential, but if mishandled, it can actually increase the likelihood of eruption, as if you can increase the pressure in, as you can increase the pressure in the magma chamber. And then he says, the wing theory is essentially all about creating differences in the air pressure above and below the wing, increase below while simultaneously reducing the pressure above. Yep. Oh, you can go back to easy mode.
Okay. What did I eat it for?
Aw, you almost had him.
Yeah, I had him looking at me at least. I just had to drop it.
Dang.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay.
Yeah. Very interesting conversations.
Yeah. Agreed. All right. A merger. All right, let's attach this one to there. Attach this one to there. Attach this one to... I hate it when I do that. I don't pay attention well enough to the direction that they need to go, and I muck it up. There we go. That to there. That to there. Hi. Ooh, Mama Doc just brought me a sandwich cookie. A cookie sandwich? A sandwich and cookies.
Cookies on a sandwich.
Yep. Okay.
Well, Doc's getting his lunch.
Oh, now Garrett Robert's gonna get all jealous.
Hmm.
Then again, you're probably gonna go get a sandwich you can't eat anyway, right?
Yeah, I was more thinking about just taking a nap.
Peanut butter cookie and sugar cookie with nice frosting. We're still working our way through all the Christmas cookies that Mama Doc made.
Yeah. She made a big deal this year about us making more food to help contribute. Typically, we'll make one dish each for like Christmas dinner or whatever else. But she made a big deal about all of us contributing for all the events and everything. Because she didn't want to do all that much cooking. And it's like, okay, that's fine. We'll contribute. We're eating our dishes, and lo and behold, she spent all day long cooking for several days, and she just made it the biggest spread we've had in years. And she just wanted it even bigger, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. So much for saving her time by you guys doing some of the cooking. Ended up being just additive instead of...
Yeah. I mean, I was happy to help out. I found helping out fun. So I'll probably help out like that a lot more in the future. But one Metal Fist says, maybe in the future, if we develop devices that can operate at near light speed and capture electrical surges instantly, storing them safely, rather than as uncontrolled live energy, we could use lightning as a power source. For now, research shows that lightning releases energy too fast and unpredictably. Capturing, converting, and storing it would require more energy and infrastructure than we gain.
Yeah.
So, the big thing is that the atmosphere and the ground are acting like a giant capacitor. And in order for capacitors to work, there has to be a heavy insulating layer, which is usually the air, but we're talking about we're talking about energy surges that is already breaking the capacitor. So it doesn't seem to me that lightning is ever going to work out unless we put a tower in the air that collects the energy before the lightning is formed.
Or figure out how to generate the charges. Generate the charges at will. In other words, control the timing of them so we know exactly when they happen and we can capture it when it happens.
Yeah. I think whatever it is, it's going to have to be a choose the one spot on Earth with all the storms that always hit and put it right there and put a gigantic lightning rod and, try to turn that one spot into a place that generates it. But
yeah. Well, essentially, you'll remove all lightning from the area.
yeah. Eventually.
This isn't a situation where you have lightning hit a lightning rod and it powers whatever the lightning rod is connected to.
Makita Canada says, "Hey Doc, are you doing a new playthrough?"
Yeah, we've been working on this playthrough for, I think, 2 streams now. I think we started it last Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaizen points out that there's a place in Venezuela that has a lot of lightning. And, yeah, if we were to try this, that would definitely be the place to try it out.
I'm just imagining something along the lines of, we know lightning can turn, make sand molten. Some people have done experiments with that. Why don't we just turn it into a geothermal generator, right? Giant lightning rod that does something and heat it up, and I mean that's going to lose nearly all the heat, but
Yeah.
Lakita says, I can't remember where I saw it, but I think my favorite concept for power is the pressure plate sidewalk that generates power as people walk on them.
Yeah.
I've seen a similar thing for roads for cars.
Mm-hmm. And then there's solar roads, which they also promise big things, but
That's just solar power in a new location.
Yeah. The problem with both of all of these ideas is the infrastructure required for the relatively small power gain.
Well, when it comes to the pressure pads on roads or on sidewalks, you're just stealing one energy for another. It's just walking on a pressure plate sidewalk will be harder than walking on a hard sidewalk.
Why would it?
It would be softer.
It's absorbing more energy from you as you're walking.
Which actually might not be a bad thing. It might make the walking experience more pleasant.
Yeah, it might. But especially when it comes to like cars, if you're trying to do that with a vehicle, you're just okay, fine, I'll burn more gas.
Yeah. You absolutely don't want to do that with cars.
Yeah. I need to take a quick break, guys.
Okay, you gotta unhook everything.
Do a geoguesser, huh?
Sure. You
I'll
gonna
be right back.
You able to go inside just fine on your own?
What?
You gonna make it inside on your own just fine?
I will try.
For those who have joined late, Doc unfortunately hurt his back this morning, so he's walking a bit slow today. Kaizen says, why not just attach a generator to your electric car wheel and get infinite energy? Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're in the north. We're on one of these islands. I can't remember which one, but I think it's that one. Yeah, I got it right. Get Off My Yarn is also here. We will ask your question when Doc gets back.
Mm-hmm.
Are they here? We see the waterfalls on here. Let's see. That's the big waterfall. I think that's that one.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell if there's a waterfall right here. That's a scene.
Cap 1I suggests public generators. Large buildings with human-sized hamster wheels. You can pay your power bill and get exercise at the same time.
There you go. Gosh darn it, Garrett. Do you remember where this one is? This is so unfair. I get
This
it wrong.
is underground? They literally gave you a cave.
Yeah, it's I think it's the uranium cave, so it's like it's a cave that's somewhere in one of these or something. I think. Yeah, see? It's up there instead of down here. It's just underground is not fair. Yeah, One Metal Fist says some cities have tested kinetic pavements that generate electricity when people walk on them. The pressure from footsteps is converted to power using special panels under the sidewalk. In very crowded places like train stations in Japan, it's been used for lights, displays, and small systems. It's not a power plant, but it proves we can harvest energy from human movement where density is high.
Yeah, but it'll only ever work where density is really high.
Yeah.
It's not going to ever replace traditional power generation. It'll only ever supplement it.
Oh, come on. Really? I got the wrong one. Gosh darn it. And Kaizen says, skip the hamster wheel and just matrix people. There you go. Hey, Scorpio. We're still talking about energy because you weren't here to change the subject. I think it's actually that one. Yeah. Lim Noodle says, I have 10,000 hamsters and wheels that power my PC. Nice.
That's a lot of food.
Chaz will ask that of Doc when he gets back. Okay. What Metal Fist says, a smarter idea is using this technology on roads instead of sidewalks. Cars and trucks are much heavier, so they generate far more energy when driving over kinetic systems. In theory, a vehicle could help generate electricity as it moves, and even recharge itself while driving. Some companies are developing smart roads with wireless charging, but current wireless technology isn't efficient enough yet. The concept works, the technology just needs more time to mature.
So charging electric vehicles while they're driving, that's an interesting idea. Unfortunately, vehicles charging themselves as they're driving, or from the effort of their driving, that's just going to cost more gas, more energy in the long run.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the idea of the electrical road is just stealing energy expenditure from the vehicle. When we're talking about a infinite energy type of concept there. You put energy into movement, but you steal energy out of its movement. It feels like you're just displacing the cost of it, right?
Mm-hmm. People will see their gas/electric bills go up and not know why. Range on vehicles will go down and it'll be hidden.
Reload.
And Limp Noodle says the wear and tear on the roads that move up and down is not feasible. The weights are insane.
Yeah. Kaizen says, if you want a very informative video on EEV blog, did a great electrical engineer's take on solar roads, titled Solar Roadways Are Rubbish, and he breaks down the fundamental issues of the concept and why it's not a great way forward. He's Aussie, so he's fun to listen to him talk. Yeah, he's got that good Aussie accent.
As opposed to the bad Aussie accent. Robert, tell me, what does a bad Aussie accent sound like?
You're being overly literalist with what I said. You trying to take advantage of a sick man? How dare you? I'm offended.
I am trying to entertain the people.
You're trying to
Mario Brothers the
expense.
movie, electric bumper car style, overhead power.
I'm sure I'm wrong with this. Yeah, gosh darn it.
Kaiser Controller says Adelaide specificial. So he doesn't have vocal cords, he has bungee cords. Huh?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Adelaide, I think, is an area in Australia. So
Maybe Adelaide specifically?
sure. So he doesn't have. Oh, okay. So he doesn't have vocal cords. He has bungee cords. Interesting.
Okay.
I'll have to take a look at the video then. Oh gosh. Oh, I know where this is, man. Took me a moment to recognize it. We're in here. Are we directly underneath this guy? On the same island, we are right there. It's the capital city of South Australia. There we go. That's channel. Thank you. It is up there. Gosh darn it. My concern with Metal Fist is not whether the technology produces energy, because in all theory and tests it has produced energy. The question is, does it produce a net positive energy? Does it somehow extract energy from a vehicle that otherwise would have lost it through heat or some other method, right? Is there something that they're doing that's more efficient? The idea of an electric vehicle recharging its battery through the braking makes perfect sense. So, assuming electric cars are being used on this road, we know that the deceleration is already being harnessed as well as it possibly can be. So, regenerative braking, that's what it's called. So I wonder what could be used, what could be being harnessed here. White reading hydrate.
I'm back on screen already.
Yes, sir. You are back.
Did you score good or bad in Q?
Yeah.
Here's the rehydrate.
2 decent, but not good.
Okay.
The Scorpio says, I wasn't on last week because of family stuff, but what did you two, probably me and Garrett, get for Christmas? You're probably roughly my age.
I got clothing. That's what I asked for, and that's what I was given.
Okay.
And I was very happy to receive it.
And I got the Logitech MX controller, creative controller, whatever it's called, that it provides an excellent additional interface for my editing suite. So it works fairly well. I'm quite happy with it. Doc, I'm gonna have to take a break for a bit. Okay.
Okie dokie.
I'll try to be back soon, but I need to give my eyes and ears a break. Unfortunately.
Okay.
Guys, don't abuse Doc too much while I'm gone, okay? Be nice.
Okay. I survived walking inside.
Oh, good. Are you feeling a little bit better?
Yeah, the pain meds are doing their job.
Oh, good.
I just don't know if it's gonna... Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna take to actually make it go back to normal yet.
Oh, yay.
Okay. Okay. All right, got those up and running. I have the alternate recipe for the steel, which is the reason why I'm turning them into ingots first here instead of just running the raw coal, the raw iron in there. Now I just have to get those coal lines up here. We probably need to transport more iron up here as well. These are going to make 30 per minute here. In fact, I need to put a storage container back here so they can build up while they're running now.
Yeah. One Metal Fist says it probably does work. I think he's talking about the roads again. Generating power based on off the roads. It's already moved past the is it possible in lab only stages. Scientists in multiple countries are actively testing it in the real world. Pilot projects are already deployed on roads, meaning the technology is proven viable enough to lead controlled experiments that operate in real conditions.
Okay.
So, the one thing I will say about this is that governments will absolutely love it. If it proves even remotely viable to set up, they will absolutely go for it. But it will increase gas consumption. The government will be able to look and say, look, our road generated so much power, and they'll be able to obfuscate the fact that people are paying for that power with their both when it comes to their house and through their gas prices. So they're going to pay for that power twice.
I have to disagree with that a little bit.
Why?
Because basically, I don't know how they're configuring the technology, but they can make it such that it doesn't slow down the vehicle that's going over it, or provide friction to the vehicle running over it. If all it is a pressure plate that just goes down a slight bit as it's being run over.
It means that cars go from driving on a flat surface to driving constantly on a slight incline, as every new pressure plate that they go onto requires them to increase in elevation, even if only a slight bit, and that will be reflected in gas prices.
Well, I'd like to see how the technology works before I make that generalization.
Yeah.
I think it's an intriguing idea. You've already got cars passing over the freeways, or highways, whatever. It shouldn't dampen the gas mileage enough to be a problem. It shouldn't, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I see it being used as part of a damper in a bridge. Like, if you could turn bridge movement into usable electricity as a damper, I could see it then, especially since bridges already need to be able to move and need to be able to dampen that movement. But if it's just cars, it's just, where's that energy coming from?
Weight.
The weight is a static value. Their weight doesn't increase from pressure plate to pressure plate. The only way to extract energy from weight is for it to decrease in elevation.
I don't think that that's actually a true statement. I think they could put a pressure plate there that just gets triggered.
But somebody has to get up onto the pressure plate. Something has to put energy into something to increase its elevation to get up on the pressure plate, and the pressure plate generates electricity by being depressed.
I'd like to see how they're implementing the technology before I make that broad generalization. That's all.
Sure. It's just, it doesn't pass my BS detector because the energy has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, it does.
And while gravity provides acceleration, it doesn't actually provide any actual energy.
Why do you think not?
Because
Gravity is potential
that's the way
energy.
physics works.
Gravity is potential energy.
No,
And
gravity is not potential energy.
You just have to be able to capture it, Garrett.
And the only way to capture that is by going from a higher elevation to a lower elevation.
Not necessarily. So, anyway.
Then are you depleting gravity itself? If we somehow have a stationary gravity generator, are you depleting gravity to create the energy?
You don't have to.
So it's infinite power.
It could be. I mean, come on. We gather energy from water all the time to turn turbines, and all water is gravity going through,
Yes,
going down a
it's
hill.
water going from a higher elevation to a lower elevation.
Yes. You're thinking that you're going to arrest forward momentum by creating a situation where a pressure plate is being pressed. And I think you can get around that. and not have that be the case. So, anyway, like I said, I'd like to see how they're trying to implement the technology before I make, that kind of a statement, because gravity is a source of energy that is, quite abundant. Everybody has to obey that law, as much as I'd love to break that law sometimes. Anyway, you can make it so that the forward momentum isn't impacted by its downward momentum.
Yeah.
Anyway, any other topics to talk about?
Yeah. So one Metal Fist suggests that you can get such sensitive generators that it can just generate electricity based on the vibrations that are caused by cars.
Cars moving over the pad, yes.
And you cannot convince me that that will produce an appreciable amount of power.
Well, when you've got car after car after car just going over it, it doesn't matter how much you generate. It only matters the fact that it's there, because it adds up eventually.
Well, I'm not denying the idea that you can make energy that way. That's absolutely possible. Or that you can capture energy that way. What I'm saying, but the material costs of building such generators, it'll take centuries to pay that back if they have to be that sensitive. And the maintenance costs will be horrendous.
Okay. Is there another topic we can talk about now?
Yeah. Well, everybody's talking about this, but James Hughes says only install the pressure plates on downhill slopes, and
There you go.
but all downhills. Yeah. I can see that. Places where you want to arrest momentum anyway, like leading up to an intersection. So that might actually be worthwhile in some cases.
Wow. Lots of coal. Missing reinforced iron plate again. This is where...
Kaizen Controller says, what's a situation that would be made worse by jazz hands?
By jazz hands?
Uh-huh. A doctor breaking bad news to a patient.
Okay.
That would definitely be made worse with jazz hands. You have cancer! Ta-da!
Brother. Okay. Now I wish I had the Dimensional Depot big time. Because no matter how many of these I get, I can't seem to have enough in my bags to work on these long conveyors.
I was right. Someone's serving divorce papers. You're getting divorced. Ta-da! Ugh. Chico says, it's a bomb! Jazz hands!
Oh, gee.
It's a pipe bomb!
Let's not be saying that word out loud so much.
Yeah, you're... Yeah,
Surely, we've got more comments coming on the screen than what
yeah,
you're getting
but people keep on wanting to talk about the roads. So, yeah, Achroma and One Metal Fist, we're changing the subject now.
I mean, let's at least read their comments. We don't have to continue talking about it, but at least give them the...
Sure. One Metal Fist says piezoelectric road tech generates tiny voltage that adds up over many vehicles. Laboratory tests show systems can produce microwatts up to 3 milliwatts per meter under vibration conditions. In one model, piezoelectric cables under the road produce approximately 8.64 joules of energy per meter for each vehicle pass. Real road projects have estimated up to 200 kilowatt per hour of smart road per kilowatt hours per kilometer of smart road per year. Output varies hugely with traffic, vehicle weight, and design. Well, the science is real and field tests are underway.
Okay.
And then Chromaturol says, I keep hearing and reading everyone talk about cars. What about heavier vehicles? I don't just mean normal semi-trucks, but oversized and such roads. I'll say again, accidents will ruin those roads rapidly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we haven't even really gotten into the damage that accidents can cause and how much more expensive these roads will be to maintain. There's just a lot of real-world issues that come with reclaiming these small amounts of energy.
Well, let's see what the field tests have to say, you know?
Maybe on freeways where everyone's constantly going at 70 to 80 miles an hour and it gets a lot of traffic. Maybe then it could be useful, but I don't see it otherwise.
Okay. Kaizen Controller then says, okay, different question then. Go ahead with that one.
Oh, you now have a theme song that will play start to finish every single time you enter a room. What is it? Doc, what is your theme song?
I never thought of a theme song. Probably should have by now. Okay, there's my conveyor stack. Okay.
Oh, X-Duder has a question for Doc University.
Okay. Thank you for saving us. Or saving me from Garrett, anyway. Alrighty. X-Duder says, I have 7 commodities I want to rail across the map. I'm planning on running 2 trains. I only have Mark IV belts unlocked, and I'm worried about the trains moving half full. I'm thinking of having multiple stations run them in a certain order to allow them to fill back up. Any thoughts? Well, I don't think I'd worry about them not running full. I would just, get it maxed out. In fact, I like to see my trains empty the station each time they come. And frankly, the station even has a little bit of a buffer because it only takes, I believe it's like 27 blocks to go in a freight car, and there's much more than that, like 55 that can go in the train station. My numbers might be a little bit off there, but the whole point is that it only empties about 2/3 of the train station at once. So there's that 1/3 buffer all the time anyway, so it can get overloaded and then come back and pick up another stack, another bunch. Mark IV belts are not all that wimpy. They do 720, I believe. And so they, work pretty well. So I would think that you could, actually Mark V belts do 720, 480, I think, for the Mark IV belts. But, you can only empty it so fast as well. So I would put 7 freight cars on there because you got 7 commodities. 2 trains. I would experiment with the number of trains you have to have on that route. Of course, if you're going to put multiple trains on it, it's got to be a loop. It can't be a forward and back one. And I would go to each of those 7 places and just fill up and then go, empty it out at your factory. And then I would see with one train how full each of those commodities get. And if you need to put a second one on there, be sure to put your block signals on the route and then add a second train until you're adequately emptying each freight car, each freight station, the way that you want to see it, and then just keep on adding trains until you finally get enough there. Making them go slower just makes your throughput go slower. So I wouldn't deliberately slow down your train just to empty your train station. I would just put more trains on and actually increase the capacity rather than slowing down the capacity. So I hope that helps. But that's the way I would do it. So back to the game. Okay.
Ignoramus says, "Hey, I just started this game a week ago. Love your videos." And Mark says, "Doc's theme song remix, Twisted Sister. We're not going to take it with the sound of a 757 takeoff or crash." One Metal Fist says, "If I had to choose an entrance theme, I'd pick the Pokemon opening song. But instead of 'I want to be the very best,' it would be changed to be 'I want to be a scientist.'" Yeah, call me anything close to a scientist and I take that as fighting words.
Why? What? What do you mean by that?
Oh, I have an issue with the philosophy of a lot of modern science.
Why? I mean, science isn't the bad guy. It's the scientists that are the bad guys.
Yeah, and I don't have any problem with science. Science is a method. Science is not a body of knowledge. It's a method of getting better knowledge. Yet it's treated as a body of knowledge on its own. And that's...
Well, science has developed a body of knowledge. Theorems that have been proved so many times they're taken to be fact. And then you build on that fact with other theorems to prove or disprove more hypotheses concerning the various elements and items that you're working with. I guess I'm not quite understanding what you would have a hard time with.
Yeah, I mean, when science is used properly, it's just fine. I'm talking about the improper use of it.
Okay.
And
you're
it's,
talking about using it for political means, such as the COVID scare and all the things that went on there.
That's certainly part of it, but it's the use of it to create this pseudo-religion that we've had to contend with for however many years.
Okay. Let's move on to another subject. Stick to writing fiction books?
Yeah. Doc doesn't want me offending anybody.
Definitely don't.
And Kaizen says it's the culture around pop science. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One Metal Fist says, if you want to blame someone, blame the big corporations that control funding and tell researchers what to work on.
Yeah.
There are plenty of scientists that genuinely want to do good for the world.
Yeah.
That is part of the issue. At the same time, scientists can really research some dumb things that don't actually help anything. Scientists can be just as bad as creatives. Doc's getting frustrated with me.
Yeah, I'm getting frustrated because you keep on going to the political side of things. Science in its raw form is not bad. It's science that gives us all the innovations that help make our lives better. We don't have to politicize science every time we talk about it.
I'm not talking about the political side of things this time, but...
So, let's move on. Anyway. So, can somebody save me from this? Please?
Robert, come back. We need you.
No kidding. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I've almost got my steel plant ready to go here. Just need to get these conveyors pushed over there. All right. How many more days of fixedness is there left? I think I heard this morning it was about 2 more weeks.
Fixmas lasts a long time.
Yeah. It goes beyond our normal Christmas holiday time frame, yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Almost fell off.
Mark says, Doc, you do know that all your builds need to be at the height where your space elevator is, and that's before you add the machines.
All my builds? I don't think that was the deal.
It was a big donation.
Mm-hmm.
It was a pretty big donation.
I will get up there.
Mark says, what was the most sold book in the world that it caused its own sale value to plummet, and now you can get one for free?
The Bible.
Yeah, that's what I would have guessed as well.
But is it correct?
I don't know.
Wait for answer.
Chaz McBee asks, any tips for a power shard facility?
Where did you get that comment?
It's in YouTube. Do you want to go to live?
What was the comment?
Any tips for a power shard facility?
Oh. Any tips? No. Don't really have any tips. I've only built it one time. And I just built it with some surplus goods just so that I could have a continual supply of them. Build it as early as you can is about the only thing I can think of there.
Unless they're talking about a power shard, an endgame power shard facility.
Right.
That's actually building them.
Yeah, a factory that builds synthetic power shards, I'm sure he's talking about. Okay,
There's a lot going on outside.
yeah. Could you
Go out and...
go out and have them just play in the front yard but not around the studio?
Yep, I'll be right back.
I don't mind the playing. It's just they're very loud right next to the studio. My back is doing better. It's still painful to move. Alright, then Garrett goes and leaves the door open so that all the sound comes in. So, and all the cold comes in, and now you hear the dog too, and are you a doctor or doc's your name? I am a doctor, yes. A PhD, not an MD. I'm a PhD, yep. And,
Did I miss closing the door?
yes.
I'm sorry.
So it was just as loud in here as... Did you just tell them to kind of move their gameplay over further?
Ella's here. Or, not Ella,
Yeah.
Carol.
Lizzie.
Lizzie.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, yeah, everyone over there talking to her.
Okay.
So, I just let them know.
Okie dokie. Doctorate is in Management of Information Systems Technology. So basically I was an IT guy. And mostly built database systems. So, and the data that I dealt with all the time was always in procurement. So that's kind of why I ended up being as good as I am at this particular game. So, okay. Now I need to make a
James Hughes Duckworth says, "Hey Doc, did you see my comment about trying acupuncture? It worked wonders for my back."
Oh, no, I didn't see that comment. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a new floor on this to make frames. To make a foundry, I've got to have frames, and I haven't built frames yet. So, I'm getting a little bit stretched on how much I can use my my ability to use the existing mines that I have there. Got to find some other iron mines, bring in some more iron. And here's the conundrum. Here I am in early game. I've not completed phase 2 yet. In order to complete phase 2, I've got to get steel. And Logistics Mark III gives me better belts, and it gives me the steel. So in order to pass Logistics Mark III, I need 2 steel products. So in order to do that, I need to make a foundry. In order to do that, I've got to have frames, and they need reinforced iron plate and rods. That's not too difficult. In fact, I could probably just add it to the floor below. And then, of course, Mama Doc rides by on the tractor, too.
Oh, they're getting ready for a hike.
They're getting ready to go on a hike through the forest. See, we have 10 acres. We have 10 acres, and we've explored basically 3 of it. And so we have another 7 acres that occasionally we get out and explore. And you find deer out there, you find you find deer, you find, other kind of the wildlife. We've got black snakes. DevTours, yeah, I did start over. Mark made a donation, and I started over with, upon his request. But I am getting sidetracked. All right. Those are all stopped up because I don't have a place to have the rotors exit out. I'm going to go up one floor and go fix that problem. Hey Mark, I plan to build way up there. In fact, I am going to build all of the project assembly parts up on that top floor, and if I fill it up, a floor below that, and just continue building up. So,
Yep.
in fact, I built the whole superstructure here so I could find where that level is that you wanted, so that I can build a vertical factory. But I'll build the project assembly parts coming down, and the rest of the minor parts going up. So they'll sometime meet in the middle. So I'm going to be building the versatile framework up on the top, and I'll be building the automated wiring up on the top floor. Until then, though, I'm just going to be continuing to build up to that. Otherwise, it would just get so difficult. Okay, so...
Yep. We have a question from Kaizen Controller. Okay, Doc, potential kickoff point for you guys. What industry-specific terms do you think is most useful for people playing this game to know in order to better search for answers to questions that they have or problems that they are trying to solve? Where did you experience it in your career?
That is a good question. Okay. Let's go to the university for that one.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Kaizen Controller asks, okay, Doc, potential kickoff point for you guys. What industry-specific terms do you think is most useful for people playing this game to know? In order to better search for answers to questions they have or problems they are trying to solve. Where did you experience it in your career? That is an interesting question. And I am going to go ahead and tell you one specific term that I like, and that's the term stores. When Boeing commercial airplanes was implementing their enterprise resource planning software, and basically that's a planning software that plans out supply chains, at least in their iteration of it back 2 decades ago. Basically what happened there is they implemented a thing called stores, and the stores were individual small production facilities that supplied the final assembly for the planes. So we assembled the 767 and 747 at the factory that I worked at. So in assembling, they would have stores strategically placed along the supply chain, along the what they call the final assembly area. Now the final assembly basically hooked up a cable to the front wheels of the plane, and it pulled it on at a constant rate all the way through the factory. Each of the stores supplied the products needed to go into the final assembly of the plane. So those stores were mini manufacturing facilities, and they were sometimes places where suppliers just sent their products so it's available to go on the plane. So here's where we get the term stores. I made several blueprints of different stores that I could then say what the input is. I can have the assemblers or constructors all programmed inside the store to allow me to just plunk down a store and give it the right amount of input of whatever was required and get a certain amount of output out of those. I had them slooped or not slooped. I had them, overclocked or not overclocked. And I had maybe iron ingots in one, and copper ingots in another, and wire in one, and copper plate in another, that kind of thing. So the term stores really worked well for me in the idea or concept of creating something that was easily repeatable, and you could plunk it down anywhere you needed to and just provide the input to it and you're ready to go. So that is the term that I think is most useful from industry when I experience it while implementing ERP systems in Boeing. So I hope that answers your question, because that's a good, fascinating question, taking it from real life and applying it to the game here. All right, let's go back to the game. Okay, I have those emptying, which will help. And they're still not. Well, all of them are working, obviously. They still, and here's where it goes up to there. And that's a final assembly part. That is a project assembly part. So I'll be taking those parts and putting them all the way up to that final floor on the top of my factory here, to go into the space elevator. Okay. Now what I need to create a line for there it is, for making the
Tea Time Twitch is raiding with a party of 4. Welcome.
Welcome. Hope you enjoy being here. That's cool.
And
welcome, all you new guys.
Yep. One Metal Fist says, what you just explained basically sounds like satellite factories, modular systems that you can assemble in small units. It's essentially the same idea, just scaled differently.
Yep.
And the CG's design says, what's a good time to start looking at factories? I just finished steel/coal research, and now feels like I have stuff all over the place.
Yep.
And it's overwhelming to drive all over the biome.
Yep. You're at that point where you start to do that stuff. Yes. I wonder if I can put a splitter on this.
And Chaz McBee says, your idea on stores really helped me in my early Satisfactory days.
Good. Very, very good.
Mark says, Doc, you're running out of iron plate, and you have structural systems which give you concrete floors. Tut tut. You could save a lot of iron usage.
Yes.
We've got another question for Price Man for Doc University.
Okay. Just finished phase 2. Okay. We have a question from Priceman. Just finished phase 2 about 40 hours in, and I feel extremely bottlenecked for my supply. Currently in the southern plains of the map, so that's the grassy fields basically. Any suggestions on where to build next? I wouldn't build very far away from where you're at. I would go to satisfactorycalculator.com. It's satisfactory-calculator.com. I would find where you have the nodes that you need for your next build, and go out and bring the stuff from those nodes into where you're building in your current base. I would not spread your factories out too far, especially just finishing phase 2. You're in the phase that I'm at right now. I'm in the middle of phase. Well, actually, I'm not even completed with phase 2. At this point, you should still be somewhat consolidating because a lot of the minor parts that you're making are all right here. So, where would you build next? There are a lot of mines in the grassy plains. I'm not quite sure what you're looking for. You're probably looking for coal, and you're probably looking for more iron to bring in. So I would think that you could search for iron mines, coal mines in that local area, find them, and bring that to your factory. So stay consolidated for a bit. You don't have the advanced transportation yet to pull things a long distance, and that's what's going to hinder you if you have your factories too spread out at this point. So I hope that helps you with the question, and let's go back to the game.
Okay.
And let's put a splitter on this. And to your comment, Lexi, didn't I put a splitter on this? Obviously, I didn't. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to do it right here. There's the splitter for that. Okay.
Yep.
And,
And
you got another comment?
yeah, Lexi says, Doc, 7,200 out of the 10,800 sulfur and 72,000 coal out of 42.3 thousand, and then 7.6 nitrous gas out of 12,000, and 5.2 thousand oil out of 12,000 is needed. And it will give you 1.1 terawatt of rocket fuel power. Oh my gosh. Wow. And Achroma Tyrell says, oil fields near the top left of the corner are probably your easiest bet.
Okay.
Oh, she's just pointing out that you don't need to make extra materials. There's already plenty on the map.
Ah, okay, got it.
And CG Design says, so is the idea then that you have a store for raw materials like raw iron to raw ingots, and then a store for each iron byproduct, and then repeat this for each raw material?
Exactly. Exactly.
And in this case, the iron is the store is the maximum process that you can fit in a blueprinter.
Say that again?
It's the maximum number of machines that you can fit on a blueprinter, correct?
What is?
The store.
I fit the maximum that I can get on a blueprinter, yes. So if I'm building a blueprinter for, first off, I start by building a blueprinter for, I build a blueprinter for assemblers, and I build a blueprinter for constructors. I pack as many constructors and assemblers as I can on there and get it functioning. And then all I have to do is go in and change the recipes, and then I save them multiple times with different recipes. And then I mark on the outside, you know, after I've had a sign. I try to mark on the outside with signs what the input is expected and what output you expect to get from that input. But you have to have signs for that to get that far. But that's not all that hard to do. So.
Yeah. Legit Lord 2000 just says, just bought Satisfactory for Christmas and found your channel and have started working on the first Satisfactory playlist and been working on watching them all.
All right. Cool. Well, I hope they help you, because that's
Would that be
why they're
the
there.
release 8.8?
Yeah, the first playlist was release 8, yes. And there's been some, you know, pretty significant updates since then. So, yeah, you'll see how I fumbled about trying to figure things out, and you'll hopefully be able to relate to that as you go through those, because I really struggled at times. And Robert made fun of my struggling, of course.
Mm-hmm. But I have to say, Doc's gotten pretty good at it since then.
Yep.
He's not nearly the newbie that he once was.
Yep. That's for sure. Okay, come on. Get the right key here. Go to the right place. I haven't seen Mega Meaty Bacon Man today.
No, we haven't yet. But he does usually show up later in the stream, right?
I think so. You know, there's several people that I miss that over the time they were significant contributors when we first started, and their lives have changed and have gone on to other things. You know, like Cookie Shan. Remember Cookie Shan?
Mm-hmm.
And several other users that aren't here anymore, but they're here in spirit anyway. What are you typing, Garrett?
Not typing anything. My keyboard's just really loud still. Better than my last one.
Are you using one of the Logitech wireless ones right now?
No. I was using your old work keyboard. Actually, that's what I've got connected up to the stream PC. But no, I'm
Microsoft ergonomic one.
No, I'm using a cheap knockoff brand called Red Thunder. Christmas gift from a few years back. I didn't ask for anything expensive because I didn't expect to be using it a whole ton. I expected to use it as a as just something to control my TV.
Oh.
Yeah. But now you might hear the squeak in it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's my spacebar now has a squeak. If I press it anywhere from but the middle, it gives us this high-pitched squeak. I don't know if it's coming through the microphone. I really hope it isn't.
I don't think it is. Okay. Okay. Power coming soon to a machine near you.
Nice.
You're honestly not typing anything.
Acromaterial says, control your TV, because that's what kids are calling it now. No, so I have a TV that I was using as an extra monitor, and so when I wanted to watch a movie, but sit in my bed or on my nice chair, I would use this keyboard instead of my normal keyboard.
Okay.
Didn't really game on it ever because I never really got that to work well.
Interesting. Okay, we need to configure this to make modular frames. Hooray, hurrah. And Control C that. And Control V and Control V. Oh, great.
Mark says, Mr. Pinky Preacherman has found a squeak. Maybe late in life he'll realize that squeak might be his knees telling him to slow down. What do you think, Doc?
Well, I think I better just pass on that statement. It might be another part of his body that's squeaking.
I'm sorry, what? What is that supposed to mean?
I'm not gonna go any further.
What? Excelis8484 says, hi, I'm new to the channel. Just started Satisfactory 2 days ago and discovered your channel.
Cool.
But following your guide, thank you. How did you discover Satisfactory, and did you have a similar career?
I had a career in supply chain management, so at least that was the main focus of everything I did. It was an IT type career, building data systems for our procurement group mostly. So yeah, similar career. I played with the data a lot. The data made sense, and that's why this game makes sense to me. So, cat wants to eat my cottage cheese. No. No. All right. I will have modular frames here shortly. So I can build my foundries Once I can build my foundries, I can make some steel. I said no. I said no, this is people food, not cat food. Oh, I've been playing for 8 hours. Okay, fine. I started early this morning. Yep, I started really early this morning. I was up about 4:30 and just decided to come on and start playing. Start building. I had a problem with power that I needed to take care of in this world to make sure that I had enough power. Okay.
Lexi asks, so Doc, how did you get Mama Doc to approve overtime tomorrow?
Well, I would normally be out here anyway, so that's how. Okay. Steel factory, here I come, and then I'm going to have to start building out on the top floor to build out the
Thorndal asks,
Steel.
how many chickens do you have?
Oh, how many chickens do we have? We have 11 right now. Problem is 4 of them are roosters, and as soon as my daughter can get to where she can butcher the 3 of the 4 roosters, we'll just have 8 of them with 7 hens and 1 rooster. So right now we're getting about 6 to 7 eggs a day, so not too bad. It's more than Mama Doc and I can use, that's for sure. So we pass them on to the boys and on to Britta. And Britta has, by the way, published her book. Actually, she's very close to publishing her book, I should say. So that'll be exciting when I am able to share that when it's out in the public domain. So we'll get Garrett's out there, we'll get hers out there, and start letting everybody enjoy those.
Yep. I'm very anxious about getting my story up.
Yep. And he's getting impatient because I haven't spent the time that I need to on it yet.
And Lexi says, so you had like 15 chickens before Christmas, right? And then 4 for dinner?
Yeah, we did not actually eat any of the chickens for dinner. So
No. They're mostly meant to just be laying chickens.
yep, mostly meant to just be laying hens. So, if we change this to the solid steel recipe, which is one I always like to get before I start on steel, that allows me to pre-process the iron into ingots instead of putting raw iron ore into the mix. allows me to put iron ingots and coal in and get 60 steel out, where the regular steel ingot gives me 45 per minute, and I'm putting 3 ore and 3 coal and getting 3 ingots. Here I'm putting basically 4 coal, 4 iron ingots, and getting 6 steel ingots. So it's increasing by 50%. And here it was just a zero-sum game. It didn't increase by anything. It just 1-to-1 on those. So I like the steel ingot recipe simply because it does a good job in getting the stuff needed. And it gets it pretty quickly too. So. Why is this? Oh, come on. I expected this whole time, that this would be outputting, and it wasn't outputting. Doggone.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Sounds like you survived lunch.
I did. I had a short laydown,
Okay.
and it was good.
Now, understandably, that short laydown was not authorized.
Oh,
So,
I authorized it.
oh, you did you?
Address day I just redeemed, no conveyor.
And that goes till when there, my son, Robert Garrett?
10 minutes. So 1:11.
Okay.
Well, looks like Boo-hoo just really let the man work, so you're good to go.
Oh, nice.
Ha 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 ha.
Lexi has been thwarted more than once.
From Tyrell says, good man.
Oops, no conveyors. It's a 111, huh? And it's 102. 9 more minutes. Okay, that gets that much of the line put together. And the question is, it uses 40 coal per minute. So it uses 1 full conveyor per minute. One, two, three, four, 5. That should give me more than a full conveyor.
And Lexi says, full conveyor, or no conveyors includes lifts. But somebody did let the man work, so he can do whatever he wants.
Thank you. I can't wait until I unlock Logistics Mark III. Oh, gee whiz.
Those slow conveyors really do,
They do put a kink in the works, that's for sure.
Yup. Well, while I'm still feeling pretty good, I'm going to put my headset on and see if I can get a couple of these clips done. So we can get them out over the next couple of days.
That would be a good thing.
And Adrastea says, lifts, splitters, and mergers are all conveyors.
No, they're not. splits conveyors. It isn't a conveyor.
But it has to convey things between conveyors, which makes it a conveyor.
Nah, I wouldn't consider lifts and splitters and mergers, but lifts are 100% conveyors.
Oh. All these people who want to define things what they aren't.
Doc, who wants to get out of doing his punishment on a technicality.
Of course.
Of course it's a technicality.
The world is full of technicalities.
Ah. Doc Esquire.
Okay. Five more minutes.
Yep. Sorry, Doc.
You're sorry, Garrett?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you be sorry?
I am sorry for your predicament.
Oh.
Kaizen Controller says, vertical conveyor is the term one of the automation projects I worked on called it.
You're not any help, Kaizen.
Yeah, I have to wonder how verticality is dealt with in most conveyor in most real world circumstances. I know, like, you could do chutes of various kinds to go down, but to go up, that gets weird.
Well. Steel pipes require 30 steel ingots per minute and only produce 20 per minute. But you go over here to beams, and they take 60 ingots per minute and only produce 15. That is crazy. No power, huh?
Kaizen says, I can draw up a quick sketch on my whiteboard to put on Discord. Can't share photos from the factory, but I can get the concept conveyed.
So here we've got the same situation again, Robert, as I talked about this morning.
What's going on?
This one connects to this power pole, connects over to that machine. The machine says no power. Same power. Will you please get farther away from the microphone? Thank you. This power pole is obviously attached to this one, but it's not getting power.
Okay, can
But
you check that power pole?
it takes power over to here and gives power to those.
Yeah, I'm seeing doubling. Can you check that power pole, please? No.
Yes. I saw where the problem was. That one wire went through this and went to the next one.
There you go.
Funky.
Can't get rid of the evidence before you examine it.
Exactly.
Brr.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You were getting too close. Okay, 2 more minutes. This gets my basic steel going. And that's slowly making stuff. And this conveyor is staying full. Still hitching a little bit. Not consistent.
Mark says,
100%.
Doc's not having it.
Not having it alone. I can't do that. I really admire Katharine Hepburn for one thing. How in the world did a gal who grew up in the US, never had an accent in her life, pull off a movie like My Fair Lady? Where she had the most awful of awful accents. Literally.
Hot take for the 1940s.
Yeah.
How will they recover?
How will who recover? Did I just refer to something that nobody knows about?
Yes, I think you did.
My Fair Lady.
Everybody in chat, please let us know if you have personally watched the movie My Fair Lady. Oh, gosh darn it. Majesty immediately says, the grain in Spain.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it, she knows it.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
I mean, I suppose
is a
if there's a classic,
Yeah,
that
it
one
is a
could be considered a classic.
Yeah, it is. Gosh darn it.
I know I've seen it, but I was so young when we saw it that I don't hardly remember it.
That was one of those VHS movies that was in our house that because everything was on VHS, you only had a few movies in those days. And so we watched that movie so many times.
Along with Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And
And
several
Secret
other
Garden.
favorites.
And... oh, man. Address is like, of course I know it. Like it's in a front. Chaz McBeanie knows My Fair Lady as well. Okay.
Oh. Oh.
And Lexi says, Robert, I know a great movie from 1958 called A Night to Remember. I do not know that one.
Sounds like a romance.
You say that with a snarl in your voice.
A snarl? I didn't hear any snarl.
It's as though romances are bad. And of course they're not.
You said it, not me?
Oh, Garrett. It was a Titanic movie, so of course she knows it.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Spencer Wright says,
My Fair Lady was a Titanic movie?
No, she referenced a movie called A Night to Remember.
Oh.
And Spencer Wright says, My Fair Lady was one of my late grandmother's favorite movies. So it's on all the time, so yes, I've seen it over a dozen times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the notable part about it is that Katharine Hepburn is able to do those, those accents. And wow.
To be honest, it was a lot the same premise as Trading Places. Or Spaces. Yeah,
Trading Places.
Trading
yeah.
Places. Can we take a street rat and turn her into a lady? And they did. Successfully.
Yep. Yep. Then she had to walk the line between her friends who were still, where she came from and the friends that she made while she was learning English. Learning proper English, you might say.
James Hughes says, original Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Men in black and white. Does that ring a bell with you, Doc?
Nope. Not that one.
Nor for me. James Hughes says, oh wait, I have seen it actually. There are some movies from that era that that I mix up because I saw them when I was too young to really understand the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Which was the one with Indiana Jones in it as a businessman?
As a businessman?
Yeah.
Was that the one where he falls in love with the maid?
I couldn't remember that much.
Yeah.
Isn't there a dramatic reading of a will near the end?
I don't recall it that way, no.
Okay. The man is called Harrison Ford, says Actress Dan. Yes.
No, he's Han Solo.
He's on. My apologies. My memory is not working well today. My brain isn't working well today. Onto the weather. Yes, Harrison Ford.
Mm.
Your brain is under the weather?
It is definitely under the weather. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pop open IMDb to remind myself.
IMDb?
IMDb. IMDb.
I know IMDb has to stand for something regarding a database.
Internet Movie Database.
Ah, that's what it is, huh?
James Hughes says, is it the one with Anthony Hopkins in it too? Quite possible.
Okay. Now, so why is this not...
Interesting. I'm not seeing a movie that looks familiar from his early filmography.
Okay. No power, that's why. Haven't set up the power to these. Don't know why.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Doc's favorite movie.
Oof, which one is
Favorite
that?
love story, whatever it was. The one that was really
Sabrina.
boring because nobody showed any
Sabrina.
emotion.
The one where he's a businessman and He happens to
With
know.
Humphrey Bogart in it?
No, it's not
No,
that
Harrison
old.
Ford. 95. Okay. I'm sorry. It was just when he was older. Okay, yes, that is the one I was thinking of. Sorry, for some reason I imagine that as being in like an 80s movie. No, that was 95. Wow. Movie is so far out of its time. Okay, yeah, it was Sabrina is what I was thinking of.
Okay. One Metal Fist has a highlighted comment there, Garrett.
Yeah. Says, I know this isn't a topic that excites everyone, but when I really thought about it, I realized that even the silly things we do with AI matter. It learns from them what we like, what makes us laugh, what brings us joy, and what doesn't. Even when we watch parodies, memes, or done jokes, we find it funny. It's learning human taste and humor. Those stupid interactions are still data about how humans think and feel.
Okay, it's getting coal. Why is it not getting iron ingots? Because I haven't hooked up the iron ingots yet. Alright, iron ingots are slowly, ploddingly making their way. Which means I'll have some steel ingots here pretty soon.
Shin Yellow Waffle says, would you rather build a factory within a design or design around an already built factory?
Ask the question again.
Would you rather build a factory within an already completed design or design around an already built factory? I think he's talking aesthetics.
I would love it if somebody built a building for me. I'd build inside of it. That was kind of a no-brainer. I'd do that.
I'd say we already tried that once.
Yeah. I lost my focus on that one for some reason. Okay. Steel is coming. Now I just have to get it collected. Merger time. Let's send them back that direction.
Okay, so somehow Kaizen has posted two things back to back in the showcase channel describing super interesting projects that don't appear to be at all related. Both of which are kind of breaking my very sick brain right now.
Okay.
We were talking about vertical conveyors in real life.
Okay. Not about automatic Pokemon card sortation machines. Right? Because that was his other post.
Oh.
That's why you were so confused, huh?
I was trying to figure out how these two related, and they,
They don't.
yeah, okay, yeah.
You want to show them on screen?
And Mega Meaty Bacon Man is here.
All right.
Happy New Year. Other one was 2 days ago.
And tomorrow we'll be able to find out why our Windows-based server we can't get it active.
Yeah. That's been down for quite a while.
Yeah. Is the reason for us not hosting our own server just latency due to our internet connection?
I don't know that that's the whole reason. Some of the reason why we use the ping player servers because it helps us fulfill the contract that we had with them to be a sponsor.
So I suppose I was thinking more about Minecraft and stuff like that since we don't have a sponsorship there.
The reason why we use it on a website, it was just when it came to being able to have enough people on it at once. That's what it was. And of course, it takes a bunch of extra work to admin it yourself to make sure that it has a proper whitelist to let people log in. You know, there's security issues with people outside your network being able to get into your network to play. You know, all sorts of silliness that we could just avoid.
Yeah, and what we found out is we were we first started using the what's the in-game server provided by Minecraft? What did they call that?
I don't know what you're referring to.
When you want a free server, or wait a minute, it wasn't free. We used the Minecraft server for a while.
Yeah, you could just download their program and just host it on your own computer. Just like with Satisfactory. And we did that inside of our network, but we wanted to have members come. Okay, so I'm going to read Kaizen's comment because I can't have the image up and read the comment at the same time.
Okay.
He says, quick concept. This image illustrates how a vertical conveyor moves boxes up or down depending on the control. We need positive control and queuing options, so the flights on the belt gave us some work in progress or buffer. The blue is a standard plastic conveyor belt with 1.5-inch flaps or flights that supported one edge of the box. And on the opposing side, there was a stainless steel plate on actuators that can be moved to accommodate boxes of different sizes. At the top and the bottom where the boxes entered and exited, there was a pneumatic actuator arm, or ram, that would side load or unload the conveyor to or off of the feet to take away conveyors. Since this is a fully automated line, the positive control of the boxes was important for ensuring that the cases arrived in the same orientation to prevent jamming. Chutes and other gravity-assisted methods for declination have a high risk of cases or boxes rotating or tipping in a way that could cause errors in positioning. So, the image that came with it was this one. So, Dad, you know, these are the 1.5-inch flights he was describing coming around the conveyor. And then you'd have this actuator that could come in or out to scale with the size of the box to make sure it had proper pressure all the way. And then there'd be an actuator that would load or unload it at this point and at this point. So the boxes never touch the rounded portion at all. They're all loaded here and unloaded here, or loaded here and unloaded at this spot.
Okay. Interesting.
So.
And a nice whiteboard.
Yeah.
We need a nice whiteboard.
Yes, we do.
It was so nice when we had a whiteboard. Just being able to draw out ideas as you're talking about them. Just so nice.
Yep, at one point Doc bought a 4x8 sheet of whiteboard and just screwed it to the wall. And then you could have conversations with writing everywhere, and they could just stay there until you were done. It was so useful.
Yeah.
Bacon, we're not doing a showcase today. Unfortunately, I just don't have the ability to get that done before we go, so we might be doing that on Thursday. But
Yeah, today would have normally been our showcase, but we were so busy with our Christmas episode and now we're, just barely getting back. We'll get caught up to that.
Yeah, basically all of us, Christmas Day or the day after Christmas, we all got sick. And we're all pretty much over it until 2 days ago I get an ear infection. And, yeah, it's causing all sorts of issues.
Hello, hello.
Mark asks, who was the old man waving? Have you done an avatar of Doc? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When I first pitched the idea of doing a Christmas episode with Doc, somebody made the comment that, oh, it would be super silly if you did like a stop motion animation of Doc, like the old Rankin Bass cartoons. And so I took Doc's little caricature we have and turned it into a little puppet looking guy and had the puppet do silly little animation. And I thought it was cute.
Yep. It definitely is cute.
And Bacon says, well, once you're no longer sick, Robert, the year can only get better. Ear infections are unpleasant.
Yep.
I agree. That's why I took a longer break than usual, just so I can rest my eyes and ears and come back here and actually be able to hang out and have fun with you guys. Oh, Mark, Mark asked for me to repeat that it's just an image I made for Doc. I took his normal avatar and turned it into a puppet-looking character, kind of modeled after the old Rankin Bass cartoons for Christmas stuff. And I thought it was silly.
Well, it is certainly silly.
I think this is going to be the nightmare after Christmas, getting this up to the space elevator up there.
Yeah?
Is that a present I see descending?
Probably. Chaz said, I wish I could share my screen and have help finding out why my train won't stop saying next stop is unreachable.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, you can take screenshots and submit them to the, oh gosh, what part of it is it in Discord?
It's to the help. What's the name of the help forum?
Fix my build.
There you go.
But yeah, submit the screenshots to fix my build, and there are a lot of very helpful people who can look it over and show and tell you what's going wrong.
There are several things though that you can look at to determine that. If you're if the train station it's trying to go to is the wrong direction, it won't be able to reach it. If there's a break in the track anywhere, even though it doesn't look like there's a break, the way you test it is to get into the train manually and drive it the course, and that'll tell you whether there's a break in the track. if you you need to look at each train station, because the train station it's going to land in has to be, the arrow has to be pointing the same direction that the train is approaching it. Even if you have an over and back train, the train when it first approaches it to dock and pick up anything or let off anything has to be going the same direction that the train is before it stops. Check for those two things and see if that helps.
Okay.
I will be back shortly.
Okay. Garrett is AFK. Adraste is building Satisfactory spaghetti in her fridge.
Big Mustache Guy says, "How's it going, Doc? First time hopping in one of your streams. Just wanted to say thank you for helping me out substantially through my playthrough."
Fantastic. All right, let's see if I can pick up 200 of those. Yes, I can. And how much reinforced iron plate do I have? 400. All right, let's go update logistics Mark 3.
Mark asks, "What time you knocking off today, Doc?"
I'm knocking off at 5 o'clock, which is in 3.5 hours our time. Hoping to complete a couple more milestones before then. I did get to the point where I was struggling to keep the power on, so I had to go upgrade the power in order to continue working. And I now have Mark III conveyors.
Milestone reached. Improved storage containers and the conveyor belt Mark III provide the obviously necessary tools for improving your current setup. Production speed is of the essence after all. So work hard. Work as if every person you have ever or will ever love is depending solely on the choices that you make. Because they are. Warning. Fix-it psychologists recommend not dwelling on the crushing mental
So
and
Adrastea said that she found a diamond Nautilus armor in a chest
hard work
in
has
our world.
repeatedly proven
A
to be the
diamond
best cure for any kind of stress.
Nautilus
Now
armor,
back to work.
which means she's on the newest version of Minecraft. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I can just go pick up all of these things. And then I get advanced steel production. That'll give me my automated wiring that I need.
Nice.
And the versatile framework, I think, came earlier. Yeah, the versatile framework must have come somewhere in here. I'm checking. Yes, versatile framework came with basic steel production. So I'm going to open advanced steel production. Then I'll have everything to start working on phase 2. I'll have all the recipes.
We wanted to do the newest version of Minecraft for the series we're producing, but we needed to have a mod that hadn't been updated yet, so. Aw shucks.
Yep. Naughty, I didn't mark the milestone. select here. Alrighty. All right. Where did I make the modular frames?
So Adjustea in our Minecraft world is digging all the way down. Oh gosh, we just got disconnected from chat for some reason. But had to level a mountain and get rid of all the water, of course, because it was in an ocean.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, lots of work to do.
Lots of sponges.
Yes.
All right. Concrete, rotors, and frames are down one level, so I need to go over here.
Oh, Adjustea is using sand and gravel instead of sponges.
Okay.
Because they're blocks that are affected by gravity, you can just stand over the ocean and just drop them until it fills up the water space.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I need rotors.
And Alex is here, says, "Hi, Doc and Co. Gonna chill here while my anxiety meds kick in. Hope your day's going well."
Cool. Yeah.
Feel free to stay with us as long as you want.
Yep. Ice Hockey Player says, "I'm currently playing ATM 10, all the mods 10 for Minecraft. Do you guys play modded or just vanilla?"
In Minecraft?
Yeah.
Mostly vanilla.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand people's desire for modded stuff. I have not actually put that many hours into the game, so I like keeping it as vanilla as possible, just with some quality of life mods.
Alrighty. Need to pick up the concrete. After picking up the concrete, I will be able to go and unlock the next level, at least if the
I hope you have enough inventory, Doc.
yeah, I noticed that. I have a bit in my inventory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One Metal Fist, I think I keep on skipping your comment. I did read that, and yes, I'm planning more animations. So.
You mean like the rank and best thing, or more
Yeah.
animations for the videos?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. I want Ada back.
Yep. Well,
Ada rebelled and stopped.
I do the parts that I can, unfortunately. Alex says, "I haven't had the Minecraft urge in a few years, but the Stone Block 4 map pack has me tempted."
The stone. Where did you see that?
On YouTube.
On YouTube.
I have not seen Stone Block before.
Oh gosh.
I am generally not a fan of modded games, though I do generally enjoy some quality of life mods. So like map and Minecraft and stuff like that.
Yep.
Oh. Wrong floor.
Mega Meaty says, yes, Minecraft needs a map. I play on vanilla and it's disgusting.
All right. Now that I picked up the proper quantity, I will go back.
Kevin Sidu asked, how much iron do you have currently coming into the factory?
Right now I just have 3 normal mines worth of iron coming in. So, not enough yet.
Yep. Not all done yet.
Okay. Alright, I've got the...
Milestone reached. The miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately,
Nice.
setting up the
I got the Mark
production
II
of
miner.
advanced steel parts and project part number 3.
That's so
Thematic
nice.
wiring
Yes.
will not be as
Okay.
It'll be
easy.
huge.
Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
Hey Garrett, can you turn our microphones back down a little bit? We're getting a lot of background noise.
Yeah. I don't know quite what to do about that.
We're just gonna have to speak up.
Oh.
Bunga says, I'm new. Do you pay more attention to YouTube or Twitch? Which community is more engaged?
We have both of them up, and we engage both of them as you know, along the way. If you're looking for a little bit better experience watching the stream, I would go to Twitch, but it's not because we pay less attention or more attention to either one. Okay, so Twitch generally is not as much lag behind.
It usually has a few more people watch. There's a little more engagement, even though YouTube has higher viewership. There's usually a little more chatting going on in Twitch.
So now you have two opinions.
And Bunga says, and who is reading?
Well, my son Robert, who is the editor for the channel, and my son Garrett, who is sometimes Pinky Preacher Man.
Yeah, we're both in here hanging out. Yeah, the background noise is just having 3 microphones, and a couple of them are turned up pretty high because personally, I have a infection that prevents me from moving my jaw very much, so I'm a little quiet today.
Pipe.
And Bungus to Bungus, just subscribe.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much.
Subscribe to the Prime. Appreciate you giving that free Prime membership to us. You could give it to anyone, but we appreciate you giving it to us.
And Alex says that they're over on YouTube because they have YouTube Premium.
There you
and
go.
therefore no ads, which is great.
Yeah, that's a good reason to be on YouTube Premium as well. So that's a good reason to be on YouTube. So.
Yeah. Yep, to us, when it comes to support or whatever, it really makes no difference. It's all very, very similar. So watch on whatever platform you prefer.
Alrighty, I need an assembler. I need to face that direction.
And Bungus says, I just got the game and your YouTube shorts and videos are so helpful. Much thanks.
You're welcome. We'll just keep on doing them.
I used AdBlock for years and years and years with YouTube. And finally they just wore me down and I just couldn't be bothered to update it yet again. And YouTube Premium, what finally made the difference was there for a short time I didn't have internet at my house, which, for context, all of us are living on the same property, and Doc has his own house and I have my own house, and then we have a little studio. There for a while my house didn't have any internet, and so I got YouTube Premium, and when I'm out of my house I can download episodes of whatever, and that became my evening entertainment. And so that became the straw to make me actually buy YouTube Premium.
And I have YouTube Premium on about 3 different channels.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Doc loves his subscriptions.
It's not just a love of subscriptions. I have premium for the Doc Gaming with Doc channel. I have premium for my blockchain channel, because those are the 2 that I watch YouTube videos on. And then for Mama Doc, I have my main channel that has no videos on it. It's not attached to any station or channel that publishes videos. I have that one YouTube Premium so that Mama Doc can watch YouTube without ads. So there's reasons for each one of those 3.
Yeah. You can't convince somebody to buy YouTube Premium if they're broke.
That's true. Because it's getting more and more spendy as time goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Scorpio says, I had Premium, canceled it to save cost, then they kept raising the price, so I won't go back. I'll just live with the ads.
Yeah. And we order an awful lot of stuff from Amazon. Basically because going shopping for it is a lot of gas money. Because we live out in the farmland. So we make our Amazon Prime pay, believe me.
Yeah. Out of plate again, Doc.
Out of plate again. I keep running out of plate because I keep on making so many conveyors to go everywhere. So now I've got to make a versatile framework line and a automated wiring line. Okay, I've gone too far up there, haven't I?
Bodden who
Gone too
asks,
far this time.
Bodden who asks, hey Doug, where are we at on the Gigafactory completion?
We've set that aside for the time being. Probably not as far as. I mean, we're as far as you saw us last time, probably. Completion, I don't think that's a word that we've used, because that's kind of like, it's kind of like a work in progress that just has never stopped, unfortunately. Okay. I need to make encased industrial beams here. And I'm going to copy those settings.
Scorpio says, Amazon Prime, I get. My wife will never abandon her Prime subscription.
Yep.
I like Prime when I can buy things with Prime.
Yeah.
On that note, when can we get my book up?
Man, this is the second time you've hit that point during this stream.
Yep.
Do you think maybe he wants to get his book sold?
I very much want to get my book sold.
Mm-hmm.
There are people here who are waiting with bated breath.
To see what kind of craziness you have with a pizza delivery service serving the galaxy.
Uh-huh.
Problem is, anybody who reads it's going to get hooked. You don't have to be a kid to love that book. Or those books. 'Cause you're already on your second one, right? No, we're in the edit process for your second book in the series, right?
Yeah, but I've decided that that's no longer going to be book 2. It's going to be book 3.
Ooh. How do you do that?
There will be some minor edits to fix the continuity, but I'm going to, since book 2 got a little heavier than what I intended, I'm going to write a book that's a lot more lighthearted to go in between.
Okay.
Scorpio says, Space Pizza! Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up what is possibly a complete derailment of any conversation.
Okay.
But Spencer just was messaging me privately, and the subject came up. Which was worse, the culling of Strathholm or the culling of the younglings by Anakin?
I don't know the first reference, so I don't know.
Strathholm is World of Warcraft. Arthas,
Yes.
Wrath of the Lich King.
Uh-huh.
Morally, the culling of the youngling.
Okay. Zach just redeemed no conveyors.
Now, why would he do such a silly thing as that?
He says, sorry, Doc.
Lexi says, Garrett, you need to make us all a promise here right now. When your books start selling and you become a millionaire, please don't become a hateful person like Rowling. I promise I will be no more or less hateful than I am right now.
Wow, what a commitment.
There we go. And Auntie Pixel just subscribed with Prime.
All right.
Cheers.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, that is Auntie Pixel is Alex over on YouTube.
Alex?
Yep.
Auntie? Alex?
Yeah.
Alex can be a girl's name.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Alexandra. Okay. Sorry, Alex. Not thinking. Brain not engaged. Sorry.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare I?
Edgar says, well done, young Padawan.
I thought at least Adris Day would engage with the prompt, but that's fine.
Scorpio says status quo for Garrett.
I'm so afraid of falling off from this height.
And Alex says, back over to YouTube now.
Okay.
Well, thanks for popping over to give the prime sub.
We very much appreciate it.
Very fast. Very fast elevator.
Lexi says, my name's Alexa, which is short for Alessandra, but sometimes shortened to Alex, but I prefer Lexi. Huh.
The curse of having a long name.
That is too complex. Let's keep it to Lexi.
You just have to consider who's thinking it's too complex. No, it was plates I needed.
Tim Hoas says, do you ever build for aesthetics or just purely production?
I tend to build just for production. Just the way I do things. Occasionally I'll decorate a building or put something of different colors, but I am a whole lot more interested in getting the next level of production.
Interesting. Alex says, fun fact, I use Alex instead of Alexis on my resume because it gets better callback rate.
Now that's sad. You shouldn't get a better callback rate just because they think you're male or female. That should not matter a bit. It should be expertise driven only, and the strength of your resume.
Which is why, you know, a lot of them are going, you know, nameless resumes.
I'm trying to figure out where I put those two containers. Yes, I think I have it up on the top floor.
Oh. Somebody redeemed no conveyors. Did we miss that?
No, we did not miss that. That's why I'm not doing conveyors right now, Garrett.
Uh-huh. This time I made sure Let the Man Work was not available.
Oh, really?
They're getting smarter. And Autist is here saying, Happy New Year, Doc and crew.
Happy New Year to you. Yes, it will be a Happy New Year. We'll see the expansion of Gaming with Doc to many more multitudes. And another channel spawned to allow us to play other games and not mess up the YouTube algorithm. Okay, power infrastructure. Here I get the towers. Select that milestone. Good. Good, good, good. That basically, once I get this line done, I can. Okay, so I've got my plates. Okay. When I get that line done, I can just unlock that manifold, unlock that next tier. That'll be
Megan
cool.
says, I'm quite against no conveyors. The spaghetti must flow.
Yes, and you can't have spaghetti without conveyors. I mean, really.
And Megan Man is the best spaghetti cook in the world.
Oh, that's right. I can't do the concrete because I can't do conveyors and I can't do lifts. So I was building floor up there. You know, Mark, it's a long, long ways. We haven't seen Danum SY on the online for a while. But Mark, this is a long way up there and I don't have an elevator.
Not yet.
Nope. Don't even have hypertubes.
Rebel says, hey Doc, love your stuff. I'm new here. Hey everyone.
Hi. Everybody's new at some point. You know, I
Always
get
glad to see your face.
I get a kick out of, young people who are serving me like at Burger King or any fast food place. And they get a little flustered, and I calm them down and say, it's okay, take your time. Everybody has a first day, no matter who you are. I mean, if you're the CEO in a new CEO position, you're having a first day. So.
Are you liking watching this channel to working at a fast food restaurant?
No, I use that as an example of a concept that I was talking about.
Guys, is watching this channel like working at a fast food restaurant? I'm just curious.
You're curious about something silly. And here I am on the top floor.
Otis says, take your time is honestly my favorite thing to say. It's a shame people need permission for patience.
Yeah. You know, it's comforting kind of having this parachute. Because I can look over here and say, I don't have to worry about going splat.
You know, I wish there were parachutes in Minecraft.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Mark says, I am here, Doc.
Good.
What's your issue? You wanted the challenge, not the other one. Do you never take the first challenge, or do you just feel like it's a bit much to build different?
Well, is there a question in that somewhere?
I don't think so.
Scorpio says, remember when parachutes were consumable? That was the worst. Otis says, yeah, not gonna lie, I re-equip the parachute a lot, even in tier 5, because I can't accidentally put my fuel in a box and not realize it's on a terminal velocity.
Yeah.
They honestly should just allow you to combine the parachute with the jetpack to create a paraglider.
Okay, there we go. So this is my 100-meter mark, 120-meter mark. Pardon me, 120 wall section mark. So it's that wall section times 4. So I am 480 feet, 480 meters in the air, and it shows. It shows all the way around here. You know, from here it doesn't look all that far to get to where that coal is. Coal was right there. I put the 3 miners there, and we put the conveyor lift going down through here and across that little bridge and up. Doesn't look all that far from here. Anyway. I just don't know where the edge really should be. Okay, so I need to build a a versatile framework factory and a automated wiring factory up here. Ow.
Alex says, being able to zoop multiple rows is a mod, yes?
Yes.
I'd be annoyed if I missed that setting.
Yeah, it's a mod, definitely. Infinite Zoop, it's called. And that mod allows you to zoop in 2 directions, which is incredibly helpful. Okay, that's not what I want. I want to go check and see what it takes to make a versatile framework. Versatile framework requires an assembler and frames and steel beams. So the biggest challenge is going to be the logistics of getting the frames and the steel beams all the way up to the top here so I can make the versatile framework. But it's doable. We can accomplish that. So I will start over here. I want to point it towards the open ports there. So I will start with an assembler. And I'm going to point the input going to the inside of the manifold. So I'm going to do it there, and there, there, and there. I'm just going to have 4 machines for doing the versatile framework right now. And what were you going to say, Garrett?
Moa says, you use the scroll wheel for the suit. I can't live without that feature.
I don't use the scroll wheel for Infinite Zoop at all. That's interesting. AUTOM. Automated wiring requires another assembler, and it requires a part that I'm not making yet, which is the stator, which is 1 step towards making a motor, because I need a stator. I need a stator and a rotor to make a motor. So once I build a stator line down on the floor down below, I'll have be 1 step away from making motors, which will come up here pretty soon. So I just need another row of assemblers, and so I'm going to put an assembler row right there.
Mark says, I posted my unfinished build in the Discord showcase file.
Cool.
Just so you can see how far I still have to go.
Okay.
Mark says, don't fall, Doc. It'll take you down. It'll take a while for you to clamber all the way back up.
Absolutely true. Oh, I've got to have steel beams to make a Mark III lift. Okay, I have to have a steel beam to make a Mark III lift. And basically this is just so that I do not fall. Because I am prone to falling. I tend to start working while I'm going backwards, and I fall off of things.
Yeah. You should try Dark Souls.
Oh my gosh.
I should try Dark Souls. And that came up how? Why?
The number one thing that killed me when I was trying to play, when I was first learning Dark Souls, was cliffs. Because I was learning how to use a controller at the same time.
Oh no. Okay.
So yeah, I would just drift off the side of the cliff and not even realize it, not have any idea where the cliff actually was, because some of the graphics were ambiguous as to where the actual drop off was.
Okay. You say ambiguous, do you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I can't do anything about that. Okay, fine. Alright, I need to go get some steel beams.
Mega Meaty Big Man says, or Otis says, heck yeah, Dark Souls, let's go. Mega Meaty Big Man says, call the series Dark Souls. It might only be one episode long, but you know.
Yeah.
People want this.
Obviously, it's already consuming all of the...
Doc, if you ever decide to play Dark Souls, I will contribute a bottle of antacids.
Okay. Okay. Wonder what else I'm gonna need for Mark. Okay, let's go here and reset my logistics.
Otis
That's
says,
one.
I think if he does, like, Elden Ring
That's
co-op
four.
with someone who can instruct him, he could do well. Not sure if he'd enjoy it, though. Yeah, probably not. But that's not the point.
With an exception of that little bit of time playing Hot Wheels, Doc, when was the last time you used a controller?
Never.
Super Mario Brothers, baby?
Did I even use a controller then? Maybe when it was on Xbox, you mean?
Original Nintendo?
Okay, we had a Nintendo box. Sorry. Didn't mean to insult those Xbox users.
Yeah. Well, no, I guess we did play a racing game on Xbox. That's right. Original Xbox that came with a racing game that Doc and I played.
Yeah.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, I tried Dark Souls 2. It took me like 5 hours to get past the tutorial. Then I died to pigs and fell down a well, and I accepted defeat. I know exactly what you're talking about. I died like that so many times.
So is Dark Souls just deliberately meant to kill you off repeatedly?
Yes, it is incredibly brutal and intentionally so.
It is a game that emphasizes precision. It's not difficult. It's incredibly precise. And if you make a mistake, it kills you. There's no getting around it. And it will just kill you again and again and again. Doc, can I show you real quick? This is Mark's work in progress. Up on stream real quick.
Oh, very nice.
He's going big.
Yes. Big and tall.
Although I'm pretty sure I'm seeing an elevator here.
Might be.
Yeah, that definitely looks like an elevator. Although, I guess, no. Are those lifts?
Yeah, they look like they're lifts.
Yeah. But, yep, that's what he has going. He says, "Do you think yours is high?"
Otis says, I think Doc might really like the Surge. The Souls-like, though much shorter, and it's set in a near-future cyber-industrial megafactory.
Interesting.
Nah, I just want to put Doc in the original Dark Souls and give him no help. Just force him to go through it the entire way on his own.
See how they like to torture me? I mean, when I watch Garrett playing this game even, he is so much more adept at the controls than I am. So it makes me kind of wonder how it would be at all successful at something like Dark Souls.
I mean, I did start out by playing a lot of Skyrim,
Mm-hmm.
and that taught me a lot. But just learning to play Dark Souls would very much increase your skill.
Oh, I'm sure it would.
Very definition of trial by fire.
Okay, let's get some splitters out here. And let's have them come in from that direction.
Otis says, the original Dark Souls, when did you start hating him? Might as well throw him right into the King's Field without changing the language from Japanese.
Okay.
I'm sorry, every Dark Souls veteran has a little bit of hate in their heart. A little bit of sadism. Trying to get other people to suffer as they have.
Sadistic, huh?
Yeah, a little.
Alrighty, that gets the inputs there. Let's put some inputs here.
Mark says, Doc, do you remember when you were told a child should be seen and not heard?
Yes, I was told that a lot when I was younger. It didn't last long.
Otis says, oh yeah, this is terrible. Once you get used to it, the flavor is so unique.
I'm missing cable. One cable. I only have 41. Okay.
But yeah, it's my friend from college was not very nice when introducing me to Dark Souls. I don't think you can be nice when introducing somebody to Dark Souls.
No, it's a fundamentally mean thing to do. It's a fundamentally jerk thing to do. You are
But-
not somebody's friend if you introduce them to Dark Souls. You are traumatizing them and causing them to enjoy something only through trauma.
But yeah, I cut my teeth on the original Dark Souls. This was, of course, before Dark Souls 3 came out. Dark Souls 2 was out. But I cut my teeth on the original Dark Souls. And then went and finished Dark Souls 2 before coming back and finishing Dark Souls 1. Yeah, there will never be a game that can replace Dark Souls 1.
Really?
Yeah. The other Dark Souls games are really good, don't get me wrong.
Nobody will be that mean ever again?
Yeah. I don't think it's possible.
Okay.
I mean, even Elden Ring, it's with every generation new game, they've tamed it. Made it easier.
Oh dear.
Made it nicer.
Nicer, huh?
So, Dark Souls 3 is a way, even though it's hard, it's not nearly as mean a game.
Alright, here we go up the ladder again.
If I understand correctly, it's largely a reduction of the unfair death. So it adheres more strictly to its ethos of every time you die, it's your own fault.
Yeah, there is no unfair death. Period. Anybody who says that is just whining.
Alex says Dark Souls is one of my favorite one of my comfort games. What does that say about me? Oof.
It means that
games?
you've played them for quite a while.
It means you're a deeply traumatized individual who likely needs some professional help of some kind or another.
Gee whiz, Robert.
Robert has never beaten Dark Souls.
I have no desire ever.
To beat Dark Souls?
No.
Whereas I have gotten all the achievements on Dark Souls 2 and 3.
Don't say that proudly.
I am very proud of it. It was quite the achievement. Guy the controller says, "Get good, bruh."
Robert
Kaizen gets it.
Oh. I have killed exactly one boss in Elden Ring on my own. One. And by the way, I will say that the reason why I stopped playing this stupid game is because my controller broke. Not because I smashed it, not because I raged, because I do not smash or rage. But because controllers suck.
Did you read out the first time chat?
Oh. Kuinzo says, hey, first time catching your stream and wanted to say that your tips have been invaluable during my playthrough. Thanks.
Very good. That's why they're there. They helped me to learn the game.
We actually have a good question for you for Doc University.
I got all the way up here, and I forgot that I had a wall there.
Yeah, and
you need to place a 4-port anyway, Doc, because it won't go this far without a 4-port. Oh no, you have the mod. Never mind.
Yeah, darn
Optus
it.
says, I don't think the games got any easier. They just added more and more options so that you couldn't get hard stuck as easy. Calling the new ones easier than the old ones isn't quite right. The original Dark Souls had a brutality that the newer games just don't have.
Doc, can I take you to the university for a minute? And then we'll get back to this.
Yeah, just let me, there. Let me find the floor that I need to be on. There it is.
Lexi, no, there won't be any showcase happening today.
All right. Let's go look. Okay, Creamery has a question. Fuel generators, better to go oil to fuel directly than polymer to whatever is needed, or oil to heavy oil byproduct needed, then oil to fuel, heavy oil to fuel. It really depends on what your need is. You can go do the heavy oil residue as a byproduct. You can do heavy oil residue as a primary product and turn that into fuel. Basically, you get a residual of polymer. The polymer then you can turn to plastic. There's all different kinds and ways to do it. Right now, if you're just now starting with your fuel-based generators, I would go straight to fuel and then have some of them do plastic as a byproduct and some of them do rubber as a byproduct, so you can get those two products. And once you get those two products in enough abundance, then you start playing with those other mixtures of going to heavy oil so that you get more silica or more polymer resin, or the other type of items that you can make, and then turn those into fuel. But at first, you really need the plastic, and you really need the rubber. So I would go that way first at first, and then go on and mature into other products and other methods and balances as time goes on. So hopefully that helps and helps get you going. Let's go back to the game.
Isaac Controller says, praise the sun!
So we have a sun worshiper?
It's a Dark Souls 1 reference.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I can't hear that. Oh gosh, with that old meme video, Garrett.
Yeah.
That plays in my head every time.
There was a very popular character from the original Dark Souls that he was the one who told you about the multiplayer aspect of the game. And and he was a sun worshiper, and that was his tagline. But he was a very jolly fellow, and would invite you to join him in jolly cooperation. And everybody fell in love with him.
Creamery says, thanks for answering the question. Only got the game a few weeks ago, finally getting the fuel. This game is so addicting, and I appreciate you answering.
You betcha. And, be sure to catch our live stream on Mondays. We go from 9 to 5 on Mondays, Central U.S. time. We go from 9 to 1 on Thursdays. So feel free to drop in on any stream and ask any question that you come up with.
And tomorrow there will be an extra special stream for Star Rupture release day.
Mm-hmm.
or early release day.
Yep. I understand it says Robert as a byproduct. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Robert, are you a byproduct?
What? I think Doc tried to say rubber. That's my guess. Doc said rubber.
Well, infinite zoop doesn't do it, Robert.
Then I suggest putting a floor hole at the top and the bottom.
Don't have floor holes yet.
They should just be unlockable.
Go to the MAM, turn in coupons.
Yeah. Not the man, but yeah, the shop. Kevin Koo says, hi, what are you building right now? Something ridiculous.
I am currently building a lift, conveyor lift, up to that top floor up there.
Alex asks, how much power overhead would you recommend for starting phase 5? I've got about 10 gigawatts of free power. I'm expanding, but not sure how much is enough.
I would say just watch your power pole. I believe in agile development, and a lot of times I just wait and see. I don't take a lot of time to calculate and figure out exactly what's going to need to be done.
Which drives Robert off the wall.
Yeah. You know, I'm reasonable about things, but if you go look at your power pole, you can tell when your power pole, when this blue line's starting to get above the gray line up here. And when that blue line gets above the gray line, then you've got issues that need to be resolved. Right now, the difference between the gray line and black line are my biofuel generators. So I'm getting to where at this point I need to go ahead and start augmenting my power and getting it up above these. Augmenting my power and making sure these two lines are well above the blue line. And that's what you gauge is you'll look at your power on a fairly frequent basis and make sure that this blue line isn't creeping above these two lines, because that's when you know you're almost in trouble. The orange line here is what you're actually consuming. So I'm well below both of these lines on what I'm actually consuming. But if my factory were all of a sudden to become 100% efficient, I would be up here, and every time this black line goes down below, I'd be using my biofuel generators. So I'm at that point where I probably need to expand. And now that I've got Mark II miners and I've got Mark III belts, I can go expand my power plant that I've been working on and get more production out of that power plant, which I'll do in probably the next day or so. So that's how to judge. You can't pre-plan for it much, because when you start maxing out your power, like I maxed out my biofuel generators, it just got to the point I couldn't keep them fed because I had to collect too much leaves and wood and stuff like that. So when it gets to that point, you just got to go out and build a coal power plant. Well, a coal power plant only gives you just so much. And then you've got to rein it in and think about finding some oil wells, because by then you've probably unlocked the ability to use oil. Well, on and on, one step at a time, I say. Use the tools that the game provides to discover what needs to be done along the way. So what did I need up there? I know I needed to get this up there. Well, I can't remember if I needed to come down here and get something or if I was just only working on that lift. I think I was just working on the lift. So let's go up there and get the lift extended another step further.
Oh, the floor hole, Doc.
Oh, the floor hole.
That's what you're. Yes, thank you
Oh,
for the
the
reminder.
floor hole.
And Buden who asked, did you ever use biofuel?
I ended up using solid biofuel, yes. In the fuel-based generators, yeah.
It's an early game thing.
Man, you know, until they finally provided a port on the biofuel generators in, was it 1.1 that came out that had the port, or was it 1.0 release?
I think it was 1.0.
Yeah, that was one of the big innovations for early game, because before that, you had to go fill each individual machine and handcraft you didn't have to handcraft it. You could put machines to make your the various stages from leaves all the way up to solid biofuel. But you had to manually feed the solid biofuel into each machine. Now you can just set up a container, make the solid biofuel, put it in a container, and keep it continuously feeding, which really, really helped. So, all right, I came up here to check out. Oh gosh, I know what I need to do.
Huh.
Ha to you too.
Spencer Wright has a comment that is very interesting and very wrong, I think.
Okay.
He
well,
says, if you can't infinite soup lifts, then they can't be considered your conveyor belt. That should sell a debate.
I like that argument for the debate.
That is an interesting argument.
All right, I need to check and see what's in these, make sure I don't have any important things like Mercer spheres and alien remains. And I'm going to keep some other important stuff. Just about ready to make motors. Oh, can't get rid of those.
Rising Controller says, the conveyor goes into the floor hole. Oh my gosh. I still love that video.
Which one are you referring to? Everything going in the
Square
circle?
hole? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
CubeWave 45 says, are we allowing the infinite conveyor lift height glitch? What glitch are you talking about?
Yeah, what glitch?
If you place a floor hole and up and at the top, you can make a elevator go infinite, or you can make a lift go infinitely high. It's done. That's doable in vanilla. No mods.
Okay.
Otis says, a
All right.
four-hole thing, I don't know why it shouldn't be allowed in resources. So personally, my thought is that if there is a glitch or an exploit in the game, it's fair game. Because it's part of the game, and the creators will hash it out if it's not an intended feature. For you to go in and modify game files, that's cheating. Or to use commands, that's cheating.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
Okay.
Roman Shushenko says, "Hi, Dad. Love the red shirt. Good luck, Dad."
Okay.
Doc, I'm already looking forward to a 2-month beard this next year.
Oh. Stop growing it. Start growing it the middle of December, or beginning of November instead.
Yep.
Called No Shave November for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
But
And there are no other versions of that.
I thought there was no shave no December.
Yeah, that doesn't rhyme.
Oh, it doesn't rhyme.
Alliterate.
Alliteration. Okay, Garrett, fine. Be technical. Remember, my brain's broken today. You can't hold anything against me. I'm sick.
Okay.
Oh, Q-Wave says it's been in the game since floor holes existed. They won't touch it properly. Interesting.
What is it in the game?
This floor hole glitch. Yeah, floor holes have been a buggy mess from the very beginning.
By buggy mess, he means I haven't ever had a single issue until we tried to make a bunch of blueprints using them while mods were installed.
Okay.
There you go. Kaizen says, "Don't shave December."
What?
There you go. You wanted that alliteration, right?
I mean, he achieved some alliteration.
It's called taking what you can get, you know?
Whoa! Whoa!
And Priceman wonders, what's your recommendation for a location to start Phase 3?
Where did you start? No. You just go from where you started. You've got too much infrastructure built. You don't want to just up and change your location. At least, I've never thought of doing so.
Yeah, pretty much any starting zone is good for Phase 3.
Okay, come on.
But if he moved, he could go to the one of the deserts.
Makita says, I'm sorry if you answered this already, but I had to log off and didn't see it. Where would you recommend building your mall in a Giga or Mega Factory?
Oh, where would you recommend putting your mall?
I think we've always ended up putting it on the first floor, just because
Generally.
that's where the build starts.
Mm-hmm. Well, the mall requires its own input-output system. If you're integrating it into a factory, it needs its own I/O. So putting it on the main floor and just integrating with the I/O for the whole factory. It's kind of the way we've always gone.
You might build it kind of like a storage system in Minecraft, where it's a central building entirely separate from everything else.
But then you have to pump stuff into it.
Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm. All right, gotta unload my bags.
Razor Darkblade says, have you seen an issue where you first load in your action bar as Blake?
Yes.
yep.
How did we solve it?
Scroll your action bar.
Yeah. And I've definitely had that issue.
It happens a lot on servers. And most of the time on a server multiplayer. And yeah, just hold down Alt and scroll wheel. And scroll back and forth and it'll come back.
All right.
Makita says, that's where my brain was leading with Minecraft and it being centered. So if you're building tall, it would be centered. My first floor is for my trains and trucks.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense to me.
For the Gigafactory, we have it on the same floor as all the trains and trucks. But that we have all the trains and trucks delivering all their stuff, which immediately goes underground to a distribution layer, the logistics floor, and then coming right back up for the mall and everywhere else. So
Yeah, the one big thing, one of the main major differences between farming and automation in Minecraft and farming and Satisfactory is that in Minecraft it's a lot more granular in the building of the machine, whereas here all the machines come pre-built and all you're doing is connecting them together. I don't want to say all you're doing because it's a major issue, but that logistics is a major issue, but the focuses are very different. And so Minecraft pushes people towards a modular factory style because each factory is one giant machine.
yeah, and the integration causes problems,
Yeah.
especially with lag and stuff. So, and again, mega factories cause a lot of lag too,
Mm-hmm.
even in Satisfactory.
Max the Monk says, am I insane for gridding out the map in lines of 1 meter concrete slabs, making 50 by 50 squares? Interesting.
Okay. 27 out of the 30.
I usually err on the side of saying yes if somebody asks me if they're crazy or not.
If you think you're crazy, you're probably crazy.
You're sad, Robert.
What was that sad?
Official Fix-It coffee cup unlocked. Do not purchase unauthorized Fix-It coffee cups. They have been known
I'm
to
a very
explode
happy
and
person
attract
now, you know.
wasps.
You should be
Unauthorized
able to
Fix-It
hear the
coffee
happiness
cups
coming from
lower
my
your
voice.
attractiveness to your preferred gender
It's
and
just
or your
dripping
sense
off
of
it.
well-being if you have no gender attraction or preference.
It's lost mostly in my
Official
lack of
Fix-It
energy for
products
today,
can be
but that's
licensed for
okay.
your use from official Awesome Shop installations
Hopefully.
only. Come to the best shop on the
Hopefully we're
planet for
still
the
having
best
fun.
deals on all official Fix-It supplies, guaranteed.
Okay. I only need 100 beans. I'm gonna throw those in here.
Okay. We need to get some more of all of those things, and I think we can just go collect that stuff now. By the way, I did order the floor hole. So are you saying then, if I make a wall section up where I want this to go, up there,
Uh-huh.
and a wall section down below to start it off,
Uh-huh.
that's
You
it
can
will
build it all the way through. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. 2 floor holes. Unfortunately, you gotta make sure they're perfectly lined up.
Yeah, that won't be hard.
Okay. If you believe you can.
If you believe you can achieve anything you can believe you can achieve.
Oh boy.
Paul J. Meyer.
Adjusted is busy enslaving copper golems.
Oh.
Sounds like a fun and ethical thing to do.
Well, at least it's a fun thing.
Mark says, I'll take a box of Butterfingers while you're in the store, Doc.
Okay.
Adjusted says it's more ethical than locking a villager behind a lecture stand.
That sounds like an ethical and fun thing to do.
I mean, yes, it's a golem. Golems are... just golems.
Golems are just golems.
No conveyors.
Oh, gosh. And that one comes from Kaizen. I thought he was one of the good ones.
Well, he's not afraid of being on the naughty list because it's, passed already. So,
That's true. You got time to work your way back on. Couple of months of naughtiness.
Now I just need to make sure that I can hit. Actually, I'll do it the reverse.
Undersay says, give a golem a chest, they will keep working. Give a villager a chest, they will keep looking at you.
I like this version of the golem, of the copper golem, much better than the version that they teased to everybody. Oh look, it's something that will just push buttons. It's like, okay, we have a way of generating signals. We don't need random button pushers. Makita says, I wish that we had mods on console for zooping. Yeah. Modding on console would be nice.
Why did it not go the right direction?
Oh no.
There you go. Okay.
Did you finally get that lift?
Yeah.
Nice.
So the first part is connected.
Adrestay says dock ignoring no conveyors as usual.
Oh.
Just sit back and do nothing. That's fine. You don't have to play the game.
I mean, like, why would you want to play the game anyway?
It's only like there's a live stream or something going on.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Makita Canada says jealous about not having at least the Infinite Zoop mod.
Yeah. There's a few games that have, they usually call them experimental features, but stuff like that built into the game, but they aren't enabled by default. They're just put in the menu. That I find really nice. Just like recognizing that people like different styles of the game, and they're willing to support it even if that's not the original version. It's kind of cool.
Running up the stairs again.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah.
When can you unlock the elevator dock?
It's in the MAM. I mean, it's in the coupons. Yeah, the awesome shop. So
Yeah. I think that's becoming kind of a necessary unlock, don't you?
this one, yeah, for this, definitely.
And the controller says, oh, if only they had a blueprinting ghosting system like Factorio, being able to test layout and then rapidly deploy, if you're happy with it, would be nice.
Yeah, that's so true.
That is a fun idea. Well, it's interesting how the genre is evolving. Factorio is a very technical game. More detailed than Satisfactory. But it's a whole lot less approachable. Then Satisfactory comes along. And I don't know if it's more successful then. I'm pretty sure it sold more copies than Factorio ever did. But then we have like Star Rupture coming out, which at this point seems to be an even simpler gameplay than Satisfactory. They took a lot of things out, like the conveyor belt routing and stuff. It's just it's not
auto routing, yeah.
Yeah. And so I'm wondering if the industry is going to continue will be that direction of simpler factories.
Yeah. Well, I think that that games like Satisfactory and Factorio already got most of the really serious players, and those who are interested in it that don't really want quite so intense an experience are the ones that are going to be brought in later.
Okay. Kind of like the product development life cycle, where only the hardcore people adopt it first, and you then have to broaden it. And
Yeah.
Not
The
dumb
early
it down,
adopters.
but,
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not dumbing it down, just
Okay.
making it more suitable for a general audience.
Yeah.
Kaizen says, Factorio is more based on operating within constraints, whereas Satisfactory is about just making things run. I dislike Factorio because the inherent design for the factories is to have overloaded belts and shafts.
Definitely no just-in-time going on.
That's for sure.
Ice Hockey Player says, I miss the bitter pressure of the death world provided by Factorio.
Okay.
Yeah, with all the resources running out someday. And hey guys, and I have to wonder. I've heard a couple people express kind of the same sort of thought. Wondering if it kind of felt the same way to you. How did the constraints of the pandemic with loss of resources, especially international goods, how did that affect you or your industry or your supply chains? And did that change your theory on how to run a factory effectively? I know a lot of people have pushed back a lot on just in time because of it.
Well, just in time when you have an incredibly long supply chain, like an overseas supply chain, that really took a hit when COVID came.
Well, maybe just in time works when your entire process is internal and all you have to do is hold on to a stockpile of materials and then you process the materials from beginning to end.
Uh-huh.
Of course, I don't know that much about this, so I might be wrong.
Well, I mean, like Boeing. Boeing has two huge machine shops. One huge one in Auburn that is multiple buildings, and all they did is machining. And then in Portland, they have another machine shop. Machine shop in Portland does the more complex. They have big CNC machines that you can, literally you walk into the machine itself in order to change tools. It's that big. And they slowly started getting rid of that capability, having other companies do that work. Well, when COVID hit and the supply chains collapsed, where does that leave you? All your machining parts, the foundation. It's kind of like doing iron and copper in Satisfactory. All those baseline parts were, hard to get, and that stops your whole plane line.
Yeah. Kaizen says, I was at SpaceX during the pandemic. One of the benefits of SpaceX is they actually have a pretty hefty amount of money allocated for supplier development. They also have a lot of smaller fabricators and manufacturers onboarded, whom they are the largest customers. They aim to keep SpaceX happy.
Energy signature, it is now able to locate them against the background environmental static.
I know on the customer-facing side for like a lot of companies like Walmart and Amazon. Well, and I'd love to see some actual data behind this feeling, but prior to the pandemic, that commitment to next day shipping, Prime 2-day shipping, was ironclad. Any deviation from it was a big problem they had to solve. But then the pandemic hit, and suddenly people had no other options, no other way to go, and so people just got used to it. It's like, okay, it's Prime shipping, but it might take a week to get here.
Mm-hmm.
And it just became the new norm. And so a lot of companies, it feels like, aren't chasing that perfection anymore that they used to. But I have no way to
No way to
prove
quantify that.
Yeah. Dyson says they would also pay for they also would pay for machines for the supplier to use, even for other customers, but they would get a per part discount for X amount of pieces,
and have order priorities such that if they ask for a rush, they cancel whatever job is on a purchased machine. The other focus was on trying to have as many components as possible be off-the-shelf components and avoiding specialty,
Yep.
because it meant that they had more rugged supply chain. Specialty items without an expiry, like glues, did have a higher safety stock in case they were delayed.
Yeah, safety stock. The the bad words when you talk. They're bad words when you talk about lean.
Mm-hmm.
Safety stock. No, 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 no.
Yeah, but what are you supposed to do when there are serious supply chain issues?
Yeah, it doesn't account for interruptions in the supply chain. You're right.
You onboard suppliers.
You
You
can.
diversify suppliers. Stuff can be done, but it's difficult, especially when we're talking about a black swan event like the pandemic. You know.
Yeah. We're still over 109 folks watching us.
And that was a Black Swan event to end all Black Swan events.
That's true.
Well. Here, let's be careful.
Yeah, let's not jinx it.
The war to end all wars was very famously not.
I was just pointing out that it was very big,
Yeah.
very widespread. I mean, you can prepare for Black Swan events to some degree, but
Yeah.
on this scale, on that scale, it's very difficult to prepare for. And it's hardly profitable to prepare for either.
Although I will nitpick to say that by definition, a black swan event is something that isn't prepared for, or can't be predicted or prepared for. But
I mean, you can...
your observation is not incorrect.
Yeah.
And Kaizen says, I mean, it does depend, right? Safety stock is just risk management in some cases. Even in Lean, I found there are places for differentiation between just-in-time and just-in-case inventories.
Yep. Well, and a lot of the ERP software out there is trying to bake that into the part lead time that you have. You can add a risk factor in there that says this supplier is sometimes challenged to get it here on time, and it can adjust to note how important that supplier is versus how much they provide, and it actually puts into the formula for lead time the amount of lead time based on that risk factor as well, so that it puts some of that just in case stock on the receiving side, so that they can mitigate those problems. So the industries are getting more sophisticated regarding all that. So
Research
Yeah.
completed. Yellow power slugs are
One thing
further
that
into
I
life cycle than blue power slugs, and
think
thus
that
have
the
more potential energy
pandemic
storage.
showed was that
They can now be
we've given up a
processed into
lot
power
of
shards.
robustness in our supply systems
Research
for
completed. Purple
for greater
power slugs
efficiency.
seem to be
Yep.
near the end of their life cycle and have a significant amount
It's not
of
necessarily
potential
a
energy stored.
bad
It is a
thing.
good
Just
thing Fix-It does not waste. Purple power slugs can now be processed into power shards.
now we realize that we need things to be more robust.
yeah,
Perfect efficiency all the time isn't something that can always be achieved.
Kaizen asks, what do you mean by robustness?
The remains researched belong to an organism not
Give
known
me a
for
moment.
fluffy-tailed
I-
dog. It has many
Having
characteristics that would
I'm not a
likely
professional in the
classify it
field,
among the
and
Suidae
so
family, where if you are
having the,
confident you already understand the new technologies you are about to use, by all means, learn the hard way.
having the words to actually describe what I mean. It's, well, the fact that a lot of our stuff comes from China means that when the pandemic came, those were the first things to break. We didn't have local options to go to that could be spun up easily and replace what we were getting from China. That's part of it.
Yeah, it's just when you talk about a robust supply chain is kind of a misnomer. It's kind of difficult to nail down what a robust supply chain looks like.
Yeah.
Kaizen also said before asking that question, maintenance is one of those areas where you can run with lean principles to minimize overhead while also ensuring that you never get caught with your pants down.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that generally, I think that generally people need to be a little bit more self-reliant. I'm not talking about everybody needs to deny all civilization or whatever, or that large systems have no place in the world. But if everyone were able to, grow, 10% of their food, that would significantly reduce our reliance on large-scale systems. And we'd be significantly safer should an event like the pandemic happen again.
What he's saying is everyone should own chickens.
Okay.
Not exactly.
Hedra says this, just say it, toilet paper. Okay, One Metal Fist says, what you wrote isn't fully accurate. Many countries research dangerous viruses, and history shows that biological weapons programs have existed, even if governments don't openly admit it. No country talks about it publicly. The real danger is that it only takes one irresponsible state, accident, or misuse for things to go very wrong. That's why secrecy, lack of oversight, and weak accountability are the biggest risks, not the science itself. Was that referring to a portion of the conversation I wasn't here for?
I'm trying to figure out what that's in reference to.
Okay.
Not to put my conspiracy theory hat on, but yes, every government will always tend towards having secret courts, secret police, secret programs. They will seek to circumvent the citizen oversight to do things which it deems to be absolutely necessary. We have to do this for the people's own good, but they can't know about it because they won't vote for it. And because every government will do that, that's why government officials have to be held personally responsible and liable for the stuff that they do like that. So, secret court, okay, judge gets thrown in prison. Secret police, okay. You're arrested, thrown in jail. No tolerance for secret, unaccountable governments. Oh, you created a deadly biovirus? Cool. Let's watch you bleed to death with the virus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I need a SAM node, and I need
I
to
don't
find the
think that
first Mercer
how the
sphere.
pandemic came about really matters to our current conversation.
Yeah.
Just that it did, and something like this could happen again.
Mm-hmm.
It is well within the realm of possibility for bad things like this to happen again.
And that's kind of encapsulates what the black swan theory is. It's the idea that no matter what, there will be major catastrophic events which you cannot predict that will always happen. They always happen. You never know when they're going to happen, but it's going to happen, and therefore you should be prepared for it.
This fruit, dubbed the barrel nut after its distinctive color, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is
Whether it was
available.
a pandemic or a terror attack like what happened in the U.S. 25 years ago and across other countries. Things happen.
So Kaizen,
Okay, I need to go collect some more goods,
Okay.
and then I think I'm making enough to unlock the next tier. Expanded power infrastructure.
But yeah, throughout most of history, people have been mostly self-sufficient, with relying on small villages and a small amount of trade from other areas. The modern day is unique, just given the fact that everyone is so interconnected and we've got such a massive set of infrastructure to support that.
So Kaizen said, "Oh yeah, we're struggling in the U.S. to have manufacturing. We're becoming very services and consumerist-centered industries, which isn't an uncommon change when an economy is developing like it did in the U.S. post-World War II. Personally, I think one of the biggest problems we have is the pseudo-oligopoly we have within most industries, in which the top 7 companies in the industry can run at marginal profit, if not at a loss, long enough to bankrupt the competition that could innovate in the market."
Yeah, we've never seen a situation with such large companies as we have today. And that creates very unique problems that we have to deal with.
Yep.
Rebel says the company I work for makes and ships parts for Boeing from the UK to the Philippines. That part of our business took a huge hit during the pandemic.
Oh, I bet it did.
Yeah.
I mean, we had planes sitting on the tarmac that couldn't be delivered because we just, everything was shut down.
You just couldn't fly them, huh?
Well, yeah, the companies weren't flying them. The airlines were barely getting enough passengers to keep their planes in the air. And the first thing that happened was all the orders dried up because their bottom line revenue was taking a hit. So they couldn't keep operating. Yeah, kind of a sad state of affairs when everything was turned upside down during that time.
Oh, okay. One Metal Fist said about their comment that because they're dyslexic, they use the screen,
what's it called? The Google Translate
to help translate English properly, and sometimes it suggests comments to make to help continue the conversation, and that was one of them. So interesting.
Okay.
Kaizen says, looking at Tesla in particular, they were groundbreaking for tech in electric vehicles and had a phenomenal lead, which left most major vehicle manufacturers struggling to keep up, and had a lot of weight to throw around within government due to the money they could use for lobbying. Luckily, due to international struggles over regulations, other electric vehicles have grown outside the U.S. and have seen BYD overtake Tesla recently. Having driven both, I'd happily have a BYD for my local in-town commuter.
Okay.
I don't know BYD at all.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
And Nye over on YouTube says, check how big Standard Oil was before the US government forced them to divide into 30 smaller companies. They were massive.
Yeah, the hard part is that we're not. It's easy to point at a single monolithic company and say, that's monopoly, that's bad. It's harder to point at a consortium of companies that are just large enough to be working off the same algorithms and say, that's obviously a monopoly, that's bad.
Yeah. Build your dreams is what it stands for. Kaizen drove one in Scotland, said it's my first time driving on the opposite side of the road. An interface and cameras that we viewed live really helped recalibrate mentally into my placement on the road outside my learned habits.
Interesting.
That's cool. That's interesting. So apparently BYD is the world's largest electric vehicle maker, selling more EVs in 2025 than Tesla.
Okay.
Chinese EVs is a major bubble.
You think so?
It's a bigger bubble than AI.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you base that on? I don't know the
just
market at all.
Stuff that I've seen. That China has massive EV graveyards of EVs that never sold because they subsidize the EV industry so heavily and they just can't get anybody to buy them. Partially because most Chinese EVs really suck. Like, seriously.
Or is it just because
dangerous.
the average Chinese person cannot actually buy them?
Yeah.
Well, it's been kind of a Chinese policy for a long time, the idea that we are going to just subsidize or pay for enough that they will stay in business regardless of current sales. You know, keep production up, keep the jobs flowing, keep people moving. Kaizen says also BYD are not burdened with the one-to-one uniqueness condition that most Teslas have due to their high variance in parts, measurements, and assembly. The running joke being each one has a unique flaw to every other Tesla. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I don't understand that one either.
Yeah. By the way, Doc, Caboodle has been racing you.
Caboodle?
Caboodle.
Oh, really?
Started at the same time as you,
Okay.
and he just hit nuclear.
Cheers. Good for you.
Hey, Robert, can you hit the air conditioner, please? It's 82 over here in my seat.
I actually did that about a half an hour ago.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's a little toasty, isn't it?
Yeah, it is getting a little toasty in here. Alrighty. I need 4 more frames.
One Metal Fist says some of these cars are genuinely dangerous. There have been many complaints about serious safety failures, brakes that suddenly stop working, automatic doors or mechanisms injuring people, and even cases where fingers were cut. In China alone, multiple incidences were reported where vehicles malfunctioned while driving. In extreme cases, parts of the car's structure failed due to poor build quality. When the cars are made too cheaply, safety is often the first thing sacrificed.
Huh, and this is BYD that we're talking is the biggest one?
Yeah.
It's the biggest manufacturer. I don't know if it's the biggest one that is causing a lot of these problems. But the fact that, I mean, they're still cheap EVs.
Yeah. Okay, and yeah, Kaizen says, especially on first runs for Tesla models, there were a ton of flaws that occurred in the manufacturing process due to the speed at which they go to market. It's evident in issues with the adhesive on the front plates of the Cybertruck, misaligned doors, and body panels, etc. That's actually a complaint I have heard about that.
Yeah. And that's part of his iterative approach, too.
Yeah, he unlike most other American car manufacturers that really follow after the Ford model of automation and perfection in manufacturing, and you spend 3 or 4, 5, 6 years developing a vehicle and perfect it over the course of decades. Elon's very much throw
Sorry,
it together,
trying
does it drive?
to keep my cat from laying on my keyboard. Okay, go ahead, lay down.
And if you think it might drive, then throw a giant steel ball at the window and shatter it.
The infamous. This is almost bulletproof. Well, it's not rock proof. You know, or steel ball proof, whatever they threw at it.
Milestone reached.
That's
After
crazy.
several pioneers
Bulletproof is
started
just a bad
exhibiting
term.
Traumatic responses to power blackouts.
It's just a
Fixit
bad term
developed
for anything.
mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist.
Because it can always make a bigger
Power
bullet.
storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption exceeds production.
And you
To
know,
simplify, these are rechargeable batteries.
the three of us, we
Power
are
towers
Americans.
carry power
And, you know,
lines for
we kind
significantly
of
greater distances
know
than
about bigger
poles,
bullets.
facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
Doc and I actually had the opportunity to go shoot a friend's 50 cal not too long ago. First time I've ever had a chance to do that. That was a lot of fun.
I'm going to take a quick stretch break. See how my back is doing.
Okay. It was the most interesting thing about the 50 cal. First off, recoil, not bad at all. It's a big, heavy gun, and a lot of that force goes into the big, heavy gun, which makes it a whole lot easier to shoot. However, the gigantic blowback is really, really bad if you're standing to the side and just behind it. It hits you hard. Much worse to observe somebody than to shoot it yourself.
And they kept on saying that that was the case, and I had a hard time believing it.
Yeah. Building that mental model in your head that, yes, you can be the one pulling the trigger directly behind this gigantic bullet. And nope, you're fine.
Yeah, nope, you're fine. That's crazy. It was crazy. And I shot it too. I think we showed it on the stream one day.
I think Kaizen is quite wise. He says, I'd sooner be the type of person someone isn't shooting at than buying the kind of car to be protected to protect me from being shot. Quite wise. Quite wise. Z Calvano says, long-time listener, first-time caller. Thank you for all the tutorials. They're super helpful.
You bet.
Is there an overhead view of a nuclear setup similar to your aluminum short?
We can take an overhead view of our setup in the where we did Christmas.
We didn't do nuclear. They're asking specifically for nuclear.
Yeah, I did nuclear in the Christmas one.
You what? Oh, that's right. Yeah. we did
Wow.
that. I'm sorry.
That's how I kept the lights on so you guys could madly build all that you did.
I guess you're right. And One Metal Fist says, I can say from personal experience that my family drives an MG, which is a
Okay.
Chinese company, and it's been an excellent car for us.
MG?
Yeah, MG.
Is that the same as the old MG midgets that were sold in the 60s? Same company?
I don't know how robust Chinese vehicle manufacturing was in the 60s.
Oh, it wasn't.
Okay. Huh.
I keep on forgetting to do things. Oh, Kit Kat. Oh. Cat. Suddenly I can't move and...
Yeah.
Oh, there's Kit Kat. Okay, I was going up, not coming down. Well, it's already coming back. Blueprints or hypertubes? Hypertubes, I've got all the stuff for. Blueprints, I've got all the stuff for. So it doesn't really matter. It's going, collecting.
No. Go ahead and do it.
Yep. Alrighty. Select that one. And away we go. Is there anything else I can unlock in here? I need to make a DNA capsule.
Koyos thought MG was British, though.
Yeah, I thought MG was British too.
Maybe it's maybe it's just a company with a similar name. It's not like we haven't seen China rip off something in that before.
Yeah, or just different language, different acronym. Oh. And Joy Boy says, hello.
Hello, hello. Joy Boy, I like that.
One Metal Fist says MG was originally a British car brand founded in the UK, but was bought by a Chinese automaker, SAIC Motor, in 2007. It's now owned by them.
Oh,
Most
no.
MG vehicles today are designed and made under SAIC's control, combining original British heritage with modern Chinese manufacturing.
Okay. And you know, I will say that although we typically associate Chinese manufacturing with, you know, low quality knockoffs, that is not a universal truth anymore.
there are a lot of very high quality manufacturers in China. So.
Yeah, that is the case. It is definitely the case.
Yeah, Address says chip factories, etc. A lot of low-cost, high-quality items being made there too. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Malachi Not to Be Known on YouTube says, just started playing Satisfactory recently, and your shorts are very helpful.
Thank you. I need some biomass in order to upgrade one of the to get alien DNA capsules.
Yeah.
So I think 400 should be enough, I would hope. Wrong way. Let's go up here, back to the hub.
Kaiser says, alright, have to get a roast in the slow cooker. You gentlemen have a great rest of the stream, thanks to the good thought-provoking conversation. And may all of Garrett's pan-dimensional pizzas be pineapple-free.
Yeah, thank you for coming. It's been
What a
good.
kind well-wish.
I'll be the man. Okay, it's the megafauna. That's the node I need to research. Missing materials. I need one alien DNA capsule to upgrade that. So I need to go to a craft bench.
And Bejren, I think is the name.
Okay,
Yes.
why can't I make an alien DNA capsule?
Have you not researched
Where do
it,
you unlock it?
ma'am?
Okay, come. It's asking me for it here.
If you haven't unlocked it yet, then yeah. Bruce.
No, it's rewarding the DNA capsule. It wants the alien protein.
Oh. And I probably left that in here.
Bejren asks, how many hours do you have in Satisfactory?
I think it was almost 2,900. I'm heading close to 3,000 now.
Yeah, he's played a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Research completed. Alien
By the way,
protein
guys,
can now
if
be
you
turned
have any
into biomass
questions
or
for
alien
Doc or
DNA
anything
capsules.
that we've missed,
In
please
addition
post
to
them
being
again
used
in
for
the
research,
chat.
the invaluable
The
alien
Doc
life
enjoys
form data in these
responding to them.
capsules can be traded
We
for
like to take
fixed
those and
coupons
clip
at
them
the
and turn them
awesome sink.
into a little
We
Q&A
guarantee the best capsule
segments
to coupon
for
exchange
the
rate
channel.
anywhere on this
So
planet.
you're helping us, and hopefully we can help you as well. Mark asks, Doc, what farm animals do you own?
Right now we only own some chickens. We
Some cluckers.
we did have a couple goats, and we really didn't prepare enough for the goats, and they were just kind of free roaming around the property, and they would tend to try to get in the house, and they would make messes in the house and stuff, and the little kids didn't know how to keep them out the door, so we eventually rehomed the one goat that was left. The first goat just disappeared one night. We don't know really what happened to it. We suspect we know what happened to it, but don't really know for sure. So, all right, I need to do this one, I need more cable. And I need about 340.
Chico says, so the dog is gone now?
Yep, my goat dog, yes.
Yes, the goat
Unfortunately.
dog.
He was very, very nice, but yeah,
But he was also lonely because it was just us. And before his friend disappeared, they were inseparable. And so
yeah.
he'd wander around with a bunch of chickens all day long. And whenever we came outside, he'd rush to us and, you know, be super affectionate. And it was great until he decided he, you know, really wanted to learn how to headbutt.
Yep.
But yeah, he moved to a farm nearby with a bunch of other goats.
So I'm sure he's much happier now.
Yeah. He's a goat, not a human. So
Okay, cable is over here.
He needs his goat friends.
yeah.
Mark says, question, who's the top of your naughty list for 2026?
Top of my what list?
Naughty list.
I don't have a naughty list created for 2026 yet, so we're fine.
He says, don't lie, we all know it's Mega Meaty Bacon Man.
Okay, I've got enough cable. Now I need to go get concrete, beams. Concrete beams and frames.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, excuse me, I'm trying to lurk. Spaghetti is not a sin.
All right. Things in my bags that I don't need. Doggone it. I've got 200 of those, and I got 46 of those. So I've got plenty of beams.
It would surprise nobody to learn that Doc is very agile when it comes to his making of the naughty list. He waits until,
Very just in time.
yes, very just in time. Waits until the moment comes, kind of throws together a list, kind of do a bit of a vibe check, waits for people to complain, adjusts, you know.
Eventually he gets a naughty list with only people who want to be on it.
Okay.
Isn't that the best kind of naughty list?
Yeah, definitely.
You only want people who volunteer for these sorts of things. Otherwise, it causes problems.
People get uncomfortable. You can't have that. You have people asking, what is the naughty list anyway? Who is this person who gets to decide why I'm on the naughty list? Maybe I don't believe in it anyway. Very uncomfortable question.
Mark asks, Robert and Mr. Pinky Preacher Man, you guys feeling peckish? A little, yeah.
A little bit what?
Peckish.
Peckish.
Hungry.
Hungry.
Oh, Address Data thinks we can do no conveyors ad infinitum and not get on the naughty list.
Oh, yeah?
She should rethink that one.
Maybe the naughty list, next December we'll add the naughty list to a redemption. Maybe we should build a little game where you could pay to put somebody else on the naughty list. Or you could pay, you could redeem to remove yourself from the naughty list. When you're on the naughty list, no conveyors is cheaper.
But what do nice list people get?
Let the man work. And so it becomes a war not of let the man work versus no conveyors. It becomes a war of naughty nice list. Mark just donated £2 and says Butterfingers all around.
For the second
You
time
are
today.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Mark wanted to be on the nice list.
I think so.
Garrett, you're gonna need to come get that, please.
I think Mark will be flip-flopping all the time.
Uh-huh.
But we do got to give the nice list. Okay.
Pocket dimensions significantly expanded. I worked all afternoon.
You
analyzing
can
the
talk, just
trans-dimensional configurative
not a high volume.
mutations of alien
I do
DNA.
think that we need to give the nice list people
We are
something
all doing
else.
our part for
Not
the-
just let the man work.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, we have a lot of time to think of it, but if anybody has any suggestion.
All
Well,
right.
okay. Nice list people can do Butterfingers. That's one thing.
Sure. Address says that mic is not set to Garrett volume.
What happened to all of my cable that I needed?
I don't know. I had to handcraft cable.
Well, I've got a whole bin of cable, but I thought I'd picked up enough.
Huh.
And it's right down here, so I'm not too far away from it.
Though I will say, naughty list, nice list is a very Christmas thing, and Christmas will be over soon, so it should be light side, dark side.
Okay, light side, dark side.
Milestone
Okay.
reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth with its beautiful ecosystems, abundant
Blueprints.
natural resources.
Yay.
I think that does a
sunsets
good job
and
of describing
frolic
it.
Puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows
But
you to build and combine structures once.
I think I'm
and then
personally just kind of
duplicate the
over Star Wars,
configuration
which I hate
effortlessly.
saying that.
Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
Okay, so the last phase, the last tier that I can open is hypertubes.
Federation
And then I
versus Border.
have to complete phase 2, which means I'll be working on the top floor of my mega tower over there to finish those off. So here's to the Butterfinger.
Understand it says Federation versus Borg. You know, we could just keep on switching it up. Whatever's the best of the day.
Yeah.
Except it's actually Federation versus House Atreides. Dumbledore versus Yoda.
Okay, we're supposed to be doing good guys versus bad guys.
Uh-huh.
If I don't see some riots in the chat, then we're gonna have problems.
I'm
Some
sorry.
riots in the chat?
Uh-huh.
Why would you want to see riots in the chat?
Because Robert just pitted Dumbledore versus Yoda. Which one of them is the bad one?
Dumbledore, clearly.
What?
Clearly. No? Come on, guys.
Robert's trying to make a riot in the chat.
Wow.
Definitely is.
I thought everybody
how
kinda
dare
understood
he,
that.
right?
Yeah, and Kira is completely correct. Yoda solo is Dumbledore any day. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, Dumbledore's not a combat-focused individual. Yoda is. Just on that alone, Dumbledore will win. Or Yoda will win.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. Okay, in a minute
Fire
and 49
says-
seconds, we'll be able to do hypertubes. So let me go collect the goodies I need to unlock hypertubes.
Adderstay says, individual combatant, a Yoda is not. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that's exactly what he is.
Did you see the way she said it?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes.
Doc, we have a university question for you.
Another one. All right. Let's do that. Let me sit back carefully. Alrighty.
Sorry.
Okay. We have another question from Ben Pinkney. Hey man, I need your help. Can you give me some tips on how to make a rotor factory? Well, rotors are made of rods and screws, I believe. Let me make sure. And so, just rods and screws. And one of your earlier tiers should have forced you to make rods. And if you're using Mark II belts, you're making screws. So go to where you're making both of those and put together, hopefully you've got extra screws or extra rods. And if not, build another line that does rods. You need just to make the iron ingot and make it into rods. And then you need some of those rods to make more screws. And then you take 5 rods and 25 screws, and in an assembler here, go ahead and make rotors. You should be able to do that fairly easy. It only does 4 per minute at this point. You can increase that later with power shards, but you're probably not there if we're talking rotors. But the rotors then go into the smart plating, which allow you to get done with phase 1. So they're a critical item in order to get past the phase 1 part of the game. You also need them, need the smart plating in phase 2. So you keep that rotor line and smart plating line going so that you can keep doing phase 2 as well. So basically, you just take those primary parts, make a line of assemblers, and feed rods and screws into it, and out will come some rotors. Put a container at the end so that you kind of store up the rotors that you're making so that you are ready to go ahead and make the smart plating, and you're good to go. So I hope that helps, and let's go back to the game. Okay. Very good. So I need to collect. On this level, I'm not collecting anything. Okay, on this level I don't have to collect anything. But I do have to go out here where I'm making the copper sheet. And so we'll go to my coal factory, and I think we'll do some upgrading out here. Mr. Miyagi versus Yoda. That would be interesting, as long as Yoda doesn't get to use his lightsaber. That could kind of make the
Yeah.
make the battle a little unfair.
If Mr. Miyagi had the same supernatural abilities as Yoda had, Mr. Miyagi would put up a good fight.
Yeah.
He would still lose.
You think so?
Well, I mean, as soon as you start inventing supernatural powers for him, I guess it's just what supernatural powers you invent for him. But they're very definitely the same character, right? Is the enigmatic old man who has wisdom that the main character doesn't understand and can't follow. You know, so they provide the same role in the story. So it's very, very hard to compare the two power level wise when they're in such different genres.
Yeah, Mr. Miyagi is very definitely a Yoda from a different universe.
Yep. I would agree with that.
Coughing Baby versus Atom Bomb.
A what?
Which is more damaging? A coughing baby or an atom bomb?
Well, Atom Bomb is instant death, where Coughing Baby is death by suffering. So I think Coughing Baby would be worse. What think ye?
Adressea says, why keep ignoring that both Yoda and Mr. Bianchi were pacifists and only use combat when needed?
Yeah, that's true. You know, he kept on trying to convince Danielson that it was not in his best interest to keep fighting about things. So, yeah, you're right.
Lexi, we'll be streaming on both tomorrow, unless there's some reason why we wouldn't.
On both what?
Well, Lexi asked if we're going to be streaming on Twitch tomorrow or just YouTube.
Yeah, both.
Oh.
Unless there's some technical reason we can't.
I'm saying that specifically because it feels like an odd question. We don't ever stream just on YouTube, so. If you know something we don't, please let us know.
What am I doing?
Lexi says, well, you have that new YouTube channel figured out. You might only stream on that.
Ah.
No, the stream's going to remain here.
Yep. So, you know, we haven't fully figured everything out, but we know that a lot of you guys will be interested in Star Rupture as well. And so I don't think we've fully decided exactly how we're structuring our Star Rupture content, but...
Alrighty. Let's see what I've got here. I only need 50, so that's one stack. That's way cool. And over here, I will have pipe. And depending on the size stack, yeah, looks like I need 2 stacks of that. Let's go get hypertubes, Robert.
Cool. Lexi asks, Doc, how do you make holy water?
I'm not an expert in making the water part, but from what I understand, a priest blesses the water and makes it holy.
Ah. She says you start by boiling the hell out of it.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Didn't realize we were getting into the jokes area. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of that part of the stream, ain't it?
Yeah, when everybody gets a little punchy and feels they gotta start telling jokes to get things more lively again.
Milestone reached. By adding
And there we go
hypertube
again.
entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel
Woohoo,
between locations.
progress.
Now, except for these structural solutions nonsense items. Oh, I didn't say that, did I? I don't have anything else to unlock. All the normal stuff is unlocked.
We took extensive
Which means I have to do phase 2.
Why did the teddy bear turn down a slice of cake?
Okay, why did the teddy bear turn down the slice of cake?
He was stuffed.
Okay. Good reason not to eat any more cake.
That teddy bear did a good job listening to his own thoughts. Shingo says, and at what temperature does hell operate at? I don't know. What temperature does hell operate
Addersan says, sounds like a good time to continue my rewatch of Stargate Atlantis. I am 100% with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to beat SG-1. But I think Stargate Atlantis came about as close as you possibly can in doing so.
One of the big advantages of Stargate Atlantis is it started with a widescreen aspect at a lot higher resolution. Stargate unfortunately goes through the time of being the 480p square resolution and switches halfway through.
480p standard.
Yeah. Same thing with Smallville. Smallville actually went through that as well.
Yeah? Were they the same era?
Yep.
It was on your desk before, so I hope it's on the shelves in your old office. Yeah.
I actually would like Smallville. I liked it the first several seasons. It felt like it kind of got redundant later on when it didn't want to let Clark evolve much. But
Yeah.
I will say, Smallville was the one that got the endorsement from the original Superman.
Really? From the original?
From
The guy in the black and white ones?
no, okay, fine, not original. No, the Superman movies that everybody knows, the 1970s movies.
Okay.
The guy who got paralyzed from the waist down.
Mm-hmm.
He appeared there, and it was like 6 or 7 seasons in. He appears in Smallville, and he's the character who kind of tells, is able to reveal a bunch more about his backstory. And at that point, they finally play the Superman theme, barely, the first time on the show. It's like,
Yeah, Christopher Reeves.
There
Miss
you
that
go.
guy. Gosh, that was just such an unfortunate accident of his.
yep. But nobody else has done Superman well since.
So what happens when a frog's car breaks down? It gets towed.
Gotcha.
Mega Meaty Big Man asks, how many poor jokes till you're put on the naughty list?
How many poor jokes? I don't know. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to cough without muting.
I actually have never. And then Garrett goes without muting.
Okay.
He's got an excuse. He doesn't have a mute. Did you find it? Okay.
For as much as I enjoyed Stargate, I had never watched Stargate Universe because I did hear such bad reviews of it, and I was just one of those. I don't want to ruin it.
I watched a part of Stargate Universe. I absolutely hated it and never went back.
Yeah. I definitely know that I hate on franchises too much. I want to just enjoy stuff, and unfortunately, it's really hard to do that. So.
Yeah, you have a hard time doing that, that's for sure.
Yeah, but One Metal Fist says Smallville was nice, but I didn't really like their version of Lex Luthor. Felt like he was trying too hard to be Lex Luthor instead of feeling natural. In Smallville, Lex just didn't fully work for me.
Yeah, I'm missing beams. Yeah, exactly. Lex Luthor was just not a villain yet.
Yeah.
He was trying to be a nice guy.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. He just wasn't the villain yet. And that made for an interesting relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same problem with any TV show of spending so long with the characters that the arc never happens. Lex Luthor does bad things from time to time and then becomes friends again. And it goes bad, becomes friends, and it's a cycle that never ends.
Mm-hmm. Now, don't get me wrong, I really did enjoy that. The Smallville franchise, I really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. From all reports. I've only ever seen some episodes, and I was never a huge fan of oh my gosh. Never
Yeah.
huge fan of Superman.
Yeah. I love the concept of the character of Superman. I like the idea of having a pure hero. Despite the fact that he doesn't provide for the most intriguing, in-depth storylines, I think the idea that there should be one perfect, unsullied hero, at least, I think it's just a good idea.
Yeah, I guess that's where I have a hard time with the Batman character, is that you have a hard time whether he's understanding whether he's evil or good.
Mm-hmm. And, and to me, I guess it's okay. I'm fine with exploring, the morality of a character. And that's what Batman had a lot of, is trying to figure out whether he was good or evil, and what level of evil is okay, and, what can you do if you're fighting evil? Can you kill to fight evil? Can you whatever? How do you draw those personal lines? That was a lot of Batman's story. But I feel like it only makes sense in a context in a world where Superman also exists. And yes, I understand. One's DC, one's Marvel. No?
No, they're both in the same
DC.
universe.
They're both DC. Okay, ignore that then.
Chico says Batman is an anti-hero.
I watched a absolutely excellent video essay recently of a lady defining what an anti-hero was, and she used a very different definition than I've ever heard before. And she nailed it perfectly, because at the beginning of the video she's like, "You're not going to agree with me, but listen, and by the end you will." And she was right. By the end I agreed with her. she defined anti-hero not as, oh look, it's the guy who's kind of uses bad ideas but to accomplish good things, or any of the other definitions we've kind of heard. You know, Han Solo, anti-hero because he wants to be bad guy but that does good things. She defined anti-hero as a hero that emerges at the clash between the old and new ideologies of popular culture. And as an example, we have Anakin Skywalker, who was the classic hero in that era. In the era of the 1970s, he was straight-laced, he was well-cut, he was super responsible, did everything right. And Han Solo was the anti-hero because he fell into the...
I think you're mixing up your heroes.
Did I say Anakin and not Luke?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Again, guys, give me a pass. My brain is not working today. Han Solo was the new hero of the new era who recognized that the world is corrupt and the power systems are evil and bad people are in charge, and sometimes you can be a good person but have to do evil things to survive. Sometimes you have to be a smuggler to make ends meet. Right? She brought up an old, really old story from, I think, Greek mythology, where the hero didn't immediately execute his rival who he had defeated in battle. And at that time, that was anti-hero behavior, because that was just, no, you've defeated him, you are better than him, you have mastered him, you know, what is good and right is for you to kill him. But he was defiant, he was the anti-hero of the era. And the anti-hero of the 1970s was Han Solo. But guess what? Every hero today, you know, and the anti-hero of the 90s was the nerdy kid who, you know, was really smart but not physically strong. And now the hero of today is always the nerdy kid who isn't strong. So, I'm not presenting her whole argument super well, but it always defined hero and anti-hero as in relationship to modern sensibilities, not as an absolute.
Mark says, the earache is affecting his brain power now. Doc, maybe it's time to hit the off switch and let the AI rest up some.
Yeah, might be. He's just got to last another 20 minutes.
Gosh darn it. Look, guys, the bad takes will continue until Doc shuts down the stream.
I don't think it's a bad take at all. I think that there's a lot of insight into that. Can you link the actual video? Because I haven't even seen it, and I would love to.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. One Metal Fist says, you know, that's the whole point of Batman. He's the bridge between evil and good. The gate between the horrors that rule the night and the better things that come with the morning. Superman is pure good. He's the morning, the light, the hope. Batman is the night. He stands in the darkness, facing it directly, guarding the thin line that keeps evil from crossing into the light. And Whitestone popped in, says, how's it going, Doc and Sons? And no time to stay in chat, but hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah, it's going well.
Yeah.
Glad to see it.
Certainly going anyway.
Yeah. And it's, Batman is an anti-hero because, in many ways, because we define him as an anti-hero. But even, I would, at this point, I would just call him a dark hero. Because there's really, in the best depictions of Batman, we don't really argue with his decisions.
The only decision we argue with is whether he should kill or not.
Yeah,
And he's on the merciful side.
Yeah, he is.
So,
Which means he's not in the realm of an anti-hero at all. He's just a dark hero.
Okay.
Mark says, pure evil equals tea, pure good equals coffee. Wait, aren't you from Britain?
Yeah, really.
oh, interesting. Is he about to lose his British passport?
Okay.
Thought police about to knock on his door. Boy, you.
Like,
You
bro,
have a license for that hate speech there. But, you know, notice that in all the recent depictions of Superman, he's not pure good.
no.
They haven't done well. The only way for us to portray Superman on the big screen now is for us to mess him up. Show he's not actually as good as what we think he is. To try to do some anti-hero treatment of him, right?
Yeah, the
We have-
the truly good and virtuous hero is the anti-hero nowadays.
I mean,
They
it goes
flip-flop.
it goes along with the Disney recasting of their traditional villains as actually heroes of their own story. You know? And by the way, I quite enjoyed several of those movies. Not critiquing whether they're good or not, just saying that previously villains could just be cackling evil. Now we have to recast them as actually they were misunderstood.
And there's a place for that,
Yeah.
but it's all the heroes nowadays.
That's one reason why I struggle to watch superhero movies nowadays, is because superheroes are supposed to be good. Period. You know?
But that's not the story that they want to tell today.
No, it's definitely not.
One Metal Fist says, Catwoman isn't really a hero, but she's not a villain either. She does good things and bad things. She lives in between. Same with Red Hood. He kills people, yet still calls himself a hero. He exists in that gray zone where morality isn't clean or simple. Yeah, there are no superheroes anymore. There are super people.
Well, what I find really interesting is, and this is really a relic, I think, of the era when comic books really were developed, is for them, one of the big strong lines is, heroes don't kill people. That's not a strong red line that exists in any other bit of fiction.
Yeah.
Heroes kill people all the time in all sorts of novels, in all sorts of movies, and everywhere else. But in comic books, heroes don't kill people.
Main Phoenix says, salute.
Hello? Salute, which is hello, I suppose.
It is. I don't remember what language what it's from, but yeah.
Oh, Whitestone's gonna do a series on Pacific Drive.
Pacific Drive.
Garrett, haven't you seen that game played or played that game?
Yeah,
What do you think?
I'm
of it?
not the biggest fan of it.
Was it at that game where you have a vehicle, and you go drive around and?
Yeah. So, Pacific Drive, you have a car and you have to drive through a metaphysical exclusion zone, basically, with a whole ton of anomalies everywhere, and you have to survive.
Metaphysical exclusion zone.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Okay. Chinko says, time for me to roll out. Got class to get to, see you guys bright and early tomorrow.
Cool.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
Look forward
Glad
to
to
it.
see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow is going to be fun. Everybody, Star Rupture, playtest tomorrow. It's only 15
Not a play
bucks.
test, it's a release.
Well, it's early access, I should say, sorry. Yeah. Tomorrow.
One Metal Fist makes the point that if heroes killed in comics, there'd be no villains left. And the writers would constantly have to come up with new villains.
Yeah, that is true. The writers would have to get good instead of just churning out content.
Oh.
Not to insult the industry, but somehow they had the same exact characters for decades upon decades. I mean, come on now. We think the, we call the industry creatively bankrupt. We don't have new original IPs anymore. Well, guess what? That's the bread and butter of the comics industry.
There's new ideas.
No, is regurgitation. Oh, but wait, there's a new Earth. This is Earth Prime.
Mm-hmm.
This is Super Earth. It's
What do
like
they call?
Earth, but
What do they
super.
call that when there's multiple parallel universes?
Yeah.
Multiverse.
Multiverse, yeah.
And yes, there can be cool stories there, but again, it was primarily there just to extend the same character for longer. Sorry guys, I told you the bad takes would continue.
We've actually got a
And you'll be able to build it bigger and better. Any pointers? I would have probably left the old place sitting there. Did we lose
It
Twitch?
flashed for a second, but I think we're okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So hopefully the person who just asked the question isn't on Twitch. Or is he?
No.
Okay. So I probably would have just taken the products I already made at the old setup and moved the products rather than moving all of the machinery and so forth. Because it seems like the way you're asking the question, that you're moving the entire thing, not just your products. So, sorry, these two cats don't get along. So that's the only pointers that I can give. build it better the next time, which is way cool, and that will work pretty well. So let's go back to the game. Okay, I need to take just a quick break, guys.
Okay.
Hey, Grandpa.
We have a little visitor.
With his dad.
Yeah, I assumed. Yeah.
Sorry about that so late in the day, but if Matt's coming over, it's probably something important.
Yeah, it usually is. Yeah, okay, yeah, Mark says that he had to refresh as well. Dang.
Don't cat, stop meowing.
That would be our sister's cat who just decided the food here was better than anywhere else. And so he just comes over and whines until we feed him. And then it gets to be today when he's already eaten all of our cat's food. And they'll just stay over here whining until we feed him. Unfortunately, Doc is very, very soft-hearted and gives in most of the time. Which kind of encourages the behavior.
I am not nearly so soft-hearted.
Mark says, "Show him a mouse." Yeah.
He'll probably just yawn.
That's the silly thing, is that that cat does not care. He's not a mouser. Doesn't care about being a mouser. Just none of his concern.
Yeah.
As was Kelly, which is Doc's cat, who was an excellent mouser. Just a couple days ago, I watched Callie take out a bird. Unfortunately, I didn't see that Callie was stalking a bird. I could tell she was stalking it, but I didn't see the bird until after she had already caught it. So, I'd like to discourage her from killing the cardinals. Cardinals are beautiful.
Mm-hmm. But she gets rid of mice so well.
Yeah.
She's like scarily good at it.
We get whole piles of mice from her. Well,
Yeah.
Metal Fist, don't, you know the saying, don't change you any horse. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like one night we walked out to a pile of 7 corpses in front of the studio.
My mouse corpses. Mouse. No. Mouse and bird.
And it's just like, she's a little monster.
She's our little monster.
That's,
No? I'm happy to claim that little monster. I'm rather proud of how good she is.
I'm not arguing with you. She is definitely a little more. Everything all right?
Oh yeah, they just the siding guys just got done with the siding on the big house,
Nice.
and time to pay. Is all.
Ah. He didn't want you, he wanted your checkbook.
Yep, he wanted my checkbook.
I guess that's a lot.
Okay. Alrighty. Winning or whining, huh? Okay, what am I up here doing? Let's see. I needed... see my inventory.
It really is too bad that Callie's been spayed.
Why?
Her kids would probably make just as good monsters as her.
Yeah. Depending on the dad. Remember, she would be only half the equation.
Do cats have like stud services?
No.
Wait,
Well, they probably do when they're AKC registered, you know.
Yeah. Super fancy cats.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part is Callie literally is just some cat off the street, you know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Just happened to get a good one. Okay. I need to get this all the way up there, but I don't know how many beams I need to have to do that. And frankly, they're not. The beams aren't building up very fast, so I think I'm going to just cut the line here. And that got me up to 57. I'm going to cut the line so that it just stores here for now. And what I want to see is how many steel ingots it's getting to the end of the line, and it's not. So it doesn't make sense to try to sloop it or shard it, overclock it, because they still won't make any difference. I could overclock the making of the ingots here.
Yeah, feed a little bit better.
Yeah, but right now it's even hitching. And this is with the new belts.
Oh, okay, time to run a second line.
Yep. So this line here is pretty well balanced for the higher
Little says, I just got another notice. I assume y'all were done.
uh-huh.
Oh,
Well, no, we usually say goodbye.
as
Oh gosh.
Got another 20 minutes.
And yeah.
Pretty close to...
unfortunately the internet just hiccuped, as happens.
All right, let's go see how many have built up here. That gives me 127. I hope that's enough. I'm going to go for it. Okay, time to run up the ladder.
What are you taking up to the top of the ladder?
The lift.
Oh, okay.
But see, it stops at 48. And I'll bet you I don't have enough because it stopped at 48 only a couple floors up.
One Metal Fist, and we were talking a little bit about, you know, like Callie, right, and how good she'd be as if we were able to breed her. But One Metal Fist says genetics aren't everything; they're only a small part. What truly matters is upbringing. When the mother teaches and guides the young properly from an early age, that influence shapes them far more than genetics alone.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to just straight up.
I need
disagree.
332 beams, Robert, to get it up there.
Oh gosh.
Okay. Well, at least that gives me a number.
Yeah, sure. Doc, what's your experience with cats and genetics? Have you had multiple generations now?
No, I've
Really
never had
common?
multiple generations. No.
Yeah, I just don't know how much it I do know that there is definite linkage between the mother teaching mousers. But, yeah, Callie picked it up completely on her own without any help at all whatsoever.
Right.
She just... It was just in the spring, this last spring, she just started bringing animals into the studio here. And I was like, I want you to never do that again. It is bleeding everywhere. But also wanted to praise her. You know.
Yeah. At times they were a bloody mess.
We had to clean up multiples. So.
But she doesn't do that anymore.
Yep.
So
Because she doesn't have easy access in and out of the studio anymore at night.
You think that's all it is? Just
Yeah.
Just can't.
She'd bring them in here. She'd bring her trophies in to show her dad. That kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
You know, there's animals have a certain amount of pride. They want to be praised for what they do as well, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, 299. Why don't you make them by hand? You'd be quicker than the machines. I don't think so, would I? I'd still be waiting around. Hi, Crazy Giraffe. Good to see ya. So, we dropped to 25 viewers on Twitch with those outages, those little outages. Thank you for all you that are sticking around and hanging out with us still. One thing, Twitch gives you a better experience as far as being less lag, but YouTube stays connected better and doesn't drop the stream. So sometimes I wonder if it's, you know, which one's better, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, less lag directly comes from having a smaller buffer, which means it'll go offline quicker.
Yep.
You know.
Alrighty. Here we go. And running up the ladder.
Crazy Giraffe says, I've just gotten back into this game and your TikToks are awesome.
Oh, thank you. Well, you should get to posting over on TikTok again. See, TikTok is a non-monetized site for us. We were reposting our stuff from YouTube and they didn't like that, so they just declined to monetize anything. So, we did want to make it so that people could find us. But the main body of our content is on YouTube.
Yep. I
Excuse
believe
me.
It
it
has
is.
to be. Hey, we have to monetize this in order to keep on doing.
Yep. We have another 20 tips or so that aren't on TikTok. About 100 or so long-form videos, including Doc's University series. And then we have a ton of Q&A, just ad hoc question and answers from live streams
Uh-huh.
that are also posted on YouTube that haven't made their way over to TikTok. So if you're looking for more Doc, go to YouTube.
All right. Now we'll see once it draws it up there, whether it actually is going to pull stuff up. I want to see product moving. Come on. This is our first test case for getting product up to the top floor where we need it. There it comes.
Cool. Alright, Team Crazy Giraffe says definitely got to check out YouTube then.
Yep.
Awesome. We, for the Christmas episode, Doc made 8 million stars. One for each copy of Satisfactory that's been sold. Estimated. That project was crazy and took forever.
Mm-hmm.
He's a slave driver the way he makes this work.
Aww.
An absolute slave driver, I tell you.
Here's a nice quick Doc University question from Call Sign Wolfman, who I do believe is our biggest, has asked the most questions in the series.
Okay.
He's asked some really good questions that have made it into the. So let me know when you're ready to take it live, and that takes us to about 10 till, Doc, which means it's really about time.
Alrighty. I'm just trying to find the portholes.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'll go along this back wall. No, I won't, because I don't have enough beams. Yeah, there it is. There's the portholes. Okay, don't have enough beams, so I will go down and get more beams. Let them build up for a while.
Okay. Can we get the...
Yeah, let's go. Alrighty, with 3 types of miners on the coal generator, what is the ratio between each mark level? Okay. There's, I assume you're talking about the Mark 1, Mark 2, and Mark 3. Coal.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, on the coal generator. Well, first off, it depends on the kind of a mine that you're on, whether it's impure, normal, or pure. For example, a Mark 1 miner will do 30 on a... We'll pull 30 out of an impure, 60 out of a pure, and 120 out of a... Pardon me, 60 out of a normal, and 120 out of a pure mine. Then each mark, Mark 1, let me show you where you can get that information, and I don't have to remember it. If you go to this official Satisfactory wiki, and that's at satisfactory.wiki.gg, if you go there and you search for miners, and there will be a table down here. Okay, and here's what I was just referring to. A miner Mark 1 will work with an impure node and do 30, 60 on a normal, and 120 on a pure. A Mark 3 miner, it goes 30, 60, 120 down this direction, Mark 1, 2, and 3. And then across, it doubles here, then doubles there. So you end up with 480 possible per minute out of a pure node. Now, then you take and go down here and you can start overclocking by 200%, 250%, and you can more than double this You can get up to 1,200 if you do this one, 250, which, of course, is the amount that a Mark 6 conveyor belt can push. So if you have a pure node and a Mark 3 miner, you can push 1,200 items per minute down that conveyor to wherever you're going. So when you're talking about coal, coal works the same way, whether it's coal or iron or copper or limestone, whatever kind of node that you're on, it's going to give you these quantities. So if you're talking about coal, pushing coal, the higher this number just allows you to feed more coal generators, which a lot of times what I'll do is take those coal generators and I'll just increase the number. You could also put power shards in them to increase the consumption and then the output too, so that you don't have to make so many actual generators. So up here you can check and see at 250 clock speed. There's that 1,200 number that I told you about at 250 clock speed. So all the information really is right here in this little block as to what it will do on each level of miner and on the impure, normal, and pure nodes. So satisfactory.wiki.gg is really your resource for all this kind of information. And then you can plan accordingly. So hope that helps. Let's go back to the game.
Or how about we go back to...
or go to the office.
chat.
If you have to shut me down, here you go, shutting me down. I was actually getting comfortable from my back hurting too bad.
I'm really happy to hear that.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm going to sleep well tonight. We'll see. But I want to play Star Rupture tomorrow, so I'll do the best I can to get a good night's rest.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so he says, for example, for a coal generator, Mark 1 miner is 3 to 8. What about Mark 2 as well as Mark 3? Would that be double each time? Yes, it would. So if you have the same node and you have basically a normal node feeding 120 into it, and we base the 3 to 8 ratio on based on a normal node. So yeah, you throw down a Mark II miner there, and suddenly you need 6. Excuse me, I got the stupid fly flying around. You have the need for 6 water extractors and 16 coal power plants at that point off of the one conveyor. You just have to make sure that you've got a conveyor that can handle 240. So you need at least a Mark III conveyor that can push through 240 instead of 120. So it's all a matter of which mark that you have of conveyors and of miners and pure, impure, normal. A little bit of math that goes involved in those combinations. But you have those references too. And it says ask in the Discord. Yeah, ask in the Discord. Did you guys see my question? Color Pain. Can you go look back for a question from Color Pain? There he is. Hey, Doc. Does a train always want to go the shortest path, even though a longer path would be free and the short path is blocked? I have this problem now. Well, interesting.
The answer to that's very complicated.
Is it?
Yes. It wants to go the shortest path, yes. However, things like train stations count as extra distance. They have a particular weight to them that's individual. That's slightly different. So sometimes what looks like the shortest path isn't the shortest path. Excuse me, depending on train stations.
Okay.
But,
So that's one issue.
yeah.
What I would try to do is I would try to make sure that there isn't the possibility of 2 different paths to get to where you're going. Then again, if you've got a complex train system, you might not be able to avoid having multiple paths that it could take to get there. The question is, why are you worried about it? Because if the path is blocked, Does that mean it just takes longer to get through there and you'd rather have it routed a different way? If that's the case, then maybe that's the issue you need to worry about. What we did in our the world we did the Christmas special on, we had a train that we needed to get over a lot of miscellaneous stops along the way before it got to the other end, and we wanted it to do it quickly. So these were fairly long trains. They were 17 freight cars each. And so we took and created another whole line. We created a third line basically to bypass all those stations along the way so that it wouldn't be bothered by other train traffic in the midst of the way. So you could always go to the effort of making alternate paths for particular trains and have the station force it onto that side road or side track. So that's good.
Bypasses were always Deming's favorite tool to use in a good factory.
Bypasses?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Because then it avoids the snags. And
Actually, no. He preached specifically against bypasses.
He preached against bypasses?
Yeah. Special lanes, special ticketing for specific routes. Yeah.
Yeah, turning events off in gameplay is a thing. If you're getting tired of picking up packages constantly and you didn't want to really participate, yes, you can go into game options, gameplay options, and turn off the events. So, yeah, Crazy Giraffe, go ahead and find that. The biggest help to all of these kind of questions is getting involved with our Discord, because we do have a question and answer section. Help my build or something like that, Robert? Is that
help me fix my build?
okay? So that post things in that channel, and we've got people all the time in that channel looking for people to help. And so, yeah, go ask a question there too. Discord, yep. And there's the Discord link posted by the Nightbot right after Crazy Giraffe in the Twitch chat. And can you post it in YouTube real quick, Robert?
Absolutely.
Now, can we choose somebody to go raid with the 34 people that are on Twitch?
We can do that.
Okay, let's try.
And isn't that functionality in YouTube as well now?
I have never done it in YouTube.
Really, to raid?
I heard that somewhere. I might be wrong.
I'm not.
I wish I could filter to language.
Filter to language, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You bet. Color pane. What we want to do is we want to make the game less painful, and everybody wants to seek help to get over the pain points. And once you get over the pain points, the game gets to be fun. If it gets to be to the point where it just is labor and you don't seem to be getting anywhere, that can be too frustrating, and then you just quit. So it's always good to come get help. So we are rating just Jacob.
Yep.
Just Jacob 1.
It's another small channel. Looks like they have about a half dozen people watching.
Okay.
I haven't seen them stream before, so
Alrighty.
please send them your best. Be on good behavior, encourage them, and
Yep.
have fun.
And thanks all for joining. And we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow if you want to see Star Rupture, and again on Thursday for more Satisfactory. And we'll look forward to seeing you later. Bye-bye.